I believe, my friend, Mr. Michael Haskell, we are now live on the YouTubes and on the internet. How the devil are you? It's Friday night.
It's Friday night. Good evening, everyone. It's been a long, tiring week. In fact, it's been a long, tiring couple of weeks. But glad to have got to a Friday and glad to be here.
In the immortal words of Rebecca Black, it's Friday, you got to get down on Friday. Everyone is looking forward to the weekend. Friday, getting down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend.
And this is where I look blank and go, who's Rebecca Black?
Michael, if you haven't heard Rebecca Black's seminal hit Friday, you truly haven't lived, and you consider yourself a man of culture. You will never find a more profound, challenging, and ultimately true exploration of the human condition than in the work of Black.
There are occasions listening to live streams or the BSIME patrons chat where I feel like Captain America playing catch-up and having to write a few notes on...
I understood that reference. We have got confirmation that the sound and video works. Excellent.
Oh, yeah, we haven't asked the question. Thank you, guys.
They know the drill.
So, they're looking after us.
Welcome, one and all, to Battle Streams in Middle-earth. This is, of course, our regular live stream where we take a walk down Middle-earth SBG history with this dear lady, the Dixtini Parkwork Battle Games in Middle-earth. A lot of people don't realise what we actually did was we changed the word games to streams. I don't know, Michael, if you've ever noticed that.
It's extremely clever.
It's a think piece. That's where the title comes from. So indeed, what we do is we hang out normally on a Friday now, but we're back in kind of regular weekend slots, so Friday or Saturday, and we hang out at the end of a tiring week, and we take a look through one of these old issues, and we see what the state of the game was, what the scenarios were, what the profiles were, what all the other articles were, and we paint, and we hang out and paint. And indeed, the primary aim of Battle Games Middle-earth was to help the wider community clear the... Oh, that's a nice mug. Where'd you get that?
I know, some very lovely person popped something in the post.
Good old Santa. Yeah, and so the idea was that we'd all hang out together and we'd paint something purely for the fun of it. And if you're here, if you're joining us, that's what we want you to do. We want you to hang out with us and paint just for the fun of it. Not because you've got an army coming up or an event coming up, but just because it's fun to paint something. Now, of course, normally we're guided by what comes in this issue because it all came in models. So this issue, this isn't tonight, my friends. This is a preview. This is a preview of the next one, the stream. And we couldn't have written this. This one's coming up just ahead of Easter. And look what their theme is.
Easterlings.
Who? 5.5 years in. What are the odds? Incredible scenes. Some would argue there's an Easter every year. But yeah, so normally we paint the model that came with this. But we're not doing that because this week we don't want to give you this. Oh no. Michael, what are we doing this week?
Well, we've gone through the rule book in a marathon long stream.
Classic Groves.
We went through the army of Lord of the Rings in another marathon long stream.
He's done a shift as Groves, hasn't he?
So there is a third book that we got just before the festive season kicked in, which was Army of the Hobbits. So that's what we're going to cover tonight. We're going to have a look through not all the profiles, good or evil, or all the army lists. We're going to take a cue from what Damien and Dale did last time and look at some of the top ones that caught our eye, made us think, that'd be good to play, that'd be good to give it a try.
Quite. I'd actually use the phrase third book. So it's good to know that the third book's out, because I've heard lunatics on the internet screaming about a third book. And demanding it, but if it's already out, we're cool. Because
true. It depends on what it's like.
We got through
what you start counting from, isn't it?
But yeah, so this actually, for the time being, this stream concludes our kind of new edition review, effectively, because it is the third book. But of course, when Armies of Middle-earth drops, we'll be having a similar one where we jump into that, which will be very exciting. and hopefully not too long. So, Michael, what do they paint? What's eligible?
So, if I remember rightly, it was reasonably straightforward. Although I'm sure there'll be one or two that will put some little plot twists in.
No, Larry can't make it tonight.
He did mention the possibility of popping in from wherever he was going to be, but we'll see. But essentially, it's anything that's in the army of the Hobbit book.
Yeah. Any model with a profile in this book.
So everyone, dig out your Smaugs.
Yep, absolutely. I'd love to get... Whenever we did a Hobbit theme, it's always nice to have someone working on Smaug. So you can have Legolas, because he's got a profile in here, and you can have a Lord of the Rings era model Legolas, for example. And Eagles.
Does that apply to all the profiles? The Gandalfs and the Sarumans. As long as it's one of them.
Yeah.
What about if it's an evil Saruman rather than good Saruman?
Oh, I think so, because I don't think you can distinguish the models.
True.
You'll notice Gandalf the Grey has a profile in here, so I don't think Gandalf the White is welcome.
Yes,
tonight.
yes, you can make that distinguishing differentiation.
Different last time, because Gandalf the Grey and Gandalf the White both had a profile in the last book. But yeah, so it's anything in here with a profile you can make. So we should get lots and lots of people joining in, I think, because even if you're not into Hobbit, you've probably got a Gandalf, probably got a Legolas, probably got some Rivendell elves, probably got an eagle. There's quite a lot of Lord of the Rings era stuff that kind of leaks in and finds its way in there. So, Michael, if they are whatever they're doing, if they're joining us tonight, what do they do? How do they get involved?
Okay, so if you have one of the aforementioned models, but even if you don't, there will be a whip thread up in the GBHL Facebook group, and I know there were one or two that were itching to say, where is it? It should be there now.
It is there, Michael. It's always there, Michael. Come on now.
It's always there when it needs to be. So if you put up in that whip thread what you've been up to this evening, and then at some point we will then peruse the post, and we will make a note of all those who are, if like, on theme. You don't have to be. It's not a 3-line whip. But for those who are on theme, Damien will take a note in his little notebook.
It's a phone, actually.
I'm old school.
It's a notes app.
And you'll be eligible for one of the most important parts of this stream, which is the exciting bit at the end, because what you could win is something that money cannot buy. Those wonderful dice that you can see on the tray there, you can by joining the BSIME patron scheme. But what Damien is going to show you in a minute is what's up for grabs if you're on theme and put your post in the whip thread. And it is...
Oh, yes.
a wonderful BSIME black dice that rolls what you need when you need it.
If you're in Australia, that's a 6. Perfect. And it's actually, you can see it's actually disrupted other existing 6s. It doesn't like 6s.
It's a disruptive dice. Yeah, the world's full of disruptors at the moment, so the dice is just playing its part.
So first roll was for Australians, second roll was for the UK. Oh. You could not write it. This is, of course, our black Battle Streams of Middle-earth dice. And one of you fine folk will be winning one of these tonight.
Will it be that precise one? I mean, do people actually want to participate?
Well, I'm fine to let people behind the curtain. I did explain this last time. It won't be that precise. That's the only one left on Earth. Because as of yet, counterattack base is not replying. Just not replying. So we need a new batch of black dice, and not getting anywhere with it, frankly. But we've got a few. I think I've got about 4. The last 4 that are kind of backed up, ready to go out. Michael, are you familiar with what's been going on in Dicegate, in Dice City?
Up to a point, I think. I'm not sure where you're going here.
Do you know who won the last one?
Oh, no, I can't remember.
Josh Crosby.
That's right. Oh, yes, because he nudged your head, didn't he?
He's on 8.
No, he's got more ahead now, isn't
He's
it? That's
on
right.
8.
Yes, that was it. I remember now.
And Josh Crosby has won 3 of the last 5.
Yeah.
That is absolutely ludicrous.
He's on a hot streak.
If you think even now, when people are, when our viewership goes down a bit because people are allowed to go out in the evenings and stuff, unlike the glory days of COVID, we've got about 30 people entering. And so he's won a 1 in 30 draw 3 times out of 5. That's absolute insanity.
Have you not asked Mr. Harrison to work out calculate the odds of that yet?
I haven't, but I keep saying I think they'd probably be disappointingly low. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? But maybe they wouldn't. That's got to be. I mean, he's flying. I can't believe it. 3 of the last 5. That is ludicrous form. So yeah, and so actually yeah, it's 5. It's 5 dice that are outstanding from the past, but 3 of them are owed to Josh. So we're all right. So yeah, there we go. Someone will be rolling away with a dice tonight. So let us know what you're working on. If you're working on anything that's in the Armies of the Hobbit, you'll be in with a chance of winning one of those. Cool? I think so. Michael, we've got a long stream ahead. We need sustenance to get us through. You don't have any stream snacks, do you?
Well, at some point this week, postman knocked on the door, and there was a little parcel. A little package, rather, of what I thought was, I wonder what this. And it's full of rather nice goodies for this evening.
From more Santa gifts.
Indeed, yes.
This one
they've
can
been
actually be slightly...
pouring through the front door.
This can actually be slightly less mysterious because, of course, regular viewers will know that the wonderful Jens Elmos, one of our loyal patrons, sent a massive treasure trove of goodies. Over a variety of European snacks for us to sample, and was very clear with me. I was like, these are for the guest host as well. So I've I sent Michael a care package to get us through. So Michael, I'm gonna be in your hands here because I've got more sweets than you have. I've got some that you haven't got. So you can show us stuff, we can sample stuff. You are in charge of the snack distribution tonight. What have we got and what are we having?
So do we want to do a little sort of generation game of what we've got?
By all means, yeah.
So for those not in the UK, Generation Game is an old TV show.
Cuddly toy!
Going back probably to the 70s at least, and maybe even before. And the contestants used to have to try and memorise things as they went past on this conveyor belt. Anyway, so...
Good game.
Where should I start? Let's start with one of the big ones. So, one of the ones that really caught my eye, I do like bananas, and I saw the word banana.
Following the word scum.
I'm just going to gloss over that bit.
Scum banana. This is banana covered in chocolate.
I think it's meant to be sort of foamy banana-ish sort of thing, wrapped in chocolate. So that one would be right up my street. In fact, they're all right up my street, but this one looks particularly so.
I can't imagine much worse than banana covered in chocolate, if I'm honest.
You're not a banana person, are you?
I'm not a huge banana fan, but it's more the fact that I don't like this medley. I'll have a banana, but processed fake banana. I've never had banana in chocolate, I don't think.
No, I don't mind that. There used to be a little sweet when I was younger that was sort of a softy sort of. It was probably a foamy sort of banana type shape, and I quite like those ones.
Okay, well there we go.
Yeah, so that's why I think this will work for me.
It's interesting. You think that's foam inside? Do you think that's like a squishy thing? I assumed it was like a.
Yeah, I think so, but I might be wrong. I mean, this.
I thought that was going to be like a cream, like a Rose's chocolate, like a strawberry or an orange cream.
Well, we'll just have to eat it and try it, won't we?
We can go in if you want.
What do you want to? Do you want to run through all of them first?
Sure.
And then we
Let's
pick
do
one?
that. Let's do that. I'm too excited.
Like Christmas morning, isn't it?
It is. It's got
and then let's do the other big packet that came through. Indeed. And I haven't quite worked out what. So these are
Patata.
nougat and peanuts, yes, with wrapped in milk chocolate. I think it's milk chocolate. So again, that will work. I quite like nougat.
Potata.
Yeah, something like that.
Yep.
So all those look good so far. Then we've got something that's for UK listeners, so it's a bit more familiar. It's it's a little sort of variation on a Kit Kat. Woo!
Cookies and cream Kit Kat
cookie. Now, I must admit, I've not seen these in the UK, but then I don't peruse these sorts of the sweet shops as much as I used to do.
It looks like a knockoff Oreo cookie we're going for, potentially.
Is that what, yeah. Do they do these in the UK? Have you seen these?
I don't think so. Only in the like sort of world food aisle. I think they're imports.
Oh, right. Okay.
There's a damn fine cup of tea tonight.
And then we've got a couple of I think they're going to be sort of chewy, caramelly, sort of coffee sorts of sweets.
These are the. I had to separate these from the pack. These are the Guld Caramella.
Ah, you've got the big pack. And then the last in my wonderful little care package, it's rather apt, I suppose, since we're looking at the Hobbit. It's a licorice pipe.
Not licorice pipe as well. Do you like licorice?
I do actually quite like licorice. Yes, whether I'll eat all of this tonight is another matter. But yes, no, I am a little bit partial to a bit licorice.
This will be being posted to another BSIME host because ain't no one got time for licorice. So there we go. Those are our snacks. So Michael, as the night progresses, I want you to like choose a snack. We'll go in together and we'll sample them together. It'll be like a communal experience.
Yeah. You want to kick off with one now? Get the ball rolling?
Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Not the pipe.
So no, I reckon the new guy's probably going to be chewy. So let's go for one of the scum bananas.
We're going into scum banana. I love it. I'm ripping open a fresh pack. Thank you, Jens.
Yeah. Oh, there's a nice smell coming out.
There's a smell coming out.
I think
it's dark chocolate, isn't it?
It's a sort of foamy. I like these.
What is it? Is it like? How would you describe that? That's not a squishy, is it?
No, it's not squishy, but it is.
It's not cream. You're right.
What's the word I'm trying to use to describe it?
I'm trying to compare it to something. What texture is that? What?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think of. What would be like it? It's almost sort of almost soft doughy.
Yeah.
Sort of texture, light doughy.
I would say it's better than it tasted better than I thought it would. I'm going with that.
That's good.
You like?
Yeah, that works with me.
Hooray for scum banana! I can only presume that scum means something different, and it isn't scum banana. You know.
Yeah. Are we giving the marks out of 10? Did we do?
We can do. Yeah, why not? Let's rate the 5 throughout the course of the evening.
I mean, obviously it's the first one in, so there's no sort of benchmark, as it were. But I would definitely put that at a 7.5. Me, maybe even 8. I would eat these quite happily.
Oh, yeah? I'm going to give that a 5.
But I suppose there is a caveat to add to this, is that as my family has observed, my taste buds are, shall we say, somewhat forgiving.
Just for me, on the rank of chocolate, I'm not a fan of banana, so I'm not going to enjoy the banana taste.
Yeah,
but they are quite nice. I think if you like banana, I think they're really quite good.
Yeah, and there is a good banana taste in there, and it doesn't feel too.
It does taste like scum banana.
Yeah.
So there we go. That's us. We're going to have a great time. We're going to have a look through the Armies of the Hobbit. We're going to chat about the news, because we've got some news. That's pretty exciting. But first, as ever,
lots of news.
Shall Michael? Do you want to do the first shift? Do you want to see who's in and catch up with our fine folks out there in BSIME land?
I will do, yes. Okay, so I've got myself on the live chat, and hopefully, yes, no, I've got myself at the top here. So we'll kick off. There's lots of wonderful introductions from everybody. So Mr. Dublay's in, Gabe's in. From hopefully there'll be a few Chester folk. Frederick's in, and then he mentions the whip thread. But yeah, we're all sorted. Scott Newman's in. Jack Brown, I think is that a new one?
I don't think it's new, but not a regular yet.
Not regular.
I would say.
Yeah. Then there's Ricky Drinks Paints.
Oh, Ricky's in.
Tom Turtle's in. And there's Mr. Dublé was eagle-eyed and saw the sneak peek. That
yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, just wanted to keep you on your toes. You see, make sure you're paying attention. Julian Hammond's in. Here we go, Jack. So I like the idea that in true Hobbit style, they advertise one guest host, but keep adding more and more, bit by bit, with Damien as Gandalf, waving them all off as oh yes, and that's a good analogy, isn't it? Yes.
It's quite nice. It's quite nice.
Yes, you're the ringleader. You're the Gandalf. We're all the part of the company.
Well, I don't know if I'm the Gandalf or am I the Bilbo, and you'll keep kind of coming into my house. Like, it's a bit different. I'm inviting you this time, I suppose.
So Jens is in. Yep, evening says Jens.
Thanks for the
again,
sweets.
thank you very much. Yep, thank you very much for the sweets. Julian. Oh, Julian's also on the whip thread. Yeah, yes, we do. Warwick's in. I hope you're all well. Hope you are too. And I'm gonna mispronounce this. Curly and Dave, and I'm sure that's not how you say it. And it's got something scrack. Is that how? Is that? I'm guessing it's probably
That's
Irish,
Cerulean,
maybe.
isn't it? Cerulean Dave.
Cerulean, yes, because it's a soft C, isn't it?
Yeah.
So would that be?
What's crack? I don't know what do you mean. He's got crack. What?
It must be an Irish greeting. I'm sure.
Oh, it means what's the crack? I think. What's the crack?
Is that what it is? Okay. Yeah. What's up? Calman's in. Good evening, guys.
lovely to have you, my friend.
Well, Michael will be in his own home this evening, or getting work started early on Damien's thrown a skulls board. Have you got an idea yet? Have you got something fermenting, or is it still too early?
I've bought the fancy dress, my friend.
Oh, so that gives everyone another, what's that, 8 months to start guessing. Josh Coles is in. Sean Clark's in. Then we get confirmation that we are audio and videoed. Rich Clammer's in. Then Dave says, pop culture sailed past me as well, Michael. You're in good company. I listened to something called Radio 1 the other day. It was ghastly. Oh, no, Richard Clammer says, Michael Haskell, the new Captain America. What a time to be alive. Oh, dear, my dreams. Morgan Morris is in. Old school Chris just pulled up at Jamie's house to paint some Hobbity models with James and Elijah.
Oh, that's nice. We were hanging out together. You love to see it.
Yeah. Groups within groups. Post Team Spirit, which is Mr. Huddy. Hey all, finally won the battle with the computer and got here. Well done, Sam. The man who's on the hot streak, Mr. Joshua Crosby. Let's get a bit small here. So I really rate these streams, and I'm sure this one will be great, but I can't wait to see what the fates have in store for the dice draw.
You see what's happened there, Michael? I think it's subtle. I think he's used a lot of words that rhyme with 8.
Yeah, well, he's actually written 8, and that's what thrown me. It's his young people's text speak. It's still.
I think he has subtly snuck in.
I think it has. It's very clever.
To the fact that he's won 8 dice.
Maybe we should issue Joshua a challenge as to how many words that rhyme with 8 get into the chat. Frederick, Larry did mention he might be starting a rimming group session tonight for the stream. And then Sam says, picked, so it didn't happen, Larry. Darren Warner's in. And then Post Team Spirit says, money, brackets and Damien currently can't buy.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
Yeah, and then woo, there we go. And then Frederick's just said, the big BSIME 1, and you got it not once but twice. And as Frederick points out, great for ending a selection of match play scenarios if you need to.
Great for
Darren only rolls ones.
Great for what was that?
Ending selection of match play scenarios.
Yeah, it's perfect. Perfect.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Richard Clammer, the B-Sign Black Dice setup from Haskell was awesome wingmanship from you, sir. Started to think you're actually the Falcon instead of Cap.
He's not his first rodeo.
Yeah. And since we were we're sort of veering onto the theme of superheroes and Marvel, some of you may have seen there was a certain announcement for a new Avengers film, and should we say the list of superheroes just went on and on and on as far as I could work out.
Didn't they? I didn't actually watch it. I've seen a little advert of all the chairs. Didn't they do like a 4-hour live stream for it or something?
They may have done that's too deep for me.
I heard a lot of chatter about people complaining online about a 4-hour live stream.
They're amateurs, aren't they?
What's that about? What's that about? That's quick. Well, I think you get 4 hours of content from your superhero providers. Like, say thank you to them, I reckon.
Right, Mr. Clark. Weird. I've had an order from them recently. Oh, about your dice people. So maybe Mr. Clark is the one you need to talk to.
The only thing I'll say is that I've always had a great relationship with Daniel from like way back, and I've never ordered off the website. I just email him. And so part of me just wonders if he might have swapped his email address or something.
And you're just talking to the ether?
Yeah. So I will look into it. But as myself and Michael discussed, the world is kicking my ass at the moment. And given that Josh is winning all the dice anyway, I don't have a load of people waiting on.
That is true. Just make postage easy.
Really
and
does.
On that theme, Sam says, O.P. Crosby, nerf. Next FAQ.
I'll have to nerf it. He's frighteningly good at this.
And Sean says, all right, that's enough Crosby propaganda. And Sam says, have we done a doping check on Josh? Frederick, dug out my Hunter Orc sprue I got from SBG Secret Santa. Ooh, they obviously knew something months ahead.
That's cool.
And then Frederick said, unexpected parcel. Yeah.
I know like the Seb's Secret Santa has nothing to do with B-Sime, but it feels B-Simey to me. It feels like it's got the same sort of spirit and community thing behind it of people sending things that they might want or they might need, but they're just fun models to receive, and that you don't really know what you're going to get, and then you paint it up to the same level of fun. And I get really excited when for 3 years I got Gondor models, and then I've painted all of those models I got from my Secret Santa up for a B-Sime. I mean, I just feel there's something, there's kind of good linky vibes in there. So
yeah,
and hearing anyone painting up stuff from SBG Secret Santa always warms my cockles.
Here we go. Right, Sean says, I think that's long overdue. Oh, it must be the nerf for Josh. Yeah. Then I've got Paulina Turaka Poronen. Good evening, everyone. Happy Hobbity Friday. And I'm not quite sure if that's how I should pronounce your name, so do correct me if needs be. And then Jack says, XPS or EPS banana? Foam banana. XPS or EPS?
Foam. That's good. That's good. Foam banana crossover.
Yeah, like that. Okay, so and then we got Dan Nelly. Hello, lovely people.
Right,
joining first stream in a while.
I was just going to say, it feels like a while since we've had Dan in.
Yeah, out in the US for the next few months with very few models with me, so not on theme, but has some Uruk scouts to work on. Well, do still put your pick up in the your pick in the work in progress.
Amazing, mate. Amazing. It's good to hear from you, dude.
Yeah, the US must be an interesting place to be at the moment, but that's a whole other story.
Yeah.
Mr. Turtle, what if in true Hobbit style, the stream spawns 2 sequels, becomes 90% computer generated, and receives a mixed critical reception among mainstream audiences and fans alike?
Is that our stream or is that the Avengers stream stuff?
Well, yes. And then Mr. Dubé, talking of TOS boards, when is the next vlog?
Oh man, that is a fair point. And Michael's got as much vested interest in this as anyone because it's chock full of Michael. The script is written. I just need to record it, and then it's about a week away, a week of work away, but not necessarily a week away. It's close, but it's just everything else is kicking the crap out of me. So I'm going to try and get it done because I've got a lot of vlogs to release. I've got a big backlog. I need one of these. Like I need a kind of stream where we just don't stream and instead I just go and edit for 5 hours. That's what I do. But yeah, so it is coming. And sorry, I couldn't believe how long it had been when I went and looked at it since the last one. But it's there. And Michael knows it was there. Michael was watching that camera for 2 days. There's some good juice in this, and yeah, I'm sorry.
Wasn't there one of the patrons' partner?
It's him. It's Dublé.
That's right. I think it was, wasn't it? That's right. And I think it's saying, hurry up before
before Bubba arrives, I believe.
Yeah.
Sorry. I suspect that might even be her. I reckon it might be a grabbing of the account, or a little shout from across the room. Ask about the vlog. Hold the man accountable. That sort of thing. But I can promise you, I mean this as someone who every single night is slightly freaking out about the vlog. I want it out more than any of you want it out. So I'm right there with you. But yeah, hopefully soon. Hopefully soon.
Oh, right. So they're talking about age and generations and whatnot. Sam's just said, I watched that show Adolescent the other day. For those of you, I've not watched it, but for those of you who might not be aware, it's I want to say it's Netflix, isn't it, here in the UK? Netflix, but I think it's creating quite a stir in terms of the storyline and what it's outlining.
I don't want to. I mean, it's a very dark topic as well, but
yeah,
I don't want to go too far down the road in that. But I would genuinely go so far to say as it might be the best thing I've ever seen on TV.
Really? Yeah. Okay.
It's absolutely remarkable.
I mean, we don't have Netflix, so it's sort of slightly academic, but we've had other things that suggest it's one of those sort of must-watch sort of things. But Sam says,
go on, sorry.
The whole emoji language thing made me realise how out of touch I am.
Yeah. It's about how teenagers use emojis to basically mean the opposite of what they look like they mean.
Yeah.
But the story is incredibly effective. And the performances are great. It's Stephen Graham, who's like just always awesome and whatever.
Oh yeah, he's good. Yeah.
But it's the fact that it's 4 episodes are an hour long and each one's shot in one take. So it's like you're watching theatre, but it's one, like you've had long shots. You get long shots like one a season in Rings of Power or one a season in Game of Thrones, and they last like a minute, and they go around like one set, and you go, "Whoa, that was cool." This lasts an hour, and the camera travels between locations. They like it's remarkable. Like the camera gets into cars, gets on the front, somehow gets mounted to the front of cars. The vehicles really genuinely drive to different locations. The camera comes out of the car and picks up the story in a completely different set. The second episode, I won't do any spoilers, but it's all set in a school, and there must be 300 kids doing like background acting. Like 45 minutes into the episode, a character just walks down a corridor, and there's just a full class of kids doing French, just that they walk past and they're all shouting out at the right time. Like it is absolutely phenomenal as a piece of like filmmaking. It's incredible.
Yeah, execution. Oh my goodness.
And then the storyline is just incredibly effective. It's brilliant.
I've got a feeling there was a film that did a similar a few years ago that was a similar basis. It was almost
it's 1917, isn't it?
Well, no, Sam Mendes did that one. Yeah. Sam Mendes was at my school in the year above me. There you go, name drop. Yeah, oh yeah. He was just in the class, the classroom across the other side of the corridor.
That's cool.
He was very good. He was a very good cricketer as well. Anyway, that's a whole other story. Okay, so and then right, so Wozalek has got Michael Haskell for president. Yeah, but of what?
Yeah, my vote.
I'm not a huge more president of my own house, but that's another story. And then Rory, evening all, glad Michael is safe and well after the Hobbit Dwarf extravaganza.
I presume that's is that mine? Is that?
I think so. Yes, it's me escaping your clutches, much as you didn't wish me to go on that Monday.
No, I did not. Spoilers.
No.
Or maybe I did. Like.
Yes. Andrew Morris, who's another Team Diva. Michael Haskell, Diva Worldwide.
Got your fans in.
It's Andy, by the way, if my name's wrong on YouTube. But well, it isn't, Andy, you're fine. Yeah, but Andy's been away for quite a few months working, so he's back with us in the Diva fold, which is lovely to have. Then Michael, maybe they have stopped replying as you advertise that the dice only roll ones in the stream every other week. Oh dear. Possible. And then Josh, shouting from the rooftops, never enough Crosby propaganda.
Never enough, never.
And we have Destro the Dexterous, Houstonian greetings all. Nice to see you from across the pond. We have Josh Coles with the catapult troll announced, and monsters being stronger this edition. Will we get a return to Azog's Legion for you, Damien? Takes me back to the GBHL project videos.
Well, I can only suggest you watch the rest of the stream and maybe you'll find out.
And then Sam says, chock full of Haskell, you tease. And then Michael says, she's due on Sunday. There you go, there's a deadline.
Oh, it's not going to be out by Sunday. Is it your first though? Is that right? Like, cause it's normally late, right? So there you go. Fingers crossed. Perfect to watch with a baby though.
Well, yes, yeah. And then so Sam says, "Grats, man," and Roy says, "I'm sure Michael's wife wants it out more than you do."
No, it's a pregnancy gag.
And then Michael said she is watching, and that's exactly what she said, Rory. And then Post-Team Spirit says a perfect 5 out of 7 then, Damien.
What was that for?
Well, I'm getting maybe the score for the sweets, possibly.
No, that's new in that. But perfect 5 out of 7, that's a reference to an old internet gag. I'm not sure. It means it's a long run thing where he goes, this is perfect. I give it 5 out of 7, and then this guy replies going, how can it be perfect if you give it 5 out of 7? Effectively. But I'm not sure what was 5 out of 7. Who knows?
And then Sam says, if I'm still in the Avern household, Michael, blink twice.
Well, everyone was confused about what's over here, right? So when
you've got off to your right, our left as we look at you, you've got masses of space beyond there. You've got whole rooms beyond.
Whole rooms with blue chairs and brown doors and blue beds.
Right, and that's it. I think I've caught up with the chat.
Good work. So, I figured what we'd do first is welcome all. Lovely to have you all in. We've got about 40 people watching. It's awesome. We hope you're all doing well this Friday, and that we hope we can provide you with some entertainment on this fine evening. You didn't actually talk about this, Michael. Are you hoping to paint anything? Have you got anything in front of you?
So I've got a couple of things in front of me, but it's not painting. So the first thing I've got is although this is sort of your backlog, do something you wouldn't normally touch. You know, you're not doing something specifically for an army project. Mine is, and this sort of touches upon one of the top 5s that I'm going to talk about later on.
Oh, yeah.
But since the beginning of the year, I've been working on 3 of the Champions of Erebor.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, if I put them up here, that's how you get. So. So they are all finished painting. What I haven't done is I haven't tufted them.
Thorin, Dwalin, and is that Oin? Ori. Is that Ori? Oh, it's Gloin. Gloin on the end. Lovely.
Yeah. So I need to put some tufts on those. So that's task number 1, which won't take very long. And then to go with the army as well, I realised I needed to do. I needed 6 iron hills with mattocks. And I had one painted, and I thought, well, I'm sure I had some other mattock ones. So I rifled around the garage and I did actually have another 3 with Mattocks, but then I was still too short, and then I realised I had. Ooh, right, here we go. Ooh, no, it's this one. So I realised I had 2 Mattocks
Oh yeah.
on arms.
Uh-huh.
I thought, okay, so I found another 2 where I can, if I'm careful, I can cut off the banner.
Are they painted?
No, they're not painted; they're just
Oh,
undercoated.
okay, cool.
So I can cut them off and whatnot, and apply those 2 Matacans to get my 5. So that's my that's what
banner,
I'll probably
though, right?
do. Say again.
Poor banner.
Well, yeah, but if I do it carefully, I've even thought I might be able to magnetize it possibly. But yes, because
Cool.
this is a unique banner, so I was a bit reluctant to cut it off. But
And I'm presuming
my
is that for an
choice.
event? Like if you need 5 guys or 6 guys, is that for an event you got coming up?
It is indeed, yes. It's so it's going to be my first major tournament with the new edition,
All right.
and it's going to be the Scouring of Cheshire at the end of April.
Very cool. Which of course our former founding member, Mr. Steve Crow, used to run. It was his event, but
Indeed. Well, and I think it's still a lot of his boards are going to be used. I believe. I'm not sure, but I believe that's going to be the case. So, and I'm hoping the great man will pop in as well at some point. Would be nice.
I suppose he might. Yeah, it's another fingerprints of Steve on the community, isn't it? It's a little part of part of his legacy that's left, and so his memory lives on, even though he does not. He's not dead.
It's a fairly good legacy as well. So that's what I'm up to. What about yourself? What about your good self, sir?
I have got. You're not going to believe this. It's Legolas.
Whoa!
So I've got the same Legolas that I was working on Armies of Lord of the Rings, because I haven't touched him since. Do you know what? I'm going to use? I'm going to use iPhone cam. I hadn't planned this, as you can tell from the fact I'm now standing up. But given I've got a decent camera now that works, I say that works. We'll find out if it works. So I think we were streaming 3 weeks ago, I believe.
Yeah.
It's gonna let me work. Come on. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So 3 weeks ago, I was working on this guy. Let's get some light in front of him. So I think I did he was obviously base coated shade, and I did his flesh. And then I was kind of thinking, I'll keep going on him. But I didn't keep going on him. I haven't done anything on him because instead I painted this.
That does look awesome.
Thanks, man. So this is I painted a plastic fell beast up from scratch in 8 days, which is really cool fun. I followed Chris Billowitz's guide, our patron from Swords and Brushes, and so it's none of my work. It's just copying. I'm basically copying his notes, and was really pleased with how this came out. So I haven't painted anything since last Friday, so I haven't painted anything in a week. But the week before, I was just kind of frantically painting this, basically. And got him done, and we had the.
Was that your first fell beast?
No, it was my second. I did one using exactly the same scheme this time last year.
Of course, yes, you did, didn't you? That sort of with a sort of a blue sort of feel to it, vibe to it, wasn't it?
There he is.
Yes. No, I'd forgotten that. Yeah.
And I painted him up for issue 16 of SBG, and I've painted this dude up for issue 17.
So you've now got 2 ring wraiths on fell beasts. Any more in the pipeline?
Sorry, I know you can't see this, but I don't know if you heard a large clattering then. I'm just waiting to see if there's sounds like an adult woman and a child crying their eyes out that need help, but it doesn't sound like that. I think we've got a child who's dropped a tray and is saying sorry, so I think we're all good.
All right.
Yeah, well, do you know what? This is the thing now. If only it was Armies of Lord of the Rings week, right? Once you've got 2 fell beasts, you can't help but kind of go, oh, I'm not far away from a race on rings.
Exactly, yeah.
So I've got no plans to do another one now. I do have one more. I've got the Metal Witch King one already, so I could do him, but no plans at the moment.
Because you have run them on horses, haven't you? The 9.
Yeah, I ran Black Riders, man. I was part of it. It's one of those things where I loved them. I thought they were super cool, and then when they did like a Legion from, I was like, that's awesome. I'll try it, and it was. I didn't do it until they removed that Will of Evil thing, because I was like, where you could pop yourself. I was like, as soon as it came out, it's a bit like the 3 Trolls. Maybe we'll talk about the 3 Trolls later. I was like, this is awesome. And you go, oh, it's really good. Oh, God, that puts me off a bit.
Didn't you go Frederick in one game and apologise in advance or something?
I took him to 2 events. I took him to Ardacon and I took him to Teams. And I did well with them. Like, they were good. But there were some games that I can't imagine. This is the old edition. They've been nerfed. I can't imagine how you could make it fun for your opponent unless you decide to lose. Do you know what I mean? It's like there was no middle ground. And yeah, I drew Frederick and we played his Ents, and it's like, okay, either I charge in and you smash me up. So I either give you the game or I black dart you to death and I win the game. There's very little in between.
There's no middle ground.
But I do think we won. We did all right. We won. At Teams that year, we won most sporting, and some people will say despite me, but I think you could still play it, in an enjoyable way. I've always said this. I don't believe it's the army list. I believe it's the player that determines kind of how you do it, how you get those votes and stuff. But yeah, I did enjoy using them. They were fun. But it was that sort of thing. I tried them at a couple of competitive events, and I was like, thank you, enjoyed that, and now I'm done with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the idea. I like the idea of Race on Wings. I think it's fun. But I've got no imminent plans to paint up another one. But he's on the cover of the new SBG, as is the metal one is on the cover of the SBG, as is a third Fell Beast that has been sent to me by a kind man. So yeah, Trip Fell Beast on the cover, man. What could that be for?
Well, the kiddies will have to wait and see.
Yeah. That's what I was up to, though. That's been my last couple of my hobby stuff this week.
Was that last weekend, wasn't it?
Yep, I spent the weekend with the wonderful Mr. Tom Harrison. Taking out all the photos for the next issue of SBGs, lots of fun. Hanging out, seeing him for the first time in ages. And yeah, it was a really good laugh. It was a really good weekend. It was really good fun. And we had a blast. And yeah, hopefully that'll be out at 7 Stones this year.
Well, that was going to be my next question. When can people start to think about the next SBG magazine? And it's going to be
7 Stones.
Whee!
It's only bloody sold out, Michael.
Whee! Wow.
40 teams this year.
Pushing the boat out.
Absolutely. So if you do want to come, I still think you got a chance, because I think some of these teams will drop. And we've currently got 0 reserves. So if you want to come to the longest running and now officially the largest doubles tournament in the GBHL, then drop us a note. But yeah, we've got 40 teams signed up. That's 80 people at a doubles tournament, man. Super cool. And we can't wait. We're really excited. And yeah, we're all kind of all systems go on 7 Stones now. Really, there's an awful lot of BSIMEs coming. It's going to be very cool.
Excellent. Have you booked the good weather?
Yes, of course. Yeah, you got to book the good weather in. Yeah, it's very important. Very important part of 7 Stones. Key, some people would say.
Yeah, make sure there's a football to hand.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can't wait, man. I'm really getting quite excited about that now. It'll be good fun.
Because I mean, for you, it's almost a sort of double plus, isn't it? Because it's sort of the end of term as well, isn't it?
yeah. Absolutely. It's normally during the marking season, so I've got very little work stress, which will be awesome. So yeah, I can't wait, man. Michael is of course coming. Michael's effectively the unofficial third TO, because he provides some awesome scenery for the event. Always helps us set up, but we get best part of 4 awesome days of hobby with friends. Just brilliant. Can't wait.
It's just great, yes.
So,
and funny enough, you were talking earlier about the Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings when we talked about which miniatures were eligible. And I remember, and I want to say it was 2019 7 Stones, but we did that where you had those little sort of series of people doing little sort of mini presentations, little talks about different aspects of the hobby.
yeah, I think it was 2019. Yeah.
and you did one on the trailer for Unexpected Journey, showing the connections, the way they'd structured it to make the connections, enough connections to the original Lord of the Rings to draw people in, and you sort of took it apart in a way I would never have sort of thought about it, as it were, and it was much more sort of insightful and a much more sort of depth of understanding as to what we were seeing and what they were trying to almost sort of manipulate in terms of us feelings, our feelings about it.
Thank you.
So I thought it was really interesting. But there was some cracking. There were all the little presentations that year were really good.
There's some really good stuff. Like Ben and Steve, God rest their souls, did one, and Ad Trokey did one, didn't he? And Laura did one, and James Brawns, I think.
Dan did one on Ends, didn't he? On Mummox.
Yeah, it was brilliant. It was really, really good. It was really good fun. But yeah, it's topical. It's Hobbit week, right? But yeah, I think, irrelevant of what you think of the films, I think the first trailer for An Unexpected Journey is the greatest trailer ever made. I think it's just brilliant. It's just a brilliant piece of art on its own. And whatever people say about it now, if you go and watch the comments from when that trailer came out, when the trailer came out, the world was very happy. The world was he's nailed it. He has nailed The Hobbit. The tone of this is brilliant. Such a good piece of art, that 3 minutes. Lovely. There was a kind of little rambling link about what I've been painting there. You're preparing for a tournament. Is there any goss for Michael coming up? What you're working
on? What, just generally speaking?
I suppose so.
That's probably it at the moment. Just getting the rest of the Iron Hills into shape. I haven't. So I've got what I think, and we'll talk about this when we look at the army list. For the armies of the Hobbit book, I've got what I think, or selected the army list I think might work with the current meta. Obviously, we know there is another book at some point that's going to just throw everything up in the air again. But yeah, we'll go through that. But apart from that, no, there's nothing else big at the moment I'm working on. So
cool.
I'm sort of partly keeping my powder dry for the next book, whenever that lands, and just seeing how everything all knits together, I suppose.
It's a nice little segue there. But just before we jump onto it, I'm just going to read a few comments. Sam's confirmed that the perfect 5 out of 7 was for adolescence as a rating. I was like, yeah, I suppose that's what he would give it. I would give it a perfect 7 out of 7. Rory says Michael keeps Mattocks in the garage in case of intruders. Sure.
Funny enough, there is for years we had this small baseball bat and it was I think just one of the boys left it by the front door at one point, and it's just been there for years and years. In case we ever get an intruder, we do have something to arm ourselves with.
I'd like to see you running screaming after someone with a baseball bat. Happy Friday, my friend.
Yes. I'm afraid I'm on the water at the moment.
Tastes sweeter on a Friday. Sean Clark says Scouring is a great legacy of his. Rest in peace. Scott Newman, R.I.P. Steve. Sam, heaven gained another angel. Steve. We got to be at. I feel it's very unlikely someone who hasn't watched the stream in a year is now watching this and confused. He's not dead, but I feel like we've got to keep saying it. Tom Settle, is it a 4K camera, David? Is it an iPhone? So yes, I think is the answer. Frederick Schultz, Ents versus Race in this edition might be more interesting. I think it would. And Tom Turtle would watch a 4-hour stream of Damien breaking down the Unexpected Journey trailer. 4 hours. I think it's about an hour. I still do it as a lecture on the film course. I think it's about an hour. I can do a good hour on that trailer. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Maybe I'll do it as a video one day. Who knows? So there we go. So, Michael, news. Where do we begin?
Well, there's been a lot in the last 3 weeks.
There has been a lot.
So,
we had Imrihill.
Where did you think?
So
say again?
We'd had Imrihill. Imrihill came out the Thursday before the last stream. So we've done that. Shall we, just while you're there, Imrihill, a fan? Like it?
Oh, definitely. Yes, I think the new sculpt looks absolutely gorgeous. I mean, I've actually painted up the old one a few years ago, but he's never seen. Or did we? I think it was Harry's Imrihill we used at Seven Stones last year rather than my one. So I've always fancied doing a Fiefdom's Army at some point. So I will definitely be getting the new sculpt because I just think it looks. I mean, it's just everything about it just looks cool. It's flowing, it's dynamic. It just looks sweet.
So you think he might be enough to start an army project, to catalyze an army project?
Well, it was the Swan Knights, the riders. Ben, my youngest, got me a box of them several years ago for Christmas, and I did paint them up. And I sort of got a few other bits and bobs to start to build an army, but I never sort of went to completion, never got it done properly as a fiefdom's army. So I think that's possibly partly why I may be waiting for the next book to see how it looks, and then because of that new Emerald does look really, really nice, and then maybe sort of look at what I've already got, and then just see what I could put together to make a force for the tabletop.
Very cool. I think I said it last time. He's not for me, just because. But it's an awesome model. But
Yeah.
that is so 3 weeks ago.
I know.
What manner? There's a variety of news, but what manner of news would you pick? What should we talk about?
Well, should we do it chronologically?
Sure, because I don't know what order that is.
So I start off probably with the Warcom articles, because the next one we had a few days after the last stream, if I remember rightly, was release of some more narrative scenarios, which I think were Two Towers related.
Yeah.
I've not looked at them in detail, but I have downloaded them. But there's obviously part of a pattern where they're going to give us, a few narrative scenarios every so often around the films. Now, whether obviously it looks like there'll be one for Return of the King, where there'll be some for The Hobbit, I don't know. But I think it's just great that they're doing this sort of thing and putting it out there for us.
Yeah, it's cool. It's you're getting something for free. Of course, the sensible, I think a reasonable counter argument is they should be somewhere else. Why haven't we got any? The last Armies books had scenarios in and that sort of thing. So it's filling a gap, but it's hard to complain about free things. But people manage to find a way. They are, isn't it? Is it Helms? I've got them here. It's Helms Deep. Oh no, this is. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I've opened the wrong article. This is.
Oh, I think
there we go. Sorry, I opened the wrong one. So we get the big Helm's Deep one. We get, is it the Storming of Orthanc? And yeah, so it's the kind of Wrath of Aemma. So Uglut, the riders and Aemma against the scouts and Merry Brimdron's Gate, and it's got the Fangorn one, and it's got Helm's Deep. It's the big Helm's Deep one. And I think I haven't compared them side by side, but I'm pretty sure they're the ones from previous books. I don't think they're new scenarios. I think they're the ones from are they all in war? Yeah, they'd all be in War in Rohan, wouldn't they? So I think it's those 3 scenarios. So republished for free, available to download, probably tweaked for certain rules and wording and stuff.
I was going to say they must have tweaked them for the new edition.
Yeah. But yeah, so cool to have them, and I suppose we could probably expect the Return of the King one very soon. Because
it does say at the end of the article.
What does it say?
Yeah, it just says in a few weeks we'll be moving on to the next film.
Yeah, so we got 20th of February was Fellowship, and 13th of March, which I guess is 3 weeks later, was Two Towers.
I was going to say it depends on your definition of few, because we know with GW definitions of time.
Good old coming months.
Yes, can be a bit elastic.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, good.
Yep. I must admit, the narrative side of play is not something I've dabbled in as much as I ought to have done. And it's something that I know I want to try and pick up at some point.
I love it. It's a way of playing that I really enjoy.
I mean, is that when you first started to get into the Hobbit? Was it more narrative things that you played, or did you
way back
match play?
2001? Whilst you could do match play, no one was doing match play. So, and I didn't paint any models then, so I had the grey models and we'd play them, and I played a bunch in Games Workshop shots, but it was all just recreate. That was almost in that first year or the second year. That was what always people thought was the problem with the game. It's like it's just it's just replaying scenes from the movies. There's no fun in that. Even though you had points, there just wasn't there wasn't the range to do it, and there weren't armies. You could put Aragorn next to Gandalf and next to Elrond, but then you'd have a bunch of Last Alliance elves, and not a lot else. And it's only then the Two Towers comes out, and then Alessio Cavatore wrote some rules for like match play, like tournament play, army list building sort of thing, and then it started to become something else. But yeah, it was very, very narrative driven when it first started, for sure. But and then when I got back into it in 2011, it was to play narrative scenarios with my mates.
Okay, so it was narrative that was the main appeal initially.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Whereas I think for me, I suppose when did I start getting involved? 2007, 8, 9. I suppose it was the match play that always sort of appealed to me rather than narrative, in terms of building an army. But that's possibly partly my my wargaming tabletop backdrop coming to the fore in terms of building an army and having a battle, as it were.
I think you still, to this day, you give me the choice, I'll do that. Like, you come around and say, what do you want to do? I'll be like, well, can we play 4 narrative scenarios rather than 4 match play games? That's what I'd like to do.
Yeah.
I just love it. It's cool.
There is there is another podcast, Mr. Harry Parkhill's Entmoot, and he and Tim have been doing a few of the narrative scenarios and reviewing them as they go along. So that's and it's sort of piquing my say just stoking, I suppose, my desire to try and play more narrative scenarios and try to do a little bit more on that front.
I think you need the scenery to make them pop, and that's sometimes a challenge. There's no point playing Helm's Deep. There's no point playing the Dwarf scenario on paper paths. You need this Dwarf scenery. So I think that limits some things, because some of them, like Pelennor Fields, you just need a field, right? But a lot of that Fellowship one, for them to feel right, you need the right scenery. So there's sometimes a little kind of barrier to entry. And I know you can obviously play them with anything, but I think that's when they really shine. Amon Hen's probably my favourite sequence in the whole trilogy, and it's always been my favourite narrative scenarios because the scale feels right. It's like when if you do Shortcut to Mushrooms, you have exactly the models that are in the film. You've got like 3 Ringwraiths and 4 Hobbits. If you do Helm's Deep, you never have the right models that are in the film. You've always got 20 Uruks running up against 15 guys on the battlements, whatever. Whereas Amon Hen, a 6x4 board with a river on it, covered in trees, with the fallen ruins and a 30-pound head and a seeing seat and 30 Uruks, which is about what you see. It always feels like you have the right number, and then they keep coming back and it feels like the right number. I just love it. That will be set up at Severstones. We always set Amon Hen up on the Saturday. I love it. I love it.
It's when Harry and I did a couple of narrative scenarios with the Hobbits being chased by the Ringwraiths.
You did it on the stream, right?
Yeah, that's right. With you and Steve, wasn't it? Watching on or commentating.
On Witch King week.
And that was good. Is that when you've done your you done the river, haven't you? The Brandywine, wasn't it? I think with those tile pieces.
Yeah. Did I bring it?
I think you did. I'm sure you brought them up, and we used those. And yeah, could have the little ferry going across, and it had the orchards. The orchards that Andrew Pennington had done, and so on. And to your point, it just when you've got something that looks akin to what you saw on the screen, it does allow you to immerse yourself just that little bit more into what the narrative scenario is trying to pitch, if you like. That was good. And the other one I remember is when Steve did those sewers. And you did the sewer one on.
That was on the stream. We played it live.
The distance. I mean, that was really good because not only has Steve done a great job on the sewers themselves, but it was just fun the way you managed to execute it between the two of you.
Yeah, that was really good fun. That was great. Gone but not forgotten.
Indeed.
So yeah, there we go. Let us know if you've given any of those scenarios a go, I guess.
So that's the first one. Do we rattle on?
Mm-hmm.
So if we get to the bigger news, I want to say, was that last week?
Is bigger a clever word?
Well, that's true actually. Yeah, it was. It was last week. It was 8 days ago. that we got some fantastic news in terms of material to read and get our teeth into. It was announced with the match play guide. Now it talked about 24 balanced scenarios, including 6 that are completely new. And 1 or 2 podcasts that I've followed or YouTube channels have been sort of contemplating, well, is this 24 for singles, or does it include the doubles? No one's quite sure. So I think it's a case of we wait and see what we get when we get it, sort of thing. But the fact that we get match play guide, it's going to be and there's obviously something new in the mix. I think it's going to be great.
Call me a hopeless optimist, or having the ability to read. Is it not? I don't. I've heard. I know I won't call these people out. They're not here to defend themselves. I've heard on similar other podcasts people going, "Oh, there's only going to be 18, and or the 24 are going to include the 6 double ones." Have they not been absolutely overt that there's 24 singles ones? I'm sure. I've got the rule book here. Isn't it very early on? And I say this now. It's not. I think doesn't it mention it in the rule book somewhere, like the match play guide? And I thought it made it clear then. I thought somewhere in the rule book it mentioned the forthcoming match play guide, and it says something like 24 single scenarios and 6 double scenarios, or something.
Have you seen something that we've missed, or some of us have missed? If there were 6 new single scenarios, I think that'd be fantastic. Because obviously, well, not obviously. I mean, you can think 18. So it is in here. All right.
Page 159, right? If you are looking to expand your match play experience, then the Middle-earth Match Play Guide is the ideal companion. It contains a further 18. This is on the bit where we've got 6.
6, yeah.
Match play scenarios for a total of 24 that each change the way you play the game. It also has 6 specially designed double scenarios.
Ah, there's the answer.
Is that not?
That seems fairly crystal clear.
Doesn't it? I don't think that's ambiguous. And then I'm pretty sure in that, I think you've got the Warcom articles up, and I don't. But I think it says the same in the Warcom article, doesn't it? I'm sure I read that.
So it says this 64-page rules supplement contains 24 balanced scenarios for match play, including 6 that are completely new, as well as rules and advice for running doubles, campaign, and team events.
I think that's as well. I think they're going to be separate. I think they're 24 singles and 6 doubles. But
I mean, if it is 24, so therefore it's 6 new singles. So presumably the 18 are going to be tidied up versions of the 18 that we've been using for the last X number of years. So then the question is what these new 6 ones are going to be like, and in what way are they going to be different. So that's going to be intriguing and exciting as well.
Yeah, sure. I think they would do. I think they've got it in them. It does make me giggle that and again I'm not. I know people are clamouring. They go, "Oh, you can't." It's like we need more scenarios. We need more scenarios. Like it's the old man in me, man. I think you joined at this point. We played with 6 scenarios for 8 years, was it? So it was the Hobbit book 2012 until I guess the match play guide for SBG 2018. 6 years, I think 6 years. We played with 6 scenarios, and it's interesting that we never, people wrote other scenarios, and there were 3 in the Destination Smile supplement, but 2 of them no one ever played, and 1 was Seize the Prize, which everyone hated. So there were maybe 7. There were maybe 7 to pick from, and then tournament TOs would write new ones.
Yeah,
they'd write custom ones, and there were old ones from Legions of Middle Earth that people would bring back.
Yeah.
But there were 6 or 7 published, and no one it was weird. Like no one complained. I don't remember anyone in those eras. God knows that was when I was going to all the tournaments and playing at the height of the competitive scene, and it was just that's what we had. And then we got to 12, and then we got to 18. That was cool. And now it's interesting that we've now dropped down to 6, and now that's not enough.
I do remember the excitement of the match play guide in its initial iteration going to 18 and having those new ones that because wasn't it 6 new ones in essence, or broadly speaking, by that point, or even more. And I remember being, the fact that we do have new combinations, new challenges, if you like. And I do remember the excitement that came with that.
It's got, I mean, having more is good, of course it is.
Yeah.
But it's just, I guess as someone who played a hell of a lot of competitive play through 6 scenarios, it really doesn't bother me. Like, and we are going to get more. So whether we've got 18 or 24, I don't think it matters.
Because I've been going to tournaments for quite a few years, not masses every year, but quite a few, and it was still the case that towards the end of the previous edition, there were still 1 or 2 scenarios come up, and I just had to quick refresh my memory. It wasn't there that they're in here automatically, as it were. It's still
like it was like what were the last 6? Kind of like destroy the supplies. Is the breakthrough, divide and conquer, maybe even storm the camp. Was that one? It was those 6 that I like. Assassinations one, isn't it? They were the ones that I just didn't play as much because I wasn't going to as many tournaments. So when they came up, I had to properly dust them off to go, what do we do in this?
Yeah. So once you've had a quick look at the title and a quick scan down, it comes back, but it's not just instant retrieval.
And even now, when people say you haven't got the rage, like when we had those 6, one of them was whole ground and one of them was high ground, and high ground was whole ground on a hill. Like, I'm pretty sure that's all it was. Like it was that instead of 6 inches in the middle, it was just a hill in the middle, and you didn't have Maelstrom to form. You had Enormous. The 2 of them were pretty much identical, and High Ground got taken out the back and shot in the SBG rules.
Yeah, I mean that's just a straightforward homage to the Battle Games in Middle Earth magazine, isn't it? Do it on a hill.
Do it on a hill. Domination on a hill. Alternative approaches. Put it on a hill. Yeah. So yeah, I mean it's cool.
I guess the other thing with the match play guide is going to be how the doubles is going to pan out, and what that means in terms of 2 players and the arm
stuff.
Construction and so on.
That'd be interesting. I honestly, I've been pondering that a lot, and obviously we've released our 7 Stones doubles pack, and I can't see how it won't just be you pick an army and you share it. I just don't think within the official rules there's any way they could do 2 army lists and you play side by side because the special rules just don't gel.
Yeah.
So I suspect it will be, you 2 players get together and they pick an army list. So.
And then I guess the potential, the possible challenge with that is the point variations. Is can you get to even 400s or whatever the halfway point is? Can you get to even? Can you make your 2 halves, if you like, match up neatly in terms of points, or will there be some bit of give for that possibly?
Do you mean for like when you separate the players' armies in the scenarios? Oh, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about that.
The some models, I mean, your Balrogs and your Saurons and so on are so huge.
Haskel's in there.
Don't pretend you weren't about to scare.
I wasn't going to scare you. I heard the lovely Michael Haskell, and I just had to come and say hello.
He's there.
Good evening. It's Friday.
Yay.
There's also like 40 other lovely nerds out there.
Hello, lovely nerds. Each and every one of you.
They're all out there. Some good high quality nerds out there.
Cool. I'm not going to say any names in case I offend anyone.
Yeah, well, you don't want to name check some of them and then not name check others.
Anyway, have fun, you two.
You going to bed?
Well, I'm taking a shower.
Be well.
Night.
Just made 40 cake pops, so
Nice.
nice.
Have a beer.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, he's nice to you.
Yeah, she's alright. We'll keep her. She's out of warranty now anyway. Yeah. What were we? Match play guide scenarios? Oh, doubles. I'm on this. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you'll both have to make 400 points, but from the same army list. Thanks, babe. Do you know what I mean, mate? Maybe you'll both have to make if it was an 800 point tournament, I mean, maybe you'd have to both make 400 point army lists, but from one list. What do you think?
I don't know, to be honest. And also because it's a bit more difficult these days to get a precise round number because you can't just add things here and there. But that's a minor point, really. That's a minor detail. No, it's just thinking about. I mean, what's Sauron? Is he still 400 points or something?
I can't remember offhand. I think he's about that.
My book's not to hand. I mean, is he the most expensive outside of Smaug?
He is 400. I think so. Wow, I feel like you put me on the spot here. I reckon so. I reckon he's the most
I think
expensive
anyone's bigger than that. So if you were at an 800 point, for example, Sauron would have to be on his own. You couldn't have any. You then have to have other heroes in the other half with all the minions in.
He wouldn't have a warband, would he?
Yeah.
Balrog's 350. Mummet War Leader, I was wondering. Mummet War Leader is also 400.
Yeah. But he does come with a load of dudes on his howdah.
Have to wait and see. What you should do is just go to a doubles tournament where they really let you do whatever you want.
Well, if only I knew of one.
Exactly. There we go. Match play guide. It's kind of cool.
Match play guide.
I'm excited for it to come out so that people stop moaning that it's not out. I really couldn't care less about it. But it's good. It'll be good for the community that's out there.
Yeah. Well, we know it's coming. I get the slight frustration about the sort of vagueness in terms of weeks and months or whatever. But I'm happy to know that something is coming of and some idea of what it's going to be. So for me that's fine. I can live with that. But if we're going to keep going on the same vein, because that was actually that match play guide was, if you like, second billing on that particular Warcom article 8 days ago, because top billing was a rather ginormous, I suppose. It's the long and short of it. Is this Gundabad? Yeah, Gundabad catapult troll. I just call it the catapult troll, but the Gundabad catapult troll, which I think that's been that was in the previous edition Hobbit book as well, wasn't it?
It was in there and back again.
It
was in the first thing the Middle Earth team did, and it in all its beauty, it is now on the screen, Michael.
You've put it up, have you?
I have put it up.
Oh yes, I've just seen it now. Yeah, it is. It's stonking. It's the long and short of it. I know. I mean, we'll touch upon this in a bit at some point. I was never a massive fan of the Hobbit films in terms of some of the but for one reason or another. But a troll is a troll is a troll to some extent, and I think this just likes a beast of a troll. And having sort of this it's almost this mobile catapult on top. I think it as a model it looks great. How it performs on the tabletop, can be a different question, I suppose. But I just think it looks glorious.
It might come up later, I reckon, in some form or other. So I think save the rules. But in terms of a model,
yes,
it's great, isn't it? It's gorgeous.
Will it be on your shopping list?
Yeah, I've got a big Gundabad army. I've painted up. The only thing I haven't painted for it is mercenaries. So I've got 2 Gundabad trolls. I've got the troll brew. I've got 2 ogres. Like I've got a massive. I can't not get this. Do you know what I mean? It's like a free. Well, it's not free. It's going to be the opposite of free. But it's like a fun new bonus Christmas present for my existing army. I don't have any plans to use it on the table, but just seeing it finally is awesome. And look, I mean, it's massive. You can see the goblins on top, right?
Were there 5 or 6 of them or something? Someone counted up.
Yeah. But it's gorgeous. It's brilliant. It's the right pose as well, with the gauntlets down, it leaning forward, all that. It looks brilliant. Michael Haskell, how much is that going to cost?
Oh, yeah.
And to give you some comparison, the Troll Brew is currently £99.
Now, the Troll Brew is someone I'm not a fan of, I must admit, and
Oh, you leave poor Stumpy alone. It's not his fault what Peter Jackson did to him.
I know,
I
know,
love
but
Stumpy on the table. I love it. It was super good fun to use. But I get that it breaks. It's very much in the Legolas on jumping rocks Hobbit
yes,
stuff.
yeah,
It's
that's
a little bit silly.
yeah, yeah. How much? That's it. It's got to be. It's got to be the 150, 200 range, surely.
That's a big range. That's a range of 50 quid. Do you know what's funny? It's interesting you pick those two figures, right? I'm gonna be a rancid GW shill here. I think comparatively this should probably be about 200 quid. If you consider that the troll is significantly bigger than the troll brute, and you're getting the catapult, and you're getting what effectively amounts to half a warband of goblins on it, I reckon it could be 200 quid. But now here comes the shill. This is a hot take. I think a lot of recent Middle Earth GW pricing has been cheaper than people have been expecting. And I would like to put forward the new plastic warriors, which are, everyone's like, oh, if we get new plastics, they're going to be twice as much as the old plastics. And they were exactly the same price. They were £31. And in particular, Shank Rot and the Snow Troll, which I believe is £48 for 2 Orc heroes and a troll. And I think the Orc heroes, the single pack Orc heroes at the moment are about 17 quid, right? Is that what Helm is and what Hera is? So named heroes should be about £34. So you get that troll for about 14 quid or whatever. So do you see what I mean? That set, that new resin set, is actually pretty good value. And I reckon this is going to be cheaper than you expect it to be. And there's been a few like that where they seem to, when they get really expensive, they seem to be able to bring the price down a bit, if that makes sense. The Chariot was another one. The Iron Horse Chariot, I think it was released at 100 quid, and everyone was speculating more when you looked at the amount of resin in it and everything. And so I'm gonna say that I think this will be 150 quid. And I would suggest that that's a pretty good price. I know that sounds like a terrible sentence, but for the amount of resin you get.
Well, maybe it's not so much the amount of resin then. Maybe the way to look at it is to think about the surface area that they're having to sculpt.
Yeah.
And that's the key, as it were. Because if it's just a huge lump of resin, but the surface area is not that much bigger, as it were, and because that's where most of the expense is in, surely, in terms of the sculpting and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Do they charge? Do you think they charge by the time taken to sculpt it?
Well, there must be part of the equation. You'd have thought. No, it's not a linear type thing, is it? So
yeah, I don't know how they do it.
I think there is something about the bigger the thing is, as it were, the price per unit of something gets limited. So although it's still more expensive, it's just not growing in that same linear direction, as it were. It sort of tails off a bit. So there might be something to that. But yeah, I think we'll just have to wait and see. But
I think it's going to be very expensive, and whatever price it is irrelevant because people are just going to complain about the price anyway. But I think, and I could well be wrong, that when it comes out, it's going to be cheaper than it should be compared to the price of similar amounts of resin of their other products.
Well, fingers crossed, and that's where it is.
But yeah, do you know what I'm really worried about? Do you know what I'm genuinely horrified by? The idea of how to paint it, because that's going to be so heavy. It's going to be so heavy, and it's going to take up so much room on your painting table. I know we had this chat in the Patreon chat, and people like sub-assemblies. I know sub-assemblies are a thing, but I don't think you can do a resin troll in sub-assemblies without having to green stuff it after you paint it.
Yeah, and that was my challenge with Smaug. I realised, I was thinking about the sub-assembly, but because it was quite clear that when you put the wings on, they were going to need green stuffing, it just didn't make sense to try and do the wings separate from the body.
I think you'll be able to do the catapult. You'll be able to do the catapult separately and the goblins separately.
Yeah,
but I think the troll you'll have to. And just I can't conceive of how to paint that. When I did the metal Fell Beast recently, I found that a real struggle. Like trying to hold, even when I had it on a painting handle, trying to hold a very very heavy metal thing down near the bottom. It wasn't a pleasant experience to paint. The plastic one was so much better. And this, I'm just like, how you're gonna have to. I think you're gonna have to forge like a Lazy Susan or something. You know, that you could raise it up in front of you and spin it to paint or something. But I mean, it would be nice if it was plastic, but whatever.
We'll have to see. Yes, you're going to have to be creative in terms of how you approach the assembly and the painting thereafter.
Are you at all? You're not really a Hobbit man. I don't think you've got Gundabad stuff.
No, but I did about a year or so ago start to pick up a few bits and bobs to do with Gundabads. So that there are, again, we're sort of slightly sort of encroaching on the main topic to come. But there were some parts of the Hobbit.
It's themed. It's on theme. They kindly released a massive catapult troll for us on Hobbit Week, which is really good of them.
Yeah, they obviously, yes, they could read your mind.
I'm also worried about where I'll store it. That's genuinely, that's the other thing. It's like I haven't got any more display space. So even if I get the thing, and even if I paint the bloody thing, I've got nowhere to put it safely.
I would have to be in a box or something like that and store it that way.
But you want it out, don't you? You want it visible. Man.
But yeah, no. So I've got quite a bit of what could be a Gundabad army, and you know I've got used to the idea of Azog. So Azog, you know, I've got an Azog. So it's on the list of things I'd like to do at some point.
And I would heartily recommend the other monsters because the troll brute, the trolls, and the ogres, all of which were sculpted by Keith, and I suspect this is sculpted by Keith, were so good. They're so good. The detail on the skin, the detail on the face, they are a joy to paint. They're beautiful, beautiful. It's such a nice looking range, the Gundabad one.
And looking at the picture that you've got up, I mean, there's been a couple of models over recent years where you know the community has looked at it and thought, not sure, and you know, and part of that has actually been the paint job, or combination of the paint job and the photograph hasn't got the best out of it, as it were. Whereas this one, both paint job and photo, make you think, oh, I love this, I want this. You know,
very good reaction to it as well, right? I thought.
Yeah, I think so. I've not seen anything that's not been either effusive or you know fairly positive, as it were.
I will say, do you know what? Because there's always some. There was a group of people saying, oh great, yeah, just what everyone wanted, a catapult troll. Who's been asking for this? You know, that sort of thing. And it was like, do you know what the answer to that is? Everyone for years. Like, you know, like literally, and I know some people don't play Gundabad, but the very idea that anyone in anything that isn't an utter lie or trolling scheme would say, I don't think the community wanted this, is full on batshit mental. Do you know what I mean? Like, people have been moaning about the lack of a catapult troll for about 8 years. You know, since good old There and Back Again came out and introduced it. Do you know what I mean? It's like, where's my catapult troll? Where's my catapult troll? Oh, great, Arnor, where's my catapult troll? Oh, great, Dunland, where's my catapult troll? And I think that's fine, because some people wanted a bloody catapult troll. But the very idea now that anyone will go, oh, who wants a catapult troll?
Yeah.
It's just stupid.
I think part of it is also this idea of and I think it's a male thing more than anything else, this sort of completist dimension that I think men in particular have. So the idea of having a rules book or you know, a list book of profiles with profiles that don't have a model, you know, it just, you know, there's gaps. You want those gaps filled, you know. And I think that drives especially if it's an 8-year gap, you know, that just drives you know, you've got to do it at some point, GW, surely, please.
Men love filling gaps. But I think, yeah, and that's fine. And when you're moaning about stuff that hasn't been released, I think that's absolutely fine. It's just, come on, of all the things you're going to moan about, don't lie and say people haven't been moaning about this thing not existing. You know, that, I just think that's utterly silly. But there he is, back in the day, 180 points, with a picture of him.
What did he now? Oh no, we'll come on to that, won't we, in a bit?
You probably will, my friend.
Yeah,
But yeah,
yeah.
I think it's awesome and it's great. It's great. There's a lot of people out there. I've just seen as well, not to skip ahead, but he's not going to stick around. Thomas Harrison is in the chat. Would you live? Would you? I know. Would you Adam and Eve it? He's put a purple heart in, and he's probably thought I've done my bit, and now he's got in the bath or something. I reckon. I've already sung your praises, my friend. You talked about our lovely weekend. It was nice. It's nice. So yeah, I think it's wicked. I think it's great that it's out there. I'll probably get one. I can't imagine when I'm going to get it painted, but it's awesome that it's out there, and I love it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Well done, GW. I think.
Well, okay. Important question though.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking about you and your tracking your backlog. How many will it count as?
Still only counts as one, my friend. For better or worse, because you'll have to paint about 7, right? But my rule is it's done by the base. That is one model on the table on a base. That counts as 1. So when you buy it, it's only 1. But when you paint it, it's only 1.
I suppose the rules will say it's a model, isn't it? It might be a blinking big one, but it's a model.
The rules are there to control the fun, Michael.
Well, I mean, quite, yes.
But yeah.
So that's it for the Warcom articles, I think. So we've had a couple since the last. Do we go have another nibble at some of our sweets before we?
By all means, let's have a nibble at a sweet. There is one more bit of news, but let's have a nibble at a sweet while we have it. What are we going into?
Do you want to choose one this time?
What about the Pole Tartars?
Oh yes.
Want to go into them? These are Frank Schnugar and Risteda Peanuts med marked overtrack.
Yeah, Jens, you can make a comment on that. I suppose the other question with Jens, did you buy these ones knowing that the name had that resonance in terms of Sam's favourite word?
Maybe. It does sound a bit like potato. Also, look at this. Where is the label? Oh, are we on the wrong side? There you go. Can you read that? Same original Smaug. What's that about?
Just missing the U.
I'll jump back to here in case. There you go. We're a bit bigger now. Oh, always the same. Same original Smaug. That's kind of one thing.
Yeah, it is.
Are we going into these then?
Was it you that put a post up this week about you saw a picture of something and instantly thought about Lord of the Rings or something like that? Was that you?
Oh yeah, that's on my Facebook. It's do you want me to put it up? I'll get it. It really made me giggle. Let's grab it.
It's when you half catch something out of the corner of your eye, and your mind starts to assemble a particular image.
It's one of those those cards that say like, "I'm not obsessed with Lord of the Rings, but." that sort of thing. So let's go to picture. Goodbye, fair catapult troll. You've had your time. So this is on my Facebook feed, right? I need to scale it down. It's smaller than a troll. And there we go. That should now be on the screen, I believe. If Michael, if you want to let me know as and when it appears on the interwebs.
About 20 seconds, isn't it? Normally the gap, something like that.
About that. Should be up before too long.
Here it comes. Yeah.
So this appeared on my Facebook feed, and this is an advert for it's strategic thinking for the CEO, I believe, and that is a business course at the University of Cambridge, right? And I just saw that, and I thought that was Frodo walking to the crack of doom. Like I thought the edge of the key was like the lip. I saw the he's crossing a gap. I saw the gap as the rock and the white as the gap. I reversed it. And so I thought he was walking up to that. That was like the lip, the rounded bit of the key would be where he would chuck the ring in. And I thought the girl was Sam. Like that was my first glancing at it. Just going, oh look, what's that about? I go, oh, it's not the crack of doom. It's an advert for strategic thinking for the CEO. Yeah, absolutely right. That did make me giggle.
Yeah, much prefer the original thought.
One of my friends who also likes Lord of the Rings, he said when he then saw me post it, he assumed it was the Bridge of Khazad-dûm, which made me giggle. So it's a similar sort of thing, like, you know, you change what you see based on association. So yeah. So are we having one of these nugget things?
Should we dive into the sweet then?
Yep. So they look like this.
Yep.
Oh.
I've got all in.
That's good. That's quite like a Snickers, I would say.
Yeah. Although it's a long time since I've had a Snickers. Yeah. I think you'll.
Yep. There's a tick for me.
Yeah. That's good.
Like that.
Marks out of 10 then?
Maybe a 7. I prefer that to scum banana.
Yeah, I'll probably give it an 8. Yes, I think it might have its nose ahead on it.
For sure. Good stuff.
No.
We have one more bit of news.
On the news hound trail.
Yeah, and it's quite a big one, I think.
Oh!
The cover of White Dwarf.
I was so excited to have a White Dwarf with lots of Lord of the Rings content in, or Middle-earth content.
Yeah.
Middle-earth on the front cover. We do have a subscription.
Yeah.
But our copy, or shall I say my copy, goes to my younger son, who might be on the stream. I don't know if he's listening. Goes to him in the Isle of Man first. So it's sometimes weeks, months before I get to see the White Dwarfs. And I just thought, I don't want to wait. So I went and got mine from one of our local independent stores.
It is the first time I believe we've had an SBG cover since the Battle of the Pelennor Fields starter set. So 2018.
Oh.
So first time we've had Middle Earth on a cover in 6 years, I think. It's a pretty big deal. We get is it 32 pages of content?
Oh, bless you.
Thank you. 8 to 41.
Yeah. And technically we've got page 7 as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's also some sneaky bonus pages. Whose are they? Dave. Oh God, does it not give you a surname? Oh no, it does. It's Dave Barker Herden has got some object source lighting Thorin's company in there. So there's another bonus. And as well, I know this sounds silly, but as a man who makes a magazine and so has a different perception of how you might count pages, the editorial is all about Middle Earth. So there are more pages that are to do with Middle Earth in it. This is the great, probably the best Middle Earth issue of White Dwarf we've had since 2018. Ashley and Lewis did some brilliant stuff.
Yes.
There was one issue in particular, I think around Quest of the Ringbearer, where they did a bunch of scenarios and how they made the scenery. Remember that? It was like he'd made a double-sided table for Barlin Zoom. That was really good content in between. So I think that gives it a run for its money. But beyond that, this is clearly the best issue since then. Have you read it?
I have indeed, yes. It's enjoyable sort of coverage of some of the elements that make Middle Earth that bit special.
We get 3 articles, right? We get 3 articles, and I'm going to be absolutely honest, because I've been reading about The Hobbit. I've only managed to read one of them. The first one is basically they call it a celebration of the Middle Earth strategy battle game, and they're like, what makes it so good? And they do it in 9 things for the Fellowship, which is quite cool.
Or for the Nazgul.
Yeah, or for the Nazgul indeed. So that's enjoyable.
The one thing though I was slightly disappointed by on page 9, the picture of all the editions was missing one important book.
The blue rule book?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but we've got
I
Fellowship,
think,
Two Towers, Return of the King, and then we jump straight to the Hobbit, don't we? Also, that's photoshopped.
oh, you're a master at this rather than me. Yes, I suppose
That's
yeah, it must be, isn't
photoshopped.
it? Yeah.
I haven't looked closely at that. That isn't a pile. That isn't a pile of books.
Or stacked neatly in a
No,
staggered
that's a
pattern.
composite.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this one here. That's like their files, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't care. But that's definitely composited pictures on top of each other rather than a big pile of stuff. Which is
Yeah,
fine.
I not picked that up instantly, but then that my brain's not trained to think that, or at least notice that sort of thing. I was more saying, because I think it did say there were.
They've gone with
I think
7th
did
edition.
9 was it, or
I think they call it the
there's
7th edition.
7 editions.
Yeah, which is what I think it is. So it's the three boxes, then the blue rulebook, that's 4, then the Hobbit, that's 5, then MESBG, that's 6, and then the new one, which is 7. They don't count Fall of Osgiliath as a addition.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Yeah, because it didn't really. I mean, it was just the FAQs bound together, wasn't it? So, but that's when
it's written by Rob and Danny,
thinking,
who are not allowed surnames as per the new rules of White Dwarf.
Yeah, but I was thinking 7. I was thinking, but they're missing one of the 7. Anyway,
but they do get their pictures in it. But I just think I think it's repellent that they don't get their surnames in it. I think it's absolutely appalling, and I think it's stupid. I think it's just embarrassing later on, to be honest.
Yeah,
I think it's a stupid way of doing things.
The battle report itself, it was quite good fun actually, and could they tease out again? It's designed to help people who perhaps aren't familiar with the game, at least a taster of some of the gameplay elements in there. So they have the little sort of breakouts in terms of heroic moves and priorities and whatnot. But it was quite a good little a fun scenario going through each of the turns and
I haven't actually read it, so I can't comment on it. But yeah, good to have it in there.
Yeah.
I guess I was mildly disappointed by the fact it's just the starter set, right? So it's Wolf, Targ, and the Hillman against the Princes and the Warriors playing the starter set scenario. Is that right?
Yes, but I think it would have to have been, and it's meant to be saying showcasing the starter set that you can get,
that's fair
and trying to get other people to think about it. I mean, the thing I just kept drooling at the paint jobs of these. I really like the way they've done the Rohan Warriors and the Tribesmen.
Yeah,
I think they're just gorgeous.
And then the third article is designers' notes on the models, and there's 8 pages of this. And they are really gorgeous. So you get the size of it. You get really good up close pictures and commentary from the people. And again, it's nice because you can see who did them. But I just wish they'd give them the surnames.
Yeah.
And obviously we know these people, but it says Gavin, which is Gavin Newton, and he's talking about the Rohan Warriors. And it says Keith, which is Keith Robertson, and he's talking about the Hillman. And then Lewis and Luke, isn't it? Yeah, Luke Blick, I think. I don't know Luke, but I knew he was working for him. And then Lewis Woods, who's sometimes in. So it's nice to know who did what. It is, they hid who sculpted stuff for a few years, so at least now you get to, if you know about it. But why just Lewis? Why can't the first intro say who they are? Keith Robertson, Lewis Woods, and all that. And I know I don't want to get into it. I know the reasons that people will say it is, and I know the reasons that GW say it is, but I just find that really odd. I haven't actually got through this. My only thing is that I don't know if you felt it. It feels to me when I read a couple of them that they're more describing what they're wearing than they are describing the process of making them. If that made sense.
So, yes, I think they are, because they're trying to sort of note something about the character themselves and the garb and the gear that they were then having to sort of take account of when they were doing the sculpt. So that was the approach that I think they were trying to take, rather than talking about the process itself. Because I guess I mean, is that has that been covered elsewhere or covered before? Or
Well, if we look at one, like Freka was sculpted by Lewis, beautiful model. Freka is Wolf's father. He's a cocky, burly beast of a man who insults and challenges Helm, resulting in being punched to death by the King of Rohan. It's for this reason he stood in a challenging pose, fist raised. He does have a sword, but it felt appropriate to model him with a raised fist to mirror Helm. As a lord, Freka wears finer clothing than the Hill Tribesmen. It doesn't feature Rohan imagery, but new shapes and styles that represent the heraldry of the West March. This includes a geometric pattern on his armour and a breast claw brooch inlaid with pagan-style swirls that match his tattoos. Do you know what? I think that is really interesting.
Yeah, I remember reading it and being interested in that little detail. In that, this is the angle we were coming from. This is what we were trying to capture, trying to represent. And maybe that's because I'm not as bothered by the process.
I just felt I don't know which one it was. There was one that it felt more, and I might be doing this a massive service. It felt like he is wearing armor and he has feet and he's on a horse. Do you know what I mean? And it was almost like the slightly soulless GW stuff sometimes. But I might be doing
this didn't feel soulless. This felt like they were giving you something a little bit extra in terms of.
And I like that they've given the creatives the room to type.
Yeah. And just another chance to ogle these gorgeously painted models and sculpted models.
Interesting that Hera's in there, right? All the others have been released, and you can't help thinking Hera's been delayed. I think, given that everything else in here, people were saying this issue's late. It should have come out 2 months ago, and Hera's in it. You can't help thinking that Hera was just one of the things that kind of knocked back down the release list or something. I would also say, and I haven't read it, there's then an article on the history of the Eldar from 40k, which I want to read. And there's a lot to say. We talked about the whole, when White Dwarf 500 came out, off the back of Stu's comment that is White Dwarf rubbish anymore. This is what White Dwarf used to do. There's like a 10-page article talking to the designers about how the range has changed over the years. That makes me want to read a 40k article. So I think that's really good. I think we've got kind of bonus content in here, and then there is still there's just a load of pages that I'm just never even going to look at because they are just like scrolls. They're rules for other games I don't play and stuff. But other people get stuff out of that. But I remember thinking that one, I was like, oh, I'll read that. That's interesting.
I do think, like I said, whenever we go and see Ben or Ben comes over here and I get a stack of White Dwarfs to work my way through, there do seem to be reasonably regularly articles that do talk about the history of a particular race or a particular army or whatever. That does seem to be something that is featuring. And to say, just provide that sort of the context of the development of the army itself in terms of how it plays on the tabletop, but also in terms of the miniatures, in the style and the painting style. So that maybe. I mean, because I stopped getting White Dwarf before it really then took off, as it were. I think I stopped in about the mid-80s. But I do feel that there is a lot in there in this, generally speaking, that's both visually interesting, but also just speak to a little bit of its historical past, if you like.
I think it would be remiss of us not to say, given that you've mentioned White Dwarf's historical past, that today the incredibly sad news came that Paul Sawyer has died.
Yes, that was very sad. I mean, obviously we knew he wasn't well, but sad nonetheless.
People know him as Fat Bloke. Was the editor of White Dwarf. He wasn't the. I was really. I think it's one of those weird things where I was almost like more sad when you found out how ill he was, because that was a shock. Whereas this time it was like, oh, it's happened, but it did genuinely affect me. Like, I think part of the reason White Dwarf was so good, and what we tried to emulate in SBG, was this sense of family and community, that whoever was writing White Dwarf from about, I'd say, at least 1990 to 2010-ish, it felt like you knew the people, you knew the staff. It was very much about them writing about their hobby and what they were collecting. Very, very personable. and that sort of thing. And he was a massive part of that. He wasn't the editor of my childhood. I had Robin Dews and Jake Thornton, but he took over, I think in 1998 or something, and then was in charge for about 10 years or something like that. And he was great, and he did some wonderful stuff. And White Dwarf was brilliant under his stewardship. He was in charge when Lord of the Rings arrived, and I met him a couple of times at like the Warhammer GTs. I remember him coming over, and he was very nice about my Vampire Council army. And I didn't know him, but he seemed like a really genuinely lovely bloke. And and he died today, and that's really sad. So I would raise a glass to Paul Sawyer, because
indeed. And of course, his legacy is not just in terms of the Games Workshop and White Dwarf, but with Warlord Games and being sort of part of the team that got that up and running and made it the success that it is.
Absolutely.
So yeah, he's left a good legacy for hobbyists around the world.
So yeah, well done to him and everything he did, and rest in peace.
But yes, no, it was great. It was great to have.
Also, there's another article in there that I thought was good. The car show article, which is some sort of 40k minigame, is all about kit bashing cars together, like kit bashing racing vehicles, and so that's just super cool, inspirational hobby stuff. Like, and I like that. That's what White Dwarf used to do, and so I'm not saying it is great, but as well as the SBG content, I think you actually get a decent chunk of other hobby content in here that's enjoyable to read. This issue.
Well, at the moment, Ben and I are sort of, when it comes up to renewal of our subscription each year, we keep saying, do we go for another year?
Yeah, sure.
And at the moment, the answer's always been yes.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah.
Which I think is a reflection of the fact that they're doing something right at the moment. I
have two spicy takes on this that really, I thought it was curious. I've just seen about the quietness that I didn't realise no one had said, but I've turned my volume up a bit, so hopefully that makes me quiet. I'm now at maximum input volume, so I can't really do a lot. And I've turned Michael down to deal with that, so hopefully that's all right. Michael, turn the magazine over so you're not looking at the cover, so you can't see the cover.
Yeah.
Right. You might have had a few more of these recently. No, I bought White Dwarf 500. That was the last one I bought. This is 510, so about a year ago I bought a White Dwarf, and I bought that for the celebration issue to read about all the articles and stuff, and it was fine. My question to you: remember the cover of White Dwarf 500? It was a painting of White Dwarf. They made a big deal about that someone had actually painted it for real. They'd done like a canvas painting, I believe. Had the White Dwarf on the front, massive White Dwarf across the top, right? You know this magazine you got in front of you?
Mm-hmm.
What's it called?
White Dwarf.
Agreed? Turn the cover over. This magazine, by any rules of magazines, is called Warhammer.
Oh, I see what you mean.
And this has changed since 500. And do you know when it changed? It changed on 501. Because I went looking for it. I was like, hang on, look how small White Dwarf is on this now.
I see. I hadn't noticed that at all. This is going back to you and your the way you can see things.
It's funny. And I did a little Google. And I can't see anyone talking about this. And it says across the top, the official Warhammer magazine as well. Mm. And we know they rebranded the Games Workshop stores into Warhammer because people used to go into them and go, is this the Warhammer shop? And I was very curious to see this because I hadn't looked at White Dwarf in 10 months. And as I said, the 500 has a massive White Dwarf across the top, like every issue of the first 500 has. And this one doesn't. This one has Warhammer in the top corner and then little bitty White Dwarf underneath it.
I know, the font of White Dwarf is still bigger than the Warhammer.
But the Warhammer logo is bigger than the White Dwarf.
The logo, yes.
And I don't know. I think there'd be an outcry if they ever rebranded it. But I just thought that was quite curious. You show me a magazine anywhere else in WH Smith's, although you won't be able to go to WH Smith soon.
Well, yes, it's going to be something Jones or something, isn't it?
Yeah, that breaks my heart. They took Pepsi, they took Whisper Mint, and now they're taking Smith's. Unbelievable. But
it's part of growing old, Damien. Sorry.
I know, it sucks. You show me another magazine in Smith's where the magazine title is that small. You won't find one. You won't find it. Because they want you to see the Warhammer magazine.
Yeah.
And then White Dwarf's a little.
Did it make sense?
Yeah. But it was just curious that because it's been very, very quiet. I hadn't heard anyone moaning about it online, and yeah, I found that quite interesting.
No, I hadn't overtly noticed that at all. That was a good spot.
But that isn't my spicy take.
Oh yeah, you said there were two. Yeah.
So this is my spicy take. I don't know. Like, just cheer the fuck up. Not you. You're fine. Like, it cracks me up. The people when this came out, right? Before it was out. Oh, it's just gonna be stupid. It's gonna be pictures of what's the point? The magazine's rubbish. I'm not gonna buy it. Blah. All this, right? Fine, you haven't looked at it. Then someone, and again, these are posts that you can find online, but I don't like to use people's names because they're not here to defend themselves. Someone put a post up on the Gubit channel. For anyone wondering what the hero cards in the new White Dwarf are, here they are. Actual content in the magazine is a summary of SBG and its history, a battle report using the new box set, and a designer's commentary about the new models. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Nope. I remember when everyone thought it would be a breaking article with new information and future confidence in the game. Laughing face. Right. We get, thank you. That saves me from buying the magazine and is what I predicted it would be. We get lame. We get, so to be fair, the only interesting thing is the designer commentary. We get we get some gifts like a laughing, just laughing gifs. What a waste of effort. And yeah, and we get some other points. But I mean, honest to God, it's like, what did you want to be in it? What were you thinking was going to be in it? Like, I can't imagine if I'm. What, you get 40 pages. What do you put? I'll put a battle report in it. They'll like that. I'll put original article of all the new models and talking about all the new models and how great they are and how they made them, and then we'll put like a summary article, an original summary article looking at the history of the game and also being a way in for anyone. Like, what else are you going to put in? What do you want? What do you... And I want to scream, and I know you don't like swearing, Michael, and I don't like swearing. I just want to scream, like, just shut up. Just shut up. Like, there is nothing... That proves there is nothing on earth they could ever put in White Dwarf that would keep those people happy. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just insanity. It's just silly insanity.
It's the adage, you can't please everyone. Well, there's no pleasing everyone. I guess some might be harking back to those original, 2-3 years or so, where where almost half the magazine was taken over with Lord of the Rings.
It's not half, even that. I think that's rose tinted glasses, mate.
And it could well be, yes. And the fact you had to turn it round, and it was
you flipped it. Yeah, and then it was about it was about a third or a quarter or something.
But I think we should treat that as being the exception. That was just an extremely wonderful purple period. I'm disappointed I missed it. I wasn't part of it originally, but it's great to go back and look at those White Dwarfs. But that's if like the high point, and that shouldn't be the marker against which you judge content going forward.
It's just it's like you couldn't. I was expecting this to be far more rubbish than it was. Does that make sense? I was like, it's just going to be a corporate sales pitch, and it's not. It's 40 pages of well thought out, interesting articles that are fun to read. That is serving a purpose in a monthly magazine.
And I think the purpose wasn't it wasn't primarily for us as people already into the game and deeply into the game. It's
Yeah.
more to try and talk
course.
to a different audience, to try and say, look, you might have seen this on the shelves, you might have seen this in Warcom articles and so on. Here's a little bit more about it. Here's a battle report we play from it. Here's if you don't know much about Middle Earth, here's some of the key things about the game.
Yeah.
To try and speak with a new audience, a different audience.
But one that I also think I think they've balanced it incredibly well this time, because I enjoyed reading the bit I have, and I'm looking forward to the other bit. Do you see what I mean? I think it does a really good job. But the idea that people, and I totally get why people would object to it in the first, it's going to be rubbish, or there's never anything from SBG in it. Do you know what I mean? That's fine. But then it's like, okay, we've listened, we've filled it with SBG content. Rubbish, not like that, not like that. What do you want? Nothing at all. Stupid Games Workshop. I want different content that's impossible to conceive.
Yeah. I want something that's tailored to me and the whole magazine and dot.
They don't. They want whatever it isn't. So
yeah.
It's just, it doesn't matter what's in it. It's just not that. And it's like you will probably. I think you might never get another issue of White Dwarf, of Warhammer, like this. Do you know what I mean? This might be the last MESBG issue of Warhammer, and it's like if you don't like it, fine, but stop moaning there's never anything in there when they then put everything in there and you moan about it.
Yeah, just some people are never happy.
Yes.
Move on.
Made me giggle.
Right, I think that was possibly the end of the news.
It's been good news, right?
Yeah, I suppose I could mention what came through my letterbox today.
Absolutely, do.
As a little aside, so I'm old school in terms of liking my music in terms of its physical content, as it were. So I'm still someone that buys CDs, and I quite liked the music that came with the new film, War of the Rohirrim. So I ordered it, and it came today in a timely manner. Which is very surprised at. So it's so I've got a little. So anyone who, I know some of you probably got it streaming, but it's a 2 CD set, and it comes with a little insert with an article from the composer, whose name escapes me. That's right, Stephen Gallagher. So you just got a little insert where the light's probably shining on it and so on. It's just a few pages, but if anyone's sort of interested, it is out now. 2 CD set.
Do you know what's great? You sent me a photo of that earlier. And I replied saying, "Oh, cool. I didn't know about that one. I thought it was a book."
Oh, fooled you as well.
I thought the photo was like a landscape book about the music.
No, the old snug CD size.
Yeah, it's a CD. It's a photo of a CD you've sent me. That's remarkable. Yeah, I have. I've listened to it. I think it's cool. I think a lot of it's quite good. I think there's some nice bits on there. I've added it to my kind of Middle Earth playlist for the background. I think I briefly mentioned this a couple of streams ago, but I got that one. That one is a book.
It is good, actually. I've already had a good peruse of that.
Absolutely gorgeous. Really, really good. Really, really good. But yeah, it's cool. Very, very cool. All right, wonderful. I think we need to catch up on the chat before we jump into our top 5.
I think so, yes.
So what I'd like you to do, pick a category first. We're going to go top 5. We've done top 5 evil profiles from The Hobbit, good profiles from an army list. Which one would you like to talk about first?
I think we do top 5 good profiles.
Okay, so good profile. So I've currently got Rory Campbell as the last comment. What we now want you to start commenting about is give us your take on good profiles in the Hobbit book, and then once we catch up to that, we'll do our top 5, and then we'll catch up on that. Sound good? Do you want to do some painting, and I'll read through these?
I'm happy to do that. Yes, I'll do some tufting in my
Sorry,
case.
some tufting. Yeah, I forget. So
I think the last one was Tom Turtle would watch a 4-hour stream of Damien breaking down the Unexpected Journey trailer. Was the last one, I think.
Yeah, we'll do that. So here we go. Whoa, there we go. He then says Marvel missed a trick there. I think that's like with the live stream, possibly 7-hour live stream. Old school Chris C says Steve's not dead. I see. Damien is still in the denial stage of grief. Tom Turtle says Steve biopic where he's played by Stephen Graham. I think it's been long enough. He knows Stephen Graham. He's like, they've got mutual friends. Broken heart emoji. Gabe says the catapult troll to me is model perfection.
I look forward to what Gabe will do with it. It will be absolutely gorgeous.
Do you know what? It's weird. I'm not sure I would go that far, but then I can't imagine how they could make that model better. So maybe it is. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's the perfect pose for it, and it is great. Yeah, I mean, you might be right, man. Sam says, weirdly, Tom, that exact thought came to me as I watched it. Except I was thinking BSIME the movie. Who plays Damien and Michael though? Maybe Michael J. Fox for the latter. Michael J. Fox for Michael Haskell. That is some honoured casting.
I'll say he was a great actor. Well, he is a great actor.
Maybe a fat Andy Murray could play me. Or Marcus Brigstock. Tom also...
You need to explain to the foreign audience who Marcus Brigstock is.
Just Google him. He's a comedian. Looks a bit like me. He's the DJ in Love Actually. There you go. That's where you might have seen him across the Atlantic. Tom Turtle says latest Fantasy Fellowship was technically out a few weeks ago. Indeed, that's obviously that must be in reference to some sort of tech. Is this about like Games Workshop's use of in a few months or whatever? I think it's the flexibility of the wording. They're going with coming months now, aren't they? For everything, everything's coming in the coming months. Josh Coles, a non-film character getting a plastic model. This is Imrahil. Is as exciting as the actual model. Oh, I see what he means. Opens the doors for loads of characters in the future getting their time in the sun. Yeah, quite. Anyone you think could now get a plastic model that you never dared dream they might before off the back of Imrahil?
Oh, now you're talking. Boromir.
What, like Captain of the White Tower?
Yeah.
Cool.
They could do something quite dynamic with that one.
I like LSR, but that's too obvious. That's not. I don't think Imrahil changes the odds of getting LSR. Plastic LSR is well overdue. What can we go for? Who else is big, sort of from the books? I don't know. Maybe like a Celadan type character, a Harad King. I know he's not named as Celadan in the book, but maybe something like that might be fun.
I mean, if they're doing now that the passengers have come back into play,
yeah.
I mean, might we get a more dynamic Gimli and Legolas, for example,
or Arwen and Frodo. Imagine a new plastic Arwen with like removable Frodo. That'd be mega.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty cool. Jack Brown, similarly, I mostly played when it started and just played lots of narrative. Still have only really played narrative so far. Currently doing Quest of the Ring, but a great supplement. Want to try and match play though. One of the ones we really enjoyed was the Old Forest. Yeah, where the trees move. That's awesome. With the rules for trees wandering around and attacking hobbits as the evolving scenery was really fun. Yeah, it is really good. Surprised to see no rules mentioning intelligence in any of the re-release scenarios. That means the Two Towers scenarios, I guess he's talking about. That's interesting. So you'd think we'd see intelligence like within narrative play as well. That could be quite fun. Like getting to the dam or something and needing to do an intelligence test to knock it down or something.
Yeah.
That could be cool. Sam Huddy says, I suspect the 24 includes 6 doubles ones. Well, I hope that's before I read out the sentence that categorically disproves that rather than just rank anti-words propaganda from Huddy. And he says, I just want the double scenarios to be more balanced and involving all 4 players, more than 2 fighting the other 2 coming across the board. Yeah, I mean, I've done a lot of doubles. We obviously run it at Seven Stones and stuff, and I get what you mean. But I also, to make them fun, you have to kind of split the armies up, don't you? Like that's what it's one of those weird things. It's like it's almost counterintuitive, isn't it? Like you go, we'll split the armies up because that will make them fun and that will make them doubles. But then all that does is make it 2 different games of 1v1 almost. I like maybe that. Hopefully they've tweaked them a bit, but I do like the dynamic that the 2 players are kind of separate and have to join and help each other in some sense. But yeah, I agree. as famously, when playing with Tom Harrison, my army got wiped out. I fell asleep at the table, and then he defeated the combined army on his own. So it doesn't always make for a great, great 4-player experience. Josh Crosby. This must have been when I read the bit from the rulebook. He says, "Stop reading and noticing things." Tom Turtle says, "I respect the F out of GW for doing the catapult troll. Could so easily have slipped him into Legacy, and most fair-minded people would not have noticed or cared much, but the mad bastards actually did it." Reminds me of, that's the Jurassic Jeff line, isn't it? You did it, you crazy son of a bitch, you did it. You've got to have a lot of faith in it. And then Richard Clamor says, "Are people clamouring? Are they, Damien?" Oh, did I say clamouring? Jack Brown, "Haskell's in the house. Is this further confirmation that he's still there? Hold up for the next Throne of Skulls." What would be really good is we worked on something that I could throw you. We should have done it with the stacks, right? I could have chucked you some scum banana over at you there, and you could have caught them. That would have been pretty mega. Would very much love to have you back for Throne of Skulls help next year. Tom Turtle. "Agreed. I do feel like the discourse around the game has shifted away from the positivity of the pre-SBG wildernesses." Oh yeah, by a mile. "But maybe that's just the price you pay for having a thriving scene." I'm not sure what that was particularly in reference to. They're still talking about doubles here. Josh Crosby, "I suspect you're right, but I hope the doubles format will be a bit more flexible. It isn't inspiring me." I think this is about the idea of how do we make a doubles army. Tom Turtle says, "What was that weird desolation scenario with scouts?" This is a great example. The weird desolation scenario with scouts was a scenario that James Clark invented. It was recon, but with 5 scouts. So you had each player picks 5 models in their army. I think it was 5 to be a scout, and those 5 models had to get off the board, and so you had to try and stop the 5 of them. I'm pretty sure James Clark made that up, and it went to Nova. We played it at Nova. Devin took that one, but that's exactly my point. That wasn't a GW scenario. The desolation ones wasn't one called Breakthrough at the time. Definitely Seize the Prizes in here. Breakthrough and what was the other one? Blockade. Oh, it's Rescue, Blockade, and Seize the Prize. It was the awful Seize the Prize as well, where it took a while. I can't remember when they finally fixed this, but the victory conditions: you score 5 victory points if a model in your force carries the artifact off the table via any table edge.
Oh, ouch.
So that bat swarm that would always get on it turn 1 would then just go back and go off its table and win the game. And I can't remember, it took a while for that to be changed. And I think that was community patched for a while, that it couldn't be your own table edge. But yeah, then Blockade was one where basically it was a 6x4 table, and you had to try and, I think your leader had to try and get off the other end, and Rescue was half your army or something was deployed in the middle. I think this one you now have in the current double scenarios. Half your army is deployed in the middle, surrounded by the enemy army, and there to try and kill your leader. And they were both awesome, but horrendously unbalanced. It was like the whole point was that I remember James and Jamie doing a tournament once where you swapped. You played one as the defender and one as the attacker. And then I don't think they were using many tournaments after, because the defender in both of those was at such a huge disadvantage. Brilliant, fun games for kind of quasi-narrative match play, but awful for tournaments. So yeah, those two never got used, really.
Yeah, but you can still make those sorts of ones work, though, because in terms of that, how many turns can I stave off the inevitable? So I think
exactly. It becomes narrative, doesn't it? Yeah. That's like the Faramir charge scenario, which may be appearing in an upcoming issue of an independent fanzine. Is hands down the most unbalanced scenario I've ever played. And it's got a note. It's not badly designed. It has a note. It says, you may think this is very hard for the good player. It is.
You're right.
You're right. Remember how they get wiped out before they get anywhere near Osgiliath. But the joy in it is you play it and you swap, right? You play it and it's I think the scenario is it Faramir and 12 knights against. It's not 48 orcs, is it? That seems appalling, but then it is appalling. Is it 48 or is it 24? Dear sweet Faramir. Got to let him show his quality. No, it's 24, yeah. So Faramir and 12 knights against Gothmog, 12 trackers and 12 Morannon orcs. And I think they have to cross 4 turns. They have 4 turns of shooting at them before they can possibly close with them. So you get 48 shots at 12 knights. And I think when they get within 12 inches, they get +1 to wound. And then once the shattered remnants of that arrive, you've got to face Gothmog with Hatred Man and Time of the Orc and 24 orcs. So it's obviously hopeless. Of course it's hopeless. But you would play it twice and swap sides, wouldn't you? And see who does the best. And then it's fun. Manic Tea Drinker says, a lot of armies you can't make into functional halves according to the rules. So Goblin Town must have the Goblin King, and you can't take both. So need to just split a single functional army list. Yeah, I think it will say, take Goblin Town, you have to meet the criteria, but not in both armies. So you'll take, if it's an 800-point doubles tournament, you make 2 400-point armies, and between them they have to meet the necessary criteria. But obviously both sides don't have to take the Goblin King, I think. Sam says, I can put a comparison pic size in the whip thread for how big that troll will be. Is it you that did the... I saw one that stacked goblins. They did it with the size of the goblin.
There's 6 of them or something.
Yeah, because the goblin's obviously there, isn't he? So you got him on the model. But yeah, hopefully we'll come across that later. And Rebel Base Game says, aha! Is that going to be something to do with the business management book? I wonder if that's what that's about. Sean Clark says 170 to 190 pounds easily. So I think you're right about how much it should be, and I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised when they announce how much it is. And I might be wrong. Sam says a hot take, and Gabe says this with Damien on this. My hill troll army was far cheaper than I expected when they were teased. Yes, that was the other one I was trying to think of. The hill trolls were cheaper than you would think they would be. Yeah, that's a really good example of it. Seems like trolls, resin trolls, are cheaper than we think they're going to be. And that, my friend, is a massive resin troll. Mike T. Drink says, at least £150. That thing is massive. And Rory says, just as well Mrs. O'Byrne left before you suggested 150 quid was a bargain. Sam says she may have been outside, heard, and is on the floor with the beer laying beside her. Johnny says, this was about the, he says, I think what you're referring to is known as economies of scale. And I think that was about the costing thing again, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Richard Clammer, £1 a point is what I think it will be priced at. How many points is it? Is it still 180? It's 180. He thinks it'll be 180 quid. I think it'll be cheaper than that. Sam says, I had to paint in pieces for the Emperor for the same logic. This is about painting in sub-assemblies. Forge World is usually a very good fit. I agree, it is a very good fit, and I think it might work for the Dragon Emperor where it's sort of angular and you could be allowed gaps. Do you know what I mean? Like, gaps could be part of the design of that. I don't think you can do the troll where you'd have to green stuff joins between arms and body and stuff. But that's just me. Frederick, still not a massive fan of the catapult troll concept design and similar Hobbit stuff, but there's a real SBG mini effect with these things for me. My stance on them softens when we get real mini. Yeah, I think Michael said that. A lot of people prefer the minis to the concept. Sam says storage space is the biggest reason I never got a Smaug. Well, that and all the O's. Yeah, indeed. Frederick Schultz, physical models are very difficult from pure CGI creatures on screen. Yeah. But I think they do a very good job of it. I'd almost go the other one. I think GW have done a really good job of making some of the slightly sillier, smooth-looking, shiny CGI creatures into real cool-looking models, I think.
That was going back to the White Dwarf. That I'm sure one of the designers, I can't remember which one, mentioned the fact that obviously they were taking cartoon and having to, create something that fitted our world as well, sure. The Jackson world, as it were, and the fact that was an aspect they had to be mindful of or take into account.
Absolutely. That's where Tom Harrison came in with his heart. Sean Clark, it's the soft pale pink skin tones between the scales that gets me. Phenomenal painting. I must admit I hadn't looked that closely, but I know Sean's a student of paint, so that's good to know. Richard Clammer, do you think we might see a Braga model revealed next? Maybe. You'd have to say, if the catapult troll's there, like, so he's been kept in the game and we have a model, there's no guarantee here, but does that mean anything in that book is getting a model? Do you see what I mean? Like, we don't have a signal tower anymore, so we're not getting a model for that. But maybe the catapult, I mean, it's only, we've had 3 big reveals for this. Imrahil isn't one, Bolg isn't one. But this is the first time we've had something that's never had a model, that has stayed in the edition and now has a model. So maybe we could get a Braga. Johnny says, men love filling gaps, laughing face. Don't cheapen this. Sam says, Thomas Harrison, the filth. I know what the purple heart meant. I saw adolescent. It's adolescence, for one thing. It's not adolescent. Yeah, maybe that is Tom doing some emoji double-speaking there. And then, Johnny says, is Tom not sending some adolescent secret emoji? Richard Clammer, it would be cool if they packaged it with 5 or 6 25mm bases, akin to Smaug with Bilbo. For the goblins, so what? They can't dismount though. Do you just mean? Do you just mean to use them as alternative goblins? I suppose you could, but then you could just put them on your own bases, couldn't you? I doubt they will, but maybe they will. I don't think they can't. Can they get off, Michael? Can they?
I don't know, actually.
I don't think they can get off it, can they? I think it's just because it's now they've simplified it, haven't they? It's just one big profile. It's its own. So it's just like 5 wounds, defense 8. The catapult doesn't have its own. It can't be targeted separately. And if the troll is slain, the whole model's removed from play. So they might, I think it could do, but I don't think they will package them with that. I think they'll just. If you want to do that to mix up your goblin mercenaries, you just put them on your own bases, I reckon. Frederick Schultz, regarding the Braga model, wasn't the moustachy generic captain kind of based on him, Gurrit style? So we basically have a mini already, but not explicitly named after him, which messes things up a bit. I don't think so. I think he looks a bit like Braga, but he's just got the same sort of tash as a lot of the Lake Towners have. I think that's just a generic captain made from some concept art, I reckon, would be my take on that. Jack Brown, what is the oldest... we got a question, Michael. What is the oldest still existing profile we don't have a model for? My gut feeling says it must be something from The Hobbit, there and back again. So that would be, up to now, the catapult troll, Braga. Are they the only 2 that survived? The goats went. The Champions of Erebor goats went. They're not in it anymore.
Any other Lake Town character?
I think Braga's the only outstanding one. And then things like we've got Beachbone, but he's a lot newer, so he wouldn't be the oldest. We've got the Runish Drakes need a model. They're not older. We've got a Corsair Ballista, is that what it's called? Or Pirate Ballista or something? That's new. That came out of nowhere. So I think to meet those criteria, still existing profile that we don't have a model for, I think it's Braga.
I can't think of any other off the top of my head, not without sort of scouring a book or something.
I think so. Good question. Rebel Base. Johnny says Business Secrets of the Hobbits by Mark Corrigan. That's obviously in relation to the Cambridge advert. Frederick says Gesundheit. Did someone sneeze? Did I sneeze? Maybe I sneezed. Tom Wayne is in. Good evening, everyone. Have missed the streams greatly and itching to buy that damn catapult troll that nobody asked for. Sean Clark, for a while I believed the rumours they hid names because of past issues. However, didn't Matt Wardrobe call called BS on that Harry's video by Matt Ward.
Yeah.
I did watch that video. I can't remember if he called BS in it because of past issues. I can't remember. The GW say they didn't do it because they didn't want their staff to get hate, and then GW staff say they did it so that you can't know who they are, so they can't develop their own persona, and then go on and be successful because no one knows who they are. The truth is probably both of them, none of them, some combination of them, and a bunch of other things. I just think it boils my piss when I read it in White Dwarf because it's just silly. Nowhere else does it. Do you know what I mean? It's not that. It's just odd. Do you know what I mean? It's just having Dan and Mark. It's just weird. It just strikes me. It just strikes me as weird from a reading point of view. You know, forget about the business angle or the reason you're doing it. It's just a weird. It's like making all your pictures just be slightly angled like that. Do you know what I mean? It's just odd. It's just weird and wrong, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's a little, and I think it's disrespectful. But.
Yeah, although I do, with the way social media seems to be trending these days, I do get the giving people the option of having a degree of anonymity if they so wish.
I agree with that. I don't think they're giving them the option.
But yeah, that's probably the case.
I think, sweeping generalisation, most people, I don't know what the word would be, are arrogant, or most people have pride in their work, or some combination of that. And I think most creatives who work for Games Workshop would like to have their names up in lights to show the work they did, I reckon. And then you're absolutely right, someone won't, and that person should have the right to say, just put a first name in or something, you know? But I don't think they're doing that to... I don't... It's a weird corporate decision, and I don't like it. Harry's in. Evening, gents. Hope you're well.
Hey.
We'll stop by briefly. Enjoyed the mags, White Dwarf, particularly the large printed pictures. Why do you like the pictures, Harry? It's just stupid pictures of models you've already seen on the internet. Idiot. Which I realise sounds silly, but it's nice to see really large images of the models. And he then says, yeah, I believe Matt Ward kiboshed that rumour. He kiboshed the rumour that it was to protect people. So he's saying it's not to... I think, if I'm understanding it, he's saying it's not to protect people. It's to, stop them getting famous, I guess. Very short said, haven't picked up a White Dwarf in years. Might consider this one. I think you should.
Yeah.
And then Harry says that apparently I was very quiet. Harry rocks up to the stream late and is like, is Damien quiet? And everyone else is like, oh, I don't know. I didn't want to say. I don't know. And then he says he's quieter than Michael. I've changed that a little bit. And Empty Video says... It's not just me. Every time Damien is talking, I have to stop eating my wagon wheel because I can't hear him. A wagon wheel?
Well, in years.
No, I haven't wagoned in a long time.
I did like them.
I also like the image of Harry sitting there taking his time over a wagon wheel. It's like someone, I have to keep pausing eating my polo. It's not like a meal, is it? Oh, how's a wagon wheel doing these days, Harry? Have they been hit by shrinkflation? Sam says, I just turned it up. Means Michael's quite loud, but he's just a joy. That's a lovely comment. I've got loud Haskell, but it's fine, because he's just a joy. Very sure it's just part of the overall Warhammer rebranding. I agree. And then Sam says, 2 hot takes. Madness. Josh Crosby, where's he gone? Really awkward when Damien reads out all my Facebook comments. I think that was the White Dwarf, anti-White Dwarf propaganda. Sam says, what was that thumbs up thing that popped up on Damien's screen? I don't know, because I don't understand
I saw that
YouTube.
in passing. I wonder what it was.
I think someone was live reacting to what I was saying. I don't know what it is. Can you do that? I don't understand the YouTubes. I assume that's what it was. By all means, if you're all out there, have a look. See if there's a button out there. I assume that's what it was. That someone can... There's like a live reaction on YouTube that turns up in my streaming software. But it wasn't anything on our end. Harry says, I'll be really curious about White Dwarf circulation these days. My local game store say they only sell 4 or 5 a month. Wow! And the other shop in town stopped stocking them. I genuinely think it's a good magazine. I just don't enjoy the other systems anymore. It seems great they have so many rules, other scenarios and mini games for other systems. Yeah, agree with that. He's done 1 out of 2 and 2 out of 2 in case someone. So like looking like 1/2 and then 2/2. So so that the comments didn't get lost. And Sam says, "So you're giving it 1 out of 2?" He then says, only happy when they're miserable is the saying you want. I agree. Josh Coles completed my model for the theme tonight. 1 Mirkwood Elf Archer down, on to the next 3. Cannot wait to paint something that's not a fine cast elf. Angmar is on the horizon. Very cool. Rory has got the album too. He says it's great. Joe Achille is in. Hi there from the States. I'm late arriving once again and will also be popping in and out, but happy to be here once more. No painting for me today. Very happy to see the great Michael Haskell.
Joe, you are too kind.
That is a man who has never met you, has never been in a room with you, and yet knows of your greatness.
I am but a humble cog in this great, wonderful BSIME family.
You're a delightful cog. You're one of my favourite cogs. Massive cog. Sam says top 5 good provosts. We're there, Michael. I've done it.
Right.
I've caught up. So top 5. What did we say? Top 5 good.
Don't do knife work while you're talking. That's probably not a good recipe.
It's knife work here that he's doing. We're going to have some sustenance to get us through this. Are we trying something different?
Oh, yeah. Do you want to choose one this time?
As I understand it, we're down to the Kit Kat and the little chocolates. Is that right?
Well, and the pipe. But yes, I presume we're going to...
The pipe can get in the bin. Licorice filth.
Pipe can go to the pipe weed.
I've lost my Kit Kat, so I'm going to go with the little chocolate.
Oh, nice.
So these are Gould Caramella Classique. So I reckon this means if these are Gould Caramella Classique, we also might have Gould Caramella Milk, Gould Caramella Dark. Do you reckon?
Right.
I think I think Classica might be the type of Gould Caramella we're having. These go off in December, so good date on them. So these are toffee and caramel, individually wrapped, little pouches. Little ball of chocolate. You ready?
Mm.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
You're going to have silence, just chewing noises for a few minutes, boys and girls.
Oh, it's thick, isn't it? There's a lot of caramel. That reminds me of the caramel Quality Street. You know, is it the... No, it's not caramel, it's toffee. It's a toffee bit, isn't it? It's the toffee penny from Quality Street. You know when you have to work your way through it? No. Nice, though.
I do like a good Quality Street box.
Mm. Favourite Quality Street?
It was the hexagonal one. I don't know if they still do it. But with soft caramel inside.
Yeah. Is
That's
that now
my favourite one.
I want to say caramel barrel, but I think that's Rose's. I know the one you mean.
Yeah, I do like that one. It was sort of gold wrapping, but it had a sort of, I think it was a lady's face or something like that etched on sort of like a bow sort of thing around it.
Yeah. Green triangle for me. Love a green triangle.
Which one was that one? Is that a fudge one?
It's praline.
Yes.
Delightful. When I was a kid, my stocking from Santa always used to have the tub of green triangle, which now just seems so easy to do, but in the 90s that was like magic. Do you know what I mean? In the 90s where we had like 10% of the stuff that we have now. I was like, what sorcery is this? It's just the green ones. This is like the best Christmas ever. Thanks, Santa. Simpler times. So there we go. We like those. Thanks, Jens.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, so marks out of 10 for that one. That's got to be a 9.
You know what?
That was good.
I think I preferred the other thing purely because this is hard work. It's stuck. It's stuck in my teeth.
It has, but I do like it. I'm saying this is practically speaking, I take the point, but this is nice.
Logistically, it's a nightmare. I can't get past the 2. The taste, wonderful. The taste, I'll give it an 8. And I'm going to go with a 5 for the logistics.
Isn't that what Billy and Dom used to do when they did
Yeah.
the Eat the World thing? Is to have different categories of foods they would try out.
This is annoying me. I've got a bit properly stuck down here. It's annoying.
It will go on time.
That's going to average out at 6.5, so it's slightly lower for me
No.
than the patatas things.
The nougat.
So, Michael, we're going to do our 5 top good profiles. So
All right.
We're going to
mine.
alternate between these, talk about why we like them, and then we'll catch up in the chat, and then we'll work through our 3 sections. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just move my tray. And where's my bit of paper? There's my bit of paper. Right. Good profiles. Do you want to get the ball rolling?
Yeah. Go on, and you go.
So, so the criteria was sort of something that's, for me, it was something that was sort of a notable change, something that was interesting and intriguing, and show the developers that had a bit of a rethink on certain characters, but also to your point, Damien, in terms of something I probably quite fancy playing with. So my first one would be the fledgling Great Eagle.
Oh, straight in there with a new profile.
Because I've got some eagles. They're not painted. I've always wanted to paint them, but I've always thought, it's a bit sort of, to have pure eagles, a bit one-dimensional. And I suppose even, it's just a fledgling eagle, it's just a smaller eagle. But the fact that the monsters in this new version, in this new edition, are just that bit better. And in one of the sort of one of the few sort of club games I've been to or watched, either side of Christmas, I saw an eagle army take apart Isengard with Saruman, and they just look cool. So for me, having the fledgling Great Eagle with, like I said, different points level, but to augment what looks like quite a good army, albeit it might be only a good army at certain points levels. But I just thought, I thought it was a great idea, and a great addition to the game.
So the main point of them, I suppose, is to allow you to have eagles at different points, right?
Yeah.
No one's having one fledgling. You're having 2, aren't you? You're having 2 to get to 150 points instead of 100 points, I think, is the argument. And how are you painting them differently?
Good question. I mean, obviously, the picture in the book has got them a much sort of whiter, light browny,
and
grey.
And the fluff. The great eagles are ancient beings, though some of them are still young by their own standards. The fledglings have yet to reach full maturity and can be spotted by the white underfeathers they still have within their majestic plumes. The more white feathers that are visible, the younger the fledgling is. Is that true? I've never raised eagles.
I'm not good with nature things.
Is there a bird? Is there a birdist out there?
I don't know. The ornithology, isn't it? Ornithologist.
It's birdism.
Whenever we used to play Trivial Pursuit, and if I ever got to the centre of Trivial Pursuit, it was give Dad a green wedge because he's hopeless on those, and that was the science and nature.
Yeah.
In terms of colour scheme, yes. I mean, the obvious thing is to paint them slightly different. So yes, so I would follow the fluff.
They're also thicker.
Probably.
They're intelligence 5+. They're stupid. They're stupid eagles. The intelligence stat is becoming a running theme on BSIME, and so it made me giggle at a stupid young eagle.
They just haven't gotten enough of that experience curve.
Maybe it's slightly impetuous. So for 25 points, you lose a fight value, you lose a strength, you lose a defense, you lose courage and intelligence. They are quite significant stat drops, aren't they?
Mm.
But I think everyone wants an eagle, and we use fledglings to play an eagle's army that is, we need Gwai here, so that's 250 with another eagle. So if you're playing even points, that's it, isn't it? You'll need 2 fledgling eagles. Whereas if you're playing 750, you'll never take fledglings, I think. But yeah, it's cool. It's a nice idea to have in there, and it's tied into War of the Rohirrim, I think, with the fledgling in there. So cool.
Yeah.
All right, wonderful.
And it sort of echoes what they've done with the Ents as well, in terms of having Ents with different point values as well. Same idea, same concept. So if you want an army of big beasts, you've got some smaller options to help make the permutations at different points levels potentially work better.
So I'm going to go in with what I didn't make a note of is which version. I'm starting with a theme. I've obviously been through it. I haven't said this time, but I have now, as of today, I completed this book. I've read the book. I've enjoyed these 3 streams. I've completely read it cover to cover. So my new edition books are complete now. So that's been a joy, having a reason to really work through everything and read every little bit of fluff and every rule in it. It's been really good fun. But despite all that, and there's a lot of factions in The Hobbit good that I really am not fussed about, like particularly like Iron Hills and Lake Town, and so I felt like I actually had a smaller pool to pick from. So you might see a bit of a theme developing in mine, but my first one is going to be for Oin, and I'm going to get the 2 pages. There we go. So,
in his normal Thorin's company guide.
Well, exactly. The reason I pick Oin is because at some point on a previous stream we've talked about favourite models, and Plastic Oin I think is brilliant. I think I've always liked Plastic Oin, and I always liked him in the game, and I thought it was great. And I think he's a brilliant design. I think he looks like a great classic dwarf, and I've always really liked Oin. And I'm a big Thorin's Company fan. I've done, I did them for Throne Skulls one year. I've got the Champions of Erebor painted. I like the Hobbit films. I like their designs. I'm a big fan of Thorin's Company. So seeing what they were up to in the new edition was very appealing to me. So, and Oin has had a couple of buffs. I'm just checking if the rules are exactly the same. So he gets hand and a half weapon. So in Champions of Erebor, he basically loses the option to have a hand and a half weapon. And he gains Swarm Protector. And then obviously he gets the defense buff. But he now has a Hearing Trumpet. So for the first time ever, he's got a rule for his Hearing Trumpet. Whenever an enemy hero declares a heroic action within 6 inches of Oin, you can roll d6. On a 5+, he immediately gets the same heroic action for free. But on a 1, he loses a will point. And if he can't lose a will point, so if he's lost all 5, because he's got an extra will now, I'm sure he only used to have 4, he can't move during that turn as he tries to fix his Hearing Trumpet, which I think is cute. So he's got kind of 5+ Master of Battle, which is quite nice. He can still heal wounds on a 4+, and he can also now, he can still use a will point to allow a friendly Thorin's Company model within 6 inches to reroll a single dice during their dual roll. I haven't compared them, but I think that used to be 3 inches. I could be wrong. And he can do it multiple times in the same turn. So my Gloin, one of my favourite models, has had a little glow up with some cool rules, and I'm all for it. Yeah, once per fight phase, you can spend a will point to enable a friendly model within 3 inches to make a single dice roll. So that's cool. Although his wound thing can now only regain 1 wound, whereas there was an outside chance of recalling all of them. So yeah, Oin I like. I think he's had some nice, fun, fluffy rules. He's got better in the game, which I'm all for because Oin is my boy. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Oin.
Well, if I move on to my number 2 then, and mine's in a sort of similar vein to your first pick there in terms of Oin, because my next pick will be Dwalin.
Oh, Dwalin.
And I think the developers of some of these profiles have gone back to the source material, whether that's the books or the films, and tried to draw out something a bit more where they can in terms of that character or something about that character, like Oin with his hearing aid and so on. and try and build that in. And I think that's something that I've noticed in reviewing this in a bit more detail than I would normally do, that seems to be a bit more prevalent. So with Dwalin, it's his grasper and keeper. Is basically his two axes effectively. And I just like the fact that you had this rule here, that if he's using grasp and keeper, and if he rolls that natural 6, then not prevented, he'll deal 2 wounds rather than 1. And I just like that dynamic, and the fact that grasper and keeper is across all his 3 different iterations within the book, both young Dwalin and champions of Erebor Dwalin. And I just thought again, it was leaning in a little bit more to how he looks in the films, and having a rule that sort of just speaks a bit more to that, I suppose, a bit more that dynamic.
Yeah.
And the Dwalin character himself just being, a bit of a burly fighter, basically. So I thought that was great.
He's got mighty blow on a 6, really, isn't he? That's what the rule is.
And that's part of the reason I sort of had him as one of the characters that I wanted to include in his Champions of Erebor guys.
Yeah.
The army that I'm going to try and explore in this new edition.
But he has had a nerf in that he's
I've heard that. Yes, that he's not the fighter that he was.
So he's 2 attacks base. So since the Hobbit came out, he's always been 3 attacks. So he's now got the Gimli, effectively the Gimli rule, where he can be 3 attacks, so he still keeps that, or he can go 2-handed. So he's lost the ability to go 2-handed with 3 attacks. But yeah, he's gained mighty blow on a 6, which is it's quite cool.
Yeah.
Changes his rule, makes him worse at killing troops, but better at killing monsters and heroes.
And considering we're going to see more monsters and heroes, I think
that's a great point. And then in Champion of Erebor version, he's also dropped 2 attacks because in Champion of Erebor he was able to go up to 4 attacks, wasn't he? Because it's like the King's Axeman rule or something it was called. So he was 3 attacks base, and he had the King's Axeman. He can choose to either fight 4 attacks or 2-handed. Now, he's now 2 attacks. He's got the same grasper and keeper, so 2 attacks can go to 3 or can go 2-handed. So he's 3 attacks or 2 2-handed instead of 4 attacks and 3 2-handed. But now, if he's within 3 inches of Thorin, he increases his strength by 1 when making strikes. But if he loses the dual roll, he defends his defense by D3. He's got piercing strike.
Yeah.
That's what he's got. So yeah, he swaps the ability to go to 4 attacks for piercing strike, which again, it's a nerf, but it's all right.
Yeah,
it's not too bad. Not too bad.
And I think of all the Thorin Company characters, Dwalin, in part because of his rough abrasiveness, was someone that I don't know that not appeals, not the word, but someone that was memorable, if you like, in the film depictions.
I agree. I think he's very good. I like him, and good models as well.
Yeah. So that was my number 2.
Very good. My number 2. You're going to see a glowing. Oh, fuck. I was going to say you're going to see a theme here. And what I said was you're going to see a Gloin here. I'm going for Gloin.
Again, keep it in the family.
Yeah, well, I like his look. Now, Gloin is now. Gloin's always been good. Gloin's always been a little grey man for Thorin's company. That everyone always thinks, oh no, Thorin, oh no, Dwalin. But Gloin always had some tasty rules. But he maintains 3 attacks, which not a lot of Thorin's company do. That's really good. This is in Thorin's company version. He's still got his throwing weapons. He's got strike, which is important. And if Gloin's outnumbered in a combat, he increases attacks to 4. That's mega. Because it's that thing, as long as you're charging, right, you're outnumbered in a combat. You're charging your fight 6 dwarf into 2 goblins and having 4 attacks, yes please. And then and I want to talk about it, over in Champion of Erebor version, he's got the similar sort of buffs, 3 attacks, still got 3 might over in that version. Yeah, it's 2 might in Thorin's company. He then, though, has a 2-handed weapon. Now, in the last version, he wasn't he burly? Yeah. So he had Weapon Master, all right, for his 2-handed weapon, which he doesn't have anymore. So he still gets this 4 attacks thing, but he's now always at -1.
Unless he rolls a 6.
Unless he rolls a 6. And maybe, unless someone else is nearby.
Mm.
And we'll get to that in a minute. So I think Gloin, particularly Thorin's company Gloin, has had a low-key glow-up. And as a Thorin's company lover, I'm all for that. And then you get the potential for this Gloin Champion Wearable to be good. And I think the thing is, like, there's no guarantee of a 6, of course, but if you're... The psychology of the 2-handed weapons now is really interesting, because if you've got your normal hero and you're chucking him into loads of troops, you needed the 6 anyway, right? For as long as we've been playing the game, you need the 6, and if you get the 5, you might it up. Is 2-handed weapons a natural 6, or can you might it up to get the 6?
I think it was natural 6, but I'm not going to put hand on heart on that one.
That's a really important thing that completely changes what I'm about to say. Because if you roll a 5 and you go down to 4, then you have to use 2 might, don't you? Well, it might not be the obvious thing that I thought it was, actually, thinking about that.
One thing I do like about the new rule book is the fact they've got top right, the headings of the sections. That's so much easier to find.
It's not
Spells,
helping.
monsters,
You're
special
absolutely right.
rules, weapons and war gear. It's
Do you know what, Michael? I'm using that now because of you. Thank you. Had not noticed. 2-handed weapon. Yeah, if the model rolls a natural 6 for their dual roll, they don't suffer it. So yeah, it's not quite the kind of giddy abandon thing I was thinking, but you had to get the 6. But now, if you get the 6, it goes down to a 5. But then you would still use the might, right? And then you'd win because you'd have a 6. So I think you're still... I just think in this version, I know you can't choose because you've only got 2-handed, but I still think you're pretty confident charging into 2 guys, chucking 4 dice and hoping for the 6.
Mm.
And knowing that if you do go down to if you roll a 5, it goes down to a 4, and then you need 2 might. But if you get 6, it's weird. It's kind of...
I mean, when I was thinking of using Erebor Reclaim for scouring at the end of April, when I was looking at the heroes, obviously Thorin's there, and I've got Dwarf. Gloin was the other one I put in, partly for the strike, but partly, as you say, because of those tweaks that he's had to his profile that made me think he's still got something that's gonna maybe get through troops. But yes, I effectively I wanted 3 people, or 3 dwarves rather, with strike.
He's always been good, and Thorin's company version is better, and Champions Variable version is just he's got the chance to be better, but the 2-handed gamble now is tricky. The fact that he has to go 2-handed, he's always got the risk of, if you get a 5, it's going to be a bit of a disaster for him, effectively. Dropping down to a 4 and then needing to burn through some might. But so Gloin was my second.
So my third, I'm going to keep it in the Dwarven family, was Thorin himself.
Oh, which one?
King Under the Mountain.
Oh, it's lovely.
Primarily because he's gone to fight 7,
hasn't he?
Which I think it's makes him quite tasty. I think there's been a points increase. Obviously, the drawback is he's only got the 1 fate. But the fact that he's got a good defense.
He's 15 points more than he used to be.
Yeah. But the fact that it's friendly dwarf models treat him as a banner. It's and the key thing. Now this is the bit I noticed it's changed. I think So, because he always used to have a heroic combat for free,
Mm-hmm.
but in this one, it's if he's charged
If he has
into combat.
charged,
If he gets charged, he doesn't get the heroic combat. So that has been a slight tweak, because last time I think it was just straightforward free heroic combat, but he's got to charge this time.
yeah, so that's slightly worse.
Yeah. But I think you're still probably wanting him charging anyway, to be honest, a lot of the time. So I think even though it's not it's not a slam dunk everything, I think that fight value 7 it is important. So that's why he's one. And again, this goes back to why I want to try the Airborne Reclaim, because I think led by Thorin, I think that's going to be quite tasty.
And also, he's 15 points more. One of those is for the fight 7. He also gets Fearless now, which is new. And he's got Hatred Gundabad, which is so much better than what he used to have, which was reroll fails to wound when making strikes against Azog. So he still gets that, but he now has Hatred. He gets +1 to wound against everything from Gundabad, which is cool.
Yeah, and it's SBG, which is what we like to say.
Nice. But yeah, fight 7's great on him. Fight 7's great on him. And I'm fine with him having 1 fate point.
Yeah.
As fate being my absolute... The inconsistencies of fate being my probably highest bugbear and all. That is a profile alongside Thorin Oakenshield. It's a thematic profile for a point in time. And he dies, so he should have 1 fate.
Yeah.
Unlike the Master of Lake Town, who has 2 fate. Gil-galad has 1 fate because he dies.
So that's my third one.
Lovely. So my third one, and it is he's required for me to have picked the other 2 in a way. I am going to go for little, sweet, simple Ori. So I've gone Trip Thorin's Company to begin with. And the reason for this, so again, I like comparing 2 of them. So first things, he gets Sharpshooter. I can't actually recall the rules for slings, but I feel like a sling used to be able to shoot twice a turn if he didn't move. I can't quite require that, but now we've got Sharpshooter, so he can use his sling to now pick the horse and mount. So there's a bit of a glow up there. That's quite good fun. Stat-wise...
Yeah, so Sling can still do 2 shooting attacks, as long as he didn't move.
Yeah. Stat-wise, he's had a slight shuffle. He's lost a will point. He's moved a will point to his fate, basically. So he's a little more survivable. He's still got his wonderful wound. And then, this is the biggie, Chronicler, which used to be anytime a member of Thorin's Company slays an enemy hero model within 3 inches of Ori, that model regains might will that's been respent. Now it's 6 inches, and anytime a hero or monster that if they're unable to gain a point of might because they're full, you may choose a different Thorin's Company model within 6 inches and give it to them instead. That's banging. And then if we go to the old Championes of Erebor, he's got the fight for, he's got the 2 attacks, which he did used to get, which is lovely. He's got a 2-handed weapon. He gets throwing weapons now. That's new. I think this is because of the scene where he chucks an axe to both. There's a bit where 3 of them chuck an axe to each other. So well done for Weta for putting that scene in. He's got throwing weapons now. He gets Swarm Protector. He's still got Chronicler and other friendly Erebor hero models within 6 inches of Ori do not suffer the -1 penalty to their rule for fighting with 2-handed weapons. That rule is mega. That buffs Dori, Gloin, Biffa, Bofa, and Balin. So that is absolutely mega. He is now a linchpin of the Champions of Erebor. Like, and that's why his defense 7, his 2 fate, he used to have 1 fate as defensive variable, and his heroic defense are vital. You need him right in there as that bubble, and those 5, Dorry, Gloin, Biffa, Bofa, Barlin, those 5 have got 200 weapons, and they don't have some form of Burly or Weapon Master. And a 6-inch bubble is pretty big to keep Ori in, keeping them tanked. So he kind of offsets some of the nerfs to some of the Champions of Variable, I think.
Yeah.
And
I can see when I've given my initial permutation of Variable we played with Run Out, and then we'll look back and reflect, depending on how they perform, or more importantly, how I perform, I suppose. I can see me having a bit of a think about should Ori be in the mix instead.
I think I mean, the Chronicler rule is amazing, but I think you need him in Champions of Variable.
Yeah.
Because he makes 5 of them so much better. And I just wanted to say that's the last member of Thorin's Company I'm putting in. I haven't put Thorin's Company as an army list for mine, like either of them. I had 6 good army lists, and the one that I bumped was Erebor Reclaimed. But as ever, I am such a devoted fan of all things Thorin's Company. Both the Champions of Erebor and I've painted 3 full sets. I've got the plastics, I've got the Forge World, and I've got the Champions of Erebor. I'm always tempted to go to the barrels. I love them so much, but I went with the nuances of the profile changes for them rather than the army lists. But yeah. I'm genuinely very excited to see Thorin's Company in the new edition.
Yeah. Although I've not played with lots of the Hobbit up to this point in time, I've obviously played against many of the Hobbit armies, and Thorin's Company in particular, and usually it's been against Cal, and I think nearly every game I played, I've come out the wrong side. But then Cal knew how to run them really well.
I think, isn't it Champions of Erebor they can heroic march and charge? Yeah, that's
yes.
mega.
Yeah, we'll come to that in a bit. So yeah.
Will we? Exciting. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. So you're number 4.
So number 4 was probably my last one in terms of the picks, although I do have a sort of a 5th. So number 4 was Thranduil.
Oh, good choice. No crossover yet, Michael. We're doing well here.
And I've got him into. I've not sort of made or painted and so on, but I do have them in a box somewhere. And I was sort of thinking I want to do it at some stage, just because the elk is such an iconic and so different, very different. But I think the thing I know he there's been some tweaks and so on to what he does and so on. But the clincher for me was the elk's majestic steed rule. Where essentially if it charges into combat, or rather if Thranduil on top charges into combat on his elk, there is this sort of single strength 4 hit upon the model that it's charged, and if it's no longer if after this hit Thranduil is no longer engaged in combat, otherwise the thing's I guess the thing must have been killed, he can continue his move and his way. It's a bit like the camels, wasn't it? That sort of idea.
You can keep going. Yeah.
The impaler thing. Yeah. So that on that tweak alone, as it were, that I thought that made him look quite appealing.
He's had a very different change to his rules as well, hasn't he? I love that he's gone down the shoot value. He's like, it's hilarious. I don't think it has any bearing whatsoever on his rules, but they've reduced his shoot value to be less than Legolas. But he's 30 points higher. Oh no, sorry, he's not 30 points higher, is it? Because he didn't, in this version, he doesn't have the second sword, so that's nonsense. Sorry. So I think he's about the same points, because he had to get the sword to get the 5/7 and the 3 attacks in the old version. But he has now changed completely, like the Blade Lord, basically, isn't it? If he's outnumbered now, he re-rolls rolls of 1 when making strikes, and if he's outnumbered as infantry, he re-rolls all failed wounds. But the big one, if he's outnumbered in combat and he kills all models that he was engaged in, the following turn he can call a heroic combat for free.
Yeah.
That's massive.
Yeah.
And I think what we're seeing here potentially is a move towards the elk. He was one of the models that people used to like on foot a lot because he always had the extra attack. Whereas now you've got strength. He charges in to 2 guys at strength 5, does impact hits on them, and if he kills both of them with knockdown, he gets a free heroic combat next turn. It's pretty mega. And he can also turn on terror. So he's effectively got his Circlet of Kings, part of his Circlet of Kings rule in a way. And you can kind of move models away from him. So he's changed quite a lot. He was one of my near picks, just purely out of how much he's changed. But I'm glad he's in there, because I do think he deserves a shout out. Do you prefer him now? Do you think?
I think I probably do, yes. And again, it's one of the things I need to think about. Do I get that box out and make Thrandal and do an army around him?
Such a good model. Such a good
model.
But
it's it made me think. I mean, a lot of looking through this book actually has made me think. There's some of the Hobbit stuff I really want to explore further.
Cool, man. My 4th one, Radagast the Brown on Slay. There's a few reasons for this. I think it's cool. I think you might hate it. I like the sleigh. I think it's fun. It reminds me of. It gives me really happy vibes of how I felt about Unexpected Journey 12 years ago. Just liking it and thinking I'm on board with a rabbit sleigh. I can deal with a rabbit sleigh. It doesn't trouble me. But it's a chariot now. So it's now doing impact hits. It's got the chariot charge rule. So you now have Radagast. I truly haven't really compared it because I've never played with it. But I suspect it's better. I really don't know. He used to be. Then wasn't there a fun thing that I think Radagast used to potentially have the most damage output of any model in the game. If he charged on Slay, it was something like he was. I can't quite remember, but I'm pretty sure it was like he could get like 9 dice to wound or something like that. Because he was like a 2 attack model. There's 1 attack, 1 for the. I can't see how you could do it now, but I'm pretty sure. Is it because
this must be pre-Dragon Emperor though?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It was pre-Dragon Emperor. I can see how he gets to 6 dice because it was 1 attack plus 1 for charging, which would knock him down, which would be 4, and then Sebastian would get 2, so he'd have 6 dice. But that's not more. I can't. Someone's going to help me out. But I'm pretty sure Radagast on Slay could get to 10 dice. Oh, it's his mount. Of course it is. It's his mount. In the old rules, he's got a 4 attack mount. That's it. So he had a 4 attack mount, which would then knock people down. That's 8 dice. Then he'd get 2 more for, and I think it would get +1 for charging, right? So that's 5 dice, doubled up to 10, and then he'd get +1 for Sebastian. So he had 11 dice. That's more than Dragon Emperor.
Yeah, no, you're right.
So in the
old,
I
stand corrected.
he was deadly. So whether or not this is better than that on balance, I don't know. I've read the chariot rules. I can't remember how they work. The chariot's now only 2 attacks, but I have no idea if it's better. But it gets dominant 3, which is new, and it does impact hits. And I just think it's cool that you have a murderous rabbit sleigh potentially carving through the enemy, doing 2 strength 4 hits and just running over stuff. I've never built it. I know. I think Harry's still in the chat. I've watched a video of Harry give up, like assembling it, and I know it's a nightmare. And in my box that's downstairs away from the attic of the things I want to build soon, Radagast on Slay has been in it for about 5 years. I've got Matt's base. I've got the Generation Shift base for it.
I think I have as well. Yeah.
I love. He feels like Thorin's Company to me. He's in the Thorin's Company army list now, and I just I hope this motivates me to finally get him out and get him done. I really like it. Whether or not it's better doesn't really interest me, but I just really like Radagast, and he gives me very warm fuzzy vibes of going back to 2013 and painting that first plastic Radagast and getting him on the table and just thinking this is cool.
I have to say that the plastic Radagast is the only one in that starter set that I didn't get around to painting. Everything else I did, all the different scenery, all the Thorin's Company, all the goblins and everything. But I didn't with Radagast. But I do have the model. I didn't mind. I didn't mind the rabbit sleigh. I yeah, it was a bit sort of
Utterly ridiculous.
I suppose it chimed with the sort of the Radagast character
Yeah.
that they were trying to convey. The fact that he did care about nature and he was sort of slightly sort of self-contained and so on. So in terms of the vibe that they were trying to instill, as it were, it wasn't out of character. It was a bit odd, but I went with it. It was fine, and I was happy. It's one of the things so I've got the model. I haven't painted it yet, but no. So Radagast I didn't mind, and also there was still a little bit with my Doctor Who hat on. Was thinking it's Sylvester McCoy, he's all right.
He's cool. Yeah. Do you know what? I was so fine with everything about him except the poo. I'm just like, just take the poo off his head. I just didn't. I'm all right with him being scatty. I'm all right with him being scruffy, but it's just the idea that you would just leave poo on your head. I just felt was a step too far, if I'm honest.
No, I didn't know, because I just meant it's.
You like the poo head?
Well, it's not that I like it, but it to me it was part of the character. It's his appearance didn't matter.
But I think sometimes I feel like my appearance doesn't matter, but I would draw the line at having poo down my head. Do you know what I mean? I think you can. There are some things that are just like too much. I could get muddy, I could get scruffy, I could not wash, but if there was poo on my head, I reckon I'd have to do something about it.
Yeah.
Michael, without me, I hate to do this, but I could do with a wee. Do you fancy saving 5 for a dramatic denouement in a second and reading some comments?
I can do. Yeah. So,
and
where do we get up to?
Joe Achille, then we got Sam saying top 5 good profiles. Right, I'd like to share my views on why Bolg is wonderful. Please feel free to. Then Phased and Based 42, who I don't know who that is. It's always annoying when people whinge and moan. It's such a buzzkill. COVID sent me down a spiral of negativity. But you know what? Some best advice someone gave me? Laugh. Laugh while the world burns down around you, because we'll all be dead one day and that's boring. So just enjoy the things you can and stop moaning about crap you can't change. That's a bit of me. If I've said one thing again and again on this stream, it's like if you're not enjoying this hobby, you're not doing it right. I have so much sympathy for all the people who are collecting toy soldiers and not enjoying it. I can only thoughts and prayers. Joe Achille, should I more accurately say top 5 BSIME guest host Michael Haskell? I think that's a downgrade from the great Michael Haskell that he gave you previously. Have you found it?
I have found it, yeah. Wonderful. Joe's been very nice regardless. Yeah. Do you want me to? I'll keep plowing on then. Okay, so, Gabe, beyond being good outside the Beyonding list makes me very happy. Well, quite, yes. Gabe has done some glorious Beyonds, Grim Beyond and Beyondings. They're a joy to see on the tabletop, and they can cause mayhem as well. Sam, just have to know if Michael J. Fox feels experienced enough for the role of Michael Haskell. I'm sure he is. It was such a shame when he's the Parkinson's. I think he's got, because he was great. He was a great actor. It was lots of fun. Harry, Plastic Gildor. I'll make sure we return to that one when we when Damien comes back. That will make him laugh. And then Joe says new Plastic Gildor incoming. Gary George, good morning, gentlemen from Down Under. Hope everyone is doing well. Nice for you to join us, Gary. Funny enough, my little sister lives in Australia, so I'm going to be talking to her in the morning, our UK morning, her evening. So I always have to think about Australian time zones on a regular basis. Joe Kelly, but more possible, a new plastic Eladan, Elrahir, and Arwen. Foot and mounted 6-pack of Elrond's children. What a dream. Oh, yep, I'll mention that one when Damien comes back. Sam, Ent fails intelligence test, reinforces the dam. What an idiot. Oh dear, oh dear, Damien's gone away at the wrong moment here. Tom Turtle, David Tennant as Damien. Yeah. I like that one actually. Yes. Old school Chris. I bought the new White Dwarf earlier this week and really enjoyed it. I brought it over with me and James, and I had exactly the same. This feels like our White Dwarf chat that you did. Oh, excellent. That's really good. Sam says, not me for the gobos. And then Richard Clammer, well, Bilbo can't get off Smaug, but he still has a separate 25mm base. Yeah, all right. Right. There was some great comments here, so I'm going to just backtrack slightly.
Oh, yeah.
And, so I think this is when we're talking about new models. So unsurprisingly, Harry Parkhill, Edmu Video said plastic Gildor.
Oh, for sure. I'd say that's a nailed on guaranteed release, isn't it?
And Joe echoed that new plastic Gildor incoming. And then Joe also said a new plastic Eladan, Elrohir, and Arwen foot-mounted 6-pack of Elrond's children. That'd be quite good.
That's a great answer for like a book character that could get plastic, I think. That's really good. That would be cool. The Eladan and Elrohir we deserve.
Yeah. And then when we were talking about actors to play ourselves, Tom Turtle suggested David Tennant as Damien.
Yeah, it's the classic. Yeah. David Tennant, Marcus Brigstock, Andy Murray. They were the three.
Okay, and then so Empmoot Videos. Answer oldest profile we don't have model for. Numenorian Captain.
Oh, he's done it. He's done it.
Ka-ching.
Ka-ching. 100 points to Entmoot. Good work.
And then old school Chris is on the oldest still existing profile with no model, Numenor Captain yet. So they were both on their stat. Yeah. Great minds and all that. Yeah. And then Harry says it's an outrage that the one in the book is a conversion.
He's right, isn't he? Like, the idea that the thing seems to be we're only going to include things that have a model. So we're going to remove. You can't have Thorin on Goat anymore because we don't sell a model for it. But then they have a profile that they have to put a convert. It's not even a picture like Braga or whatever Braga. They've put in a picture of a conversion. He's right. It's like it's literally it's the most overtly hypocritical part of their new bit, I think.
Old school Chris echoes Harry, it really is. And then Richard says, yeah, Numenor Captain is technically the oldest profile, technically without a model. Yeah. And Ricky Drinks Paints, Numenor Captain has says only conversion. Yeah. Sean Clark, I might be wrong here.
They're all over this Numenor.
Yeah, I'm not entirely learned on the history, but the Numenor Captain ? Dang, beaten to it. Yeah. Right, and then Harry says Wagon Wheel was ace. It was a jammy one. Saw a pack the other day and had a similar reaction to you guys. Well worth trying again. Yeah. Mr. Holzman.
Oh, can I also say, Michael? I just realised because we are now catching up. We're now going to do what are we doing next. We're doing evil or we're doing army lists.
Let's do evil.
Okay, so now, guys, evil profiles, and then when we get to that, we'll do our fifth good, and then we'll know when to stop.
Just wrapping up the good. I didn't really have a fifth one.
Fifth, yeah, we can do it now.
There were two observations. One, my sort of fifth one was Alfred, not because I'd want to play him, but because I thought he'd been nerfed. Because I always found him vaguely irritating that he just rucked up, gave might to everyone, and then sort of just. And that was it, sort of thing. I always thought it was. Whereas I think now, again, this goes back to what I said earlier about. I think they've tried to make a rule that's a bit more reflective of him. Now I have to go and refresh my mind quite what it was, but I just got the feeling he wasn't quite as irritating that I always remembered him being.
I have to admit, when I was reading this, I was thinking it's still very good, and the fact that you can use his will points to adjust it. And the fact that Gandalf can renew his will points definitely gives you. He rolls the dice and consults the table, and I think this might be a very. I would be quite confident about assuming you use it on Bard. Bard getting a +1 fight or a might point every turn.
Do you think there's still scope for some?
Because bear in mind you've got one as well, right? So the hero loses a might point, and Alfred gains a might point. Yeah. So there's no loss there. So I just think I think it would be quite easy should you wish to do this combo. Still expensive, and it stops Gandalf doing anything else. But Gandalf topping up his will, and then can he do it on himself? And no, a single other friendly. I just feel like there might be another way for him to get will points. But there's loads of Lake Town between the army list and the Braga. There's loads of ways for models to regenerate will and pass will around and stuff. And it's possibly, you might be right, it's not as oppressive. But I just think it might be actually, if you worked it and chose to use it, I think there might be quite a good way of. Oh, it's not just every time he rolls a 6, because I can roll a 4 and I can use 2 will points. Do you see what I mean? That sort of thing.
Yeah.
But
my recollection was, Alfred in his old incarnation, it was just like a dump of might points right at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I don't think you could get.
Whereas this one's a bit more drip feedy.
They definitely toned it down a bit in the last version. The last version was, he had 3 will, which could be topped up by Gandalf. You roll a dice for each will point. On a 2+, they gain a point of might. On a 1, they swap it with him. So that was it. So you could give them 3 might back.
So am I thinking about the early version of Alfred?
Yeah,
That's
I think this.
Yeah.
It could give you more than 3 might back.
Okay. Yeah, you might be right.
Quite reliably. That's my slightly hot take. I think you're right. I think the obvious thing is, this is much better. Whereas I actually think, I think this could be more powerful in the long run.
Delve a bit deeper. Yeah. Okay. All right. So evil profiles.
Excuse me, sir. I think you'll find I have a 5th good profile.
Oh, so apologies.
Would you like to guess what it is?
No, go on.
Well, I think I would have said Legolas. But I picked Legolas in the Armies of Lord of the Rings. And so, I took a left field shout. And I've gone for a young lady from Mirkwood by the name of Tariel. And I may return to the elves in the future. But Jay said to me a couple of Ardacons ago, we were just having a chat at the bar, and he said something like, what do you think of Tariel's profile? Like, what would you do? And I remember saying at the time, I was like, actually, do you know what? I'd love 10s across the board, but I actually think Tariel's pretty spot on. I've always read from right back in that Desolation of Smaug days, the first profile, I've always thought they kind of nailed her profile. Fight 6 is right, 3 attacks is right, 2 wounds is right, 3 fate, 3. Do you know what I mean? It's a really great profile, and I've always loved Blade Mistress. I've said this so many times in the past. I love the fact that it makes you want to. It's a rule that makes you want to use her how she is in the film. It makes you want to charge her aggressively into 2 people and chop them up. Basically.
In your face, yeah.
And I genuinely, I think I said to, I was like, I think she's right. I was always like, I don't think you would change her. I think her stats are correct. I think her special rules largely represent what she does. And she hasn't had much in the way of a change, but she's still got she's still got the Vengeful Fury thing. She's got a couple of standard bonus special rules. So she now gets Sharpshooter, so she gets to pick the horse and rider, and she gets Expert Shot, so she gets 2 shots a turn. And it was like, this is cool. My buddy, my awesome, my love, Tariel has had a little gentle glow up, and I am, as we'll come to, I'm quite excited to get her. I'm quite excited to throw Tariel down on the table again.
Well, that was going to be my next question in terms of, and maybe this will sort of sneak into the army list things, but because I noticed that Tarot hadn't had major changes.
But I think those 2 rules are great. Sharpshooter is a great rule, and expert shot's a great rule.
But that was it with those 2, made you think, I want to give her another spin again.
And what a spread! My 2 favourites, and and the picture of Tariel that I just dream one day they'll turn into a model.
Yeah, you've always mentioned that, wasn't it? The it's almost like the one standing on the rock or the.
Yeah, it's the
left leg,
crouch
isn't
and
it?
fire in the bow is just so good. I'd love that as a model. So yeah, I just felt I can't not. I am excited by Tari idea. She excites me, and I think it'd be super cool to use her in some armies going forwards. Should we finish these chat comments about these before we get to evil stuff?
Yeah. Do you want me to do, so keep going?
Sure.
So Joe Holzman has said good evening, everyone. So I know Joe was going to join us late, I think. And then Tom Turtle, Champions Variable Chariot, or is that done?
Gone, mate.
Gone rather, yes.
Dead. God rest his soul.
Oh yeah, and the other thing I was disappointed is the fact that the Thoros company don't have the ponies option anymore now. But yeah,
because we can't have conversions, Michael, unless you're a non-captain.
Stephen Ryan said, took my earphones out, and Vicky just went, "Oh, is that Michael Haskell? He's great."
You're getting the love tonight, my friend.
Oh dear. Right. Oh yeah, that was it, Joe. Yeah, late tonight was a Chris McCausland show. Absolutely hilarious. He's great, but unfortunately, I don't expect I should be around for long as I've caught the lurgy. Oh, Joe.
Sounds like he's about to die. Maybe it's not that bad.
Wasn't Chris the one that won Strictly Dancing or something? Yeah.
Incredible achievement. He's deaf. Ridiculous achievement.
Blind.
yeah. Sorry. Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't be easy to dance if you were deaf, to be fair. But yeah, you're right, blind, which makes it harder. Yeah.
Because I'm aware of him for watching Have I Got News for You, which for people who aren't in the UK, that's a satirical half-hour sort of. I say quiz show. It's a loose quiz show, but it's more just a chance for satire.
Yeah.
But he's very good on that. And again, he misses out on the visual stuff, and it's great when one of the other ones has described to him what it is that's on the screen.
Yeah.
So, Frederick Schultz, massive cog. Oh, Rufflecopter level pun. Right. Okay.
What was the Rufflecopter level pun?
Massive cog.
Massive
I said I was a small cog in the grand scheme of things. So, I guess Rufflecopter is something.
Rufflecopter is rolling on the floor laughing, but it's a Rufflecopter, which is where it's so funny it takes off like a helicopter.
Oh right, okay.
So it's you're hysterically laughing and now ascending into the air on the manner of a copter. It's a great phrase.
I am being educated big time. Tom Turtle, could you get in there on a technicality with Armoured Azog on Warg or something?
Is this for like oldest profile? Oh, I think they've pipped you with numerous.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. And then Andrew Morris, it's on iPhone. The thumbs up appears, and there are more effects too, balloons, etc.
Oh, really? I'm gonna see if I can send us something.
I've got an iPhone, but reading ahead.
You can keep going.
Oh, keep going. All right, okay. So Joe says, it's full of cold and my head's spinning, but I refuse to let Cuthers or Crosby pull further ahead unchallenged. So I shall attempt to get some paint on this leggy without completely cocking it up. And Sam says, you're a trooper, Holzman. Give 'em hell.
I can't see the reactions on the YouTube app on iPhone. Maybe my YouTube app needs updating or something. I don't know. But I believe you.
And then Frederick Schultz says, no, it's called Birdle's Scream in Middle Earth, but no idea about fledgling eagles in real life.
Birdle's Scream in Middle
Earth. Sam says, young eagle, not got enough experience. What an idiot.
It's never that funny.
Frederick Schultz, able to understand human speech, pick up and deliver a set of iconic armour to turn the tide of a battle. Idiot eagle.
Yeah, it's pretty smart, isn't it? It's a pretty smart eagle.
Indeed. Sam says, yeah, it came after Helm and his sons were already dead. What an idiot. Yeah, it didn't know, but that's why it should have studied harder. And then Sam says, I like that Dwarf and his small glass cannon can be deadlier, but also has a chance of blowing up in your face for balance.
I genuinely think Sam Huddy saying the words "what an idiot" is one of the funniest things. It cracks me every single time, every single week, in every single comment. What an idiot! It just really makes me giggle.
So then Sam says, Michael gets me. Rory, may I now have my birthday song, please, in the style of your favourite Dwarf Oin?
I guess that's for me. What's in the style? What is he? Is he Scottish? I don't know.
I'm trying to think. I think he might be, but I'm not.
I'm not sure I can convincingly do Dwarf Scottish and sing Happy Birthday. It's for the lad. Could I go down there or something like that? Let's try that. Why not? It doesn't matter, does it? Let's be honest. Alright, so we'll do a slightly less creepy than normal kind of Dwarf Happy Birthday for Rory Campbell. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I can't do two and you. Happy birthday, dear Rory. Happy birthday to you. Finn.
Now I'm just thinking, I'm sure I saw a comment from Sam. But no, maybe it's to come. All right, okay, so the great Larry Miller is in.
Larry Miller is in.
4 dice, you have a good chance to get that 6.
You do.
Tom says, agree with Michael on Dwalin. Think Thorin's company in general have done well out of the book. Not universally better comparatively, but always with more flavour. Often both, as with combat synergy.
Yeah, combat synergy is good now. You got to use it. That's cool.
Although we're still probably a way off from reflecting Gandalf. He's taking his best fighters line.
We've been having a good old giggle for that for about 12 years, haven't we? He's taking his best fighters. Nah, he's not taking Dory. He's not taking Norrie.
Sam Page, evening all. Join late, but we'll catch up with you tomorrow. Good evening, Sam, if you're still around. And then Tom, speaking of Gandalf rates Feely and Keely over Gloin. What an idiot. Intelligence 10.
Exactly.
Then Frederick, dwarves are people too, Michael. Stop dwarf hate, justice for dwarves. Larry says Thorin Fight 7 made me very happy. And says special rule is worse and no goat.
Well, some of his special rules are worse, but some of his special rules are better and new.
Sam says he's Fight 7. I missed that. But Larry says Fight 7 is glorious. Right, Harry says knights, gents. Pleasure to join you oh so briefly. My fave good profile for the Hobbit was probably just giving Alfred the nerf he deserved. He was always a bit silly.
I'm not convinced it's a nerf.
Well, yes, as Damien's realised that there might be more to it than quite as first impressions. Josh Coles, Azog's Hunters list. Oh, are we on to list now?
Oh, we're on to evil. Brilliant.
Yeah, I think we are. So I think that there is some more good comment, but I think we ought to just
That's
hit
right.
the
That's a good time
and
to
start working our way through evil.
Shall I jump in first this time?
Yeah, do you want to go first this time?
Right, so in... I will do this in some... I'll build up. I've got a wacky outlying choice to begin with. You're not going to believe it, Michael. So my first choice of an evil profile that I'm excited by is the Mirkwood Hunting Spider. And I'll be the first to admit, me and Michael had a chat about this, we slightly struggled. There's less evil profiles And so when you're trying to, and there's less evil army lists. So when you're trying to find 5 evil army lists and 5 profiles, there's less to choose from. But I like what they've done to spiders. What do we used to have? Mirkwood spiders and giant spiders. They're now only in this list. I kind of like spiders. I'm, you know, as people know, I'm big into Mirkwood. I like everything in that, and I feel sorry for the loss for people who've lost the Spider Queen. She's gone to Legacy, and we've lost an all spider list, I believe. We'll have to wait and see what the Legacy's PDF allows. There'll probably be a spider list in that, I would think. But what do we now have? Where are they? Are they in Pits of Dol Guldur? Is that it?
132, 133.
No, I mean in terms of the army list.
Oh, the army list. Sorry.
I think, is that the only one they're in? Oh no, they're also in Rise of the Necromancer. So we've got they're in basically the Dol Guldur lists, and I just kind of liked the fact that they've slightly reworked how spiders work. I guess not even in terms of the rules, but in terms of the names of them. You know, they're now both Mirkwood spiders, whereas we, you know, wasn't it the last edition where the spiders were kind of in Moria, weren't they in the Moria list, possibly in the last edition?
They were giant spiders, weren't they?
Yeah.
Thing.
And I just, it was just one of those things that was like, as a kind of Gundabad fan who likes spiders and has some Mirkwood spiders, but I don't have any of the metal Mirkwood spiders. And it was just the sort of thing that was like, now they're in lists, now that they're only in lists with other models that I own, I'm just tempted to pick up a few and get them on the table. I think they've taken a nerf, right? They're Fight 3. Didn't they used to be Fight 4? I'm sure they've been Fight 4 for years.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they were.
A bit of a nerf there. Seem to have the normal sort of special rules. And then they've got this kind of weird Silent Hunters rule, which feels like they've got Stalk Unseen, right? What's the difference here? So if a Mirkwood spider's within woodland terrain or is partially concealed, then they can't be seen by enemy models. I don't get the point of saying partially concealed if they've got Stalk Unseen. Because isn't that the same? So the change is that if they're in woodland terrain, just in it, even if you can see a clear shot, they can't be targeted, which is kind of cool, kind of themey.
But what about the bit that confused me was unless they are within 6 inches of the Mirkwood hunting spider.
That means the models. So if the models are within 6 inches of the spider, they can see it clearly.
Oh, unless yeah, right. That's how. Okay, I got it.
But I don't get I think saying that a model who is partially concealed by a piece of woodland terrain from models that are more than 6 inches away, I think that's Stalk Unseen, isn't it?
Yeah.
Might be that I'm getting that wrong. But yeah, it was more the fact that I kind of like the way they've been moved around a bit, renamed a bit. It now feels like they're the same spiders from the same scene, just different sizes, as opposed to 2 different takes that Games Workshop has had on spiders in SBG, I guess.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to work out, because the Stalk Unseen talks about concealed from view by a piece of terrain. Cannot be seen, but this one talks about a piece of woodland terrain.
Which is a piece of terrain.
Yeah.
I think it might be a superfluous clause in it, is all. But either way, I quite like spiders in Middle-earth.
Yes.
And I quite like the models. I'm not particularly arachnophobic. So yeah, I'd like to pick me up a couple of giant spiders to boost my armies with. Or not giant spiders, I should say. Mirkwood hunting spiders. Because that was the other thing. That's it. That's the other thing I wanted to say. The small ones were called giant spiders. That's what used to bug me. We had large spiders and small giant spiders.
I know, but the giant spiders came first, didn't they?
Yeah, but that's silly. And now the big ones are now called giant spiders and the little ones are called hunting spiders. So I think that's good. So an overall rebrand of spiders, which I'm quite positive about.
Yes, a clearer classification based on size.
Absolutely.
Okay, so my first one. Now I remember when I watched The Unexpected Journey. Yes, yeah. Initially being uncertain about the Goblin Town.
Oh, Oh, Goblin Town, cool.
But I got the starter set, and it didn't take me long to recognise. Yeah, all right. There are different sort of pinky, fleshy colour, not the green colour from their goblin cousins a bit further. Well, I say not that much further away. So I got over that, and in the end, I decided they were okay. So the one that, in terms of a profile chain, that's made me think I need to dig them out again. Because, like I said, I got them all painted, the star set, and I did a few extra goblins. So I've got an army. It's the Goblin Scribe.
Great choice.
And in particular, it was the Goblin King's Command.
Yeah.
Which I thought actually could be quite useful. So essentially, if the Goblin King declares heroic move, when he's within 6 inches of the Scribe, and does a with me, it affects all friendly models on the battlefield. So it's all friendly models on the battlefield, not just within the 6 inches. And none of those models have to finish within 6 inches of the Goblin King.
Yeah. It's awesome.
And I think that could be quite useful. Obviously, you've got to make sure that the Scribe keeps within the distance of reasonable distance with the Goblin King. So someone's going to have to keep, because he's a heavy object, keep lugging him around the board. And then the other one was that any friendly Goblin hero that begins their activation within 3 inches of the Goblin Scribe can choose to spend a might point. If they do, the Goblin King can regain a might point spent earlier in the battle.
So you've got, it's like the court of the Goblin King, right? You have the Scribe, you have a captain who's a might battery, and you have the Goblin King. The Goblin King calls a heroic move. Your entire army gets to do a heroic move, and then your captain gives the Goblin King a might point back.
Yeah. So that made me think. I know it's quite useful in the last edition, the Goblin Scribe being able to have, bring more goblins on and so on. But sometimes that, especially sort of late game, that was a bit more academic. Whereas this one feels it could be more impacting.
It's probably worth saying that rule's gone completely, right? So there's no more adding goblins to your Goblin Town army.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that one's gone. So that one made me think that trying to get the best out of that rule, it involves keeping, like I said, keeping the Scribe and the King in touch, and you've got to protect the Scribe as well to a certain degree. And I thought that that had great potential, and that'd be something to explore and have a play with.
I agree entirely. I think it's a great choice, and it's a very, very, very different rule to anything we've come up against before.
Yeah.
So yeah, completely get that. My second choice, I'm going to go for the humble, or I should now say slightly more humble, Hunter Orc. Hunter Orc Warrior, a model range I have very much warmed to over the years. Didn't like them when they first came out, and it is specifically the fact that it's lost 2 attacks. You have an 8-point Orc model, which I believe was an 8-point Orc model. Hunter Orc were 8 points, that used to have 2 attacks because of many blades, and they were very, very, very good.
Yeah.
And now you would argue that is a catastrophic nerf to them. That is a massive nerf. But equally, for 8 points, they're still a pretty good profile, and they now get +1 attack on the charge. So I think they're pretty great, and yet I think they're going to be far less oppressive than they were. And then that kind of leads on to my cheeky bonus one, which is the Hunter Orc Warg Rider. Because this is where the benefits of this come in, because your Warg Riders are now 3 attacks on the charge. So your Hunter Orc Warg Riders have now become really good. And for me, if you think about those scenes in the film, particularly Unexpected Journey, the wargs chasing after Thorin's company, the wargs running them down in the Out of the Frying Pan scene, the start of Desolation of Smaug, you never saw Hunter Orcs on wargs, because everyone just took the 2 attack ones on foot. And and I think this pushes your army build into mounted Hunter Orcs. Because 3 attack Hunter Orcs on the charge on Warg, 6 attack, they're pretty tasty.
Yeah.
But the balance, of course, is they're twice as expensive, so you'll get less of them. So my Hunter Orc army is the starting of my Hunter Orc army is a 3-year-long battle companies project that I've been working on. But I bought 36 Hunter Orcs and 12 Warg Riders and 12 Wargs, so I've got it. And I've never painted it because Tom painted I basically for SBG I painted the elves and Tom painted the Hunter Orcs, and so I've never needed to paint a Hunter Orc army. And it's always been there. It's always been kind of like, oh, one day, and I don't think this makes it about to happen. But I prefer the army list now. I prefer the idea that a sensible army list build could be Azog and Bolg on their Wargs and Hunter Orcs on Warg. I think that's cooler. And so yeah, I think 3 attack Orcs and Warg in a kind of fluffy, out of the frying pan style army is quite tempting to me, I think. So yeah, I like the change to, instead of we've lost many blades, we now have savage hunters, and I think that's good in the way it nerfs the ones on foot and it improves the ones on Warg.
I've got Hunter Orcs down as sort of as in brackets really, but the bit that sort of caught my eye.
Oh, they were one of your choices, were they?
Yeah, well, no, it wasn't really a choice. It was sort of a possible choice, I suppose. But it was the fact that it gets the +1 when it charges, and that sort of echoed Thorin's heroic combat. Again, it's something you get if you charge. And I sort of detect there's been a slight shift at some of the some of the goodies that your warrior or hero might get depends on you getting that charge in, rather than just being something you got automatically, as it were.
Yeah, it makes the game more dynamic.
Yeah.
You know, you have to, something has to go well for you to get this thing, and then your models change turn on turn. It's a good thing.
Yeah. But I also think that leans into the way that the priority now has the fact that if you win priority, you get to choose.
Yeah.
And again, it's just another dynamic to say, well, you know, do I want to go first? I'm really not sure. But if I don't go first, I don't get my bonus. You know, it's just another bit in the melting pot of thinking about tactically what's best for you, and also then to think about how you approach your deployment and your movement each turn to be in as best position as you can to take advantage of, depending on which way the priority roll goes. So, I think that's sort of all sort of locks into that sort of dynamic, as it were.
Your second, I think.
My second one. So it's not too far away, because I too have some Hunter Orcs. Again, like you, I wasn't mega taken initially by the aesthetic that the films gave, but over the years I've sort of softened, and so I do have some in boxes. But it was Yazneg. That I liked, and again it was another rule that he's now got, which sort of leaned into a degree his portrayal, and it's the price of failure. At the beginning of a combat that Yazneg's involved in, if he's within 3 inches of Azog, Yazneg can declare this special rule before the duel roll. If he does, then he can re-roll any number of dice during the duel roll. However, if Yazneg uses this special rule and fails to win the duel roll, then he immediately suffers a single wound. So it was that risk-reward type balance, and it was just something I felt lent into this particular character. So that was why I thought, again, it's just another thing that makes me think, along with the Hunter Orcs themselves, this is something I want to try and explore at some point.
Yeah, there's some interesting dynamics here, because you can see in the fluff, to be absolutely, this isn't like what's the is it Sharku, who's got a rule that he basically overextends himself. He can do an extra slash, but because he's then vulnerable, he can get wounded or something. It's like,
I think you're right.
It's not this. the ferocity with which Yazneg commands his orcs comes not only from his inherent barbarous nature, but also from the fear of what the Pale Orc will do to him should he fail in his mission. And he can only do this when he's within 3 inches of Azog. So this rule, I think, is meant to represent if he messes up a combat, Azog stabs him.
Yeah.
Right, I think that's the fluff behind the rule here. Yazneg's master is not one to take failure lightly, often with deadly consequences. But I have to admit, when I read this, I was a bit disappointed that you can't kill him anymore. So, like, his old rule was, if they're in contact at the beginning of the move phase, instead of rolling the dice to make a courage test when your force is broken, you can remove Yazneg from play, and then Azog, like, automatically I think it was like a table-wide stand fast. And then the rest of the Hunter Orcs re-railed for courage test. And I just really liked that dynamic, that he could actually just take him out, and then you get a massive army bonus. So I do like this, but I think I preferred his old rule.
Okay.
But
there was just, it's a one-time, that's it. This one has potential for
that's
a more sort of turn-on-turn dynamic.
Fight 5 as well now, Yazneg. He's the only one of the 3. I think Fimbul gets it on the charge or something. But Fight 5 base is pretty cool. And one thing that did strike me as curious... no, it didn't, because it's right there. I thought he'd lost his lance, but he didn't lose his lance. It now just comes in a package deal with his Felwild. Ignore me. I was just, when I saw he didn't have the lance option, I was wondering, like, dare we dream? Is there a new plastic Yazneg coming? But yeah, so it's cool. You're right. It's a different dynamic. It's something new that mixes things up, which is for the good. Do you know what I'm going to do? You said we're not going too far away. I'm gonna make sure that we don't go too far away at all, because I'm going to stay on the same page. Because I've got Bolg down.
Oh.
And there's a bunch of reasons for Bolg. I like Bolg. The first time Trokerburn rode to war, Adam took Azog and Hunter Orcs, and I took Bolg and Gundabad, so I was always Team Bolg. I've made my little Bringer of Death wall. I might grab. We could have a little look. I think this is the hands. Oh, it's over here somewhere. There we go. Let's go, continuity camera. So I made this back in, I think, 2017 or something. There it is. I made this little thing to go along.
Yes.
And he
I've forgotten that, yeah.
He's got these like 10 spikes that had like I think they're all Rohan heads on there, like 7 heads on it, and I would stick them in as he made his kills to track his Bringer of Death rule. So I always really liked Bolg. I thought he was cool, and I liked using him. And I think me and Tom did I think we both took. We went to like an East Grinstead tournament once. And I think we both took exactly the same army, but he took Azog and I took Bolg. And it was like, who will do better? And it's like, obviously Azog, he was better. But I was always championing Bolg as a bit of an underdog. So I don't know, I like him. And of course he's got a new model now. So as we've already talked about, massive Gundabad army, quite up for getting him, quite up for seeing him how he now works on the table, basically, and how that new model will look, which I'm quite excited about. There was also a couple of things I noticed. That his Bringer of Death has now got slightly better. So 2 for Terror, which is the same, 5 for Harbinger of Evil, which was the same, and now Mighty Hero he gets on a 10. On 8 models instead of 10. So that's a little bit easier. And so I think he's cool. Still fights 7, so he maintains that. I think he keeps all the important stats that he had. He's 1 fate, because he dies. So that's fair. Just like the Master of Lake Town, he's got 2 fate because he dies. But I think he's nice. And the other thing I picked up that I found really interesting, just as something to talk about, is Bolg. And we're talking about Gundabad. We're talking about, and I don't really count the Hunter Orcs in this. I know they get the Gundabad keyword, but the Hunter Orcs feel like a different army to me, right? don't know what you think about this. Bulk gets ancient enemies, dwarf and elf, right? And then if we look at the orc army for the Battle of 5 armies, berserkers, ancient enemies, dwarf and elf. Same for Gundabad captains, same for Gundabad warriors, same for Gundabad troll, same for Gundabad ogre. The troll brute doesn't, I suspect because it's a war beast. And Gundabad catapult troll, ancient enemies, dwarf and elf. Why doesn't Azog get that? Just curious, and that's kind of why I picked Bold, because I was like, I'm not saying he's better than Azog, but I just find it really curious that Azog doesn't get. I know he gets his I am the master thing. That's only against heroes. I just find it very strange that the king of Gundabad is the only model from Gundabad who doesn't get the ancient enemies, dwarf and elf, despite seemingly having quite a problem with dwarfs in particular.
Well, I was about to say it's dwarves in particular, isn't it? Yes, I had noticed that actually.
And I know he's. I think it's something that hasn't been added in because he's never had it. It's not been forgotten about, but it feels like in between editions, the other models have kind of like. They have all got both actually in the last one. Like the warriors have it in the last one.
I mean, there is something in the army of Gundabad where Azog gets something against Erebor models.
Yeah, it's just against Erebor though.
Yeah, it's not dwarves in general. Yeah,
but it just struck me as curious. So yeah, Bolg, I'm excited to use. Probably because of the new model in a way, but I just thought he's cool and I like Bolg and hooray for Bolg and yeah.
I like his bringing of Jessful. I like the fact that the more he does, the more he gets better at doing certain things. For the moment, probably I don't think it will change. I can't get past his aesthetic. It just doesn't work for me. I like I said, I've come to Azog. I've come to accept, but Bolg is one in particular. I really can't. I mean, I think the new model looks great. You know, I can appreciate it for what it is and what it's trying to capture in terms of the film. But the Jack's representation, I can't get past that, and that's on me.
It's another one where the model is much better than the look in the film.
Yeah, there is probably something in that. Yeah.
But I mean, God knows, as Larry will tell you, I've got a video that's been gestating for 5 years about it. You know how I feel about Golb, about the Keeper of the Dungeons. that design's amazing, and I think it would have been great. And the design history of that and journey of that is fascinating. But I don't think you can have the Keeper of the Dungeons as Azog's son next to him.
No,
Do you know what I mean? I think
Keeper's the other one I can't get past. It's so I guess ultimately.
Well, you don't like the Keeper design?
Yeah, I don't like the Keeper either. No.
Oh, I'm afraid we can't be friends anymore with that one. That's diabolical.
So I suppose, from the point of view that Azog ended up being Azog, the sort of Azog that we know is great for me because I could eventually, well not eventually, but I got I came round to it, but Bolg and Keeper are just two that just don't work for me.
Fair enough, man.
Throw that out there. Contentious.
Got to get those clicks. Your third.
My third is going to be, and we've talked about it earlier. The Gundabad catapult troll.
Oh, ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Michael, it is our first crossover. I had the catapult troll as well.
And it's not because I particularly looked at the rules and thought this look, you could do X, Y, and Z with it, or this looked really, really good. Yeah. And there's probably some good stuff about it. It was just the size of it, the look of it, and I just thought that's going to look glorious on a tabletop. Even if it comes up against an army that shoots it and it disappears in the first 2 turns or something. I just think it's just everything about it So I'll be excited to play it because of the visual side of it, not because of its rules or its gameplay, and we can explore those. But it's just that the visual thing for me says you've got to try and get this on the tabletop at some point.
I completely agree. That's exactly why I put it. Let's try and work out what. So the goblin, I think the goblins were separate. I'm just trying to work out what the difference is. In the old one, it's got the goblin crew. It's a siege engine. Does that mean that in the old version you could kill a troll and leave the goblins behind? Don't know. Not sure. But yeah, I thought they'd streamline the rules a bit for it. Or maybe they've just made it clearer. You know, there's now a separate brand new paragraph that says it's one profile and all that. But yeah, we talked a lot about the catapult troll in terms of the aesthetics earlier, and the fact that people have been hankering for this thing for a long time. It's great that it's in the game, and I don't really see me painting it anytime soon. But I do want to buy one. I do want to add it to my army, and I do want to use it. As someone who's used Gundabad for a long time, like a lot of it, the hardest thing is fitting in all the fun things. They've got so many cool fun things, and you go Azog, Bolg, Troll 1, Troll 2, Troll Brute, 2 Ogres, Catapult Troll, and you're over 1,000 points without any warriors. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's kind of crazy.
I mean, its defense is 8, so it's not unreasonable.
Yeah, 5 wounds as well. It's great. And it can walk. It can walk around firing catapults, but only on a 6. Is that right? Yeah. Good luck getting it through the board though, with that base size.
Well, yes. I'm sure I saw a comment the other day about that boards need more terrain to counter some of the horde army type scenarios, and of course that then makes narrower lanes and might make it a bit more tricky for 160mm. I'm trying to. It's going to be big.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Cool. So that was your third or your fourth?
Yeah, my third, and to be honest, that was probably the last active one I actually had, as it were.
Well, that was also that can be my fourth, because I did pick that. So is that you out? Did you not find a fifth? Or?
Well, but it was a negative 5th rather than a positive 5th.
Oh, go on then. Why not?
Okay, so my 5th one, I suppose, was Azog. So because I played against Azog several times over the years, and I've always found him, because he was the fight 7. He was we had that one more fight than Aragorns and company. Because he had that, he's going to duff you in on a 3+ and so on, and he had all this might because of the White Wall. He was always a difficult opponent to come up against, and I always felt sometimes it was a bit one-sided. Having said that, there are occasions when, if I played the scenario rather than getting too hung up about him, it might have been a bit different.
Yeah.
So I just think. I don't think it's he has been nerfed in a few points, but because others have been stepped up with the fight value, for example, and so on. I just think he's a bit more balanced in terms of his place.
He's lost the might point as well, right? Because the White Warg's gone down to 2 might.
Yes. Oh, hasn't it? Yes. So I just think he's better placed, as it were, in terms of being in
He's very expensive. He's gone up in price as well.
I not noticed that, actually, the fact that he'd gone up. It was more the case of that some of his stats have been trimmed slightly, or the others have stepped up. So
yeah, it's fair enough. He's still got 1 fate because he dies, just like Saruman. He's got 3 fate because he dies. Yeah. I mean, in Thor, and also because of the army list now, there are certain builds you can't take him in. So Thorin's Company, you're paying 175 points plus the Warg, for a defense 5 1 fate mod. That's pretty rough.
Yes.
No, yeah, he's definitely worse, but yeah, that's why maybe it's the era of Bulk.
Well, maybe, yeah. But I suppose I would say Azog's worse, but in a good way, I suppose, is what I was trying to sort of say.
Sure.
And it wouldn't put me off trying to give him get him a spin.
And my last one was Stumpy. I went for the Troll Brute. I've always liked him. I'm gonna sneak a cheeky 6 one in the fact that I love that you can now have Beaufort on him as an option in your army list, like a normal option. That's cool. But yeah, I like I've always liked him. I always thought he's good. He's 4 wounds, defense 6, still fight 5. If I'm honest, I'm so glad he went up. In There and Back Again, he was fight 4, I think. And he went up to fight 5 for the Armies of the Hobbit. It's like, thank God. It's like, I've never understood, based on what happens in the film, why just because he's blind and he's got no arms and legs, he's so low fight. He's like, he doesn't struggle against elves, and he just walks around smashing them up. I think you can maybe argue fight 6. He's not as, maybe the Troll's got more dexterity, but his abilities don't seem to reduce his fight value in my eyes. But he's a war beast now. So he does 2 strength 10 impact hits every time he charges, and his rules have just kind of been cleaned up or standardized. And it used to do a single strength 10 hit, and you could keep on going. So he's gone up 20 points, but he's now, I think, roughly the same, but does double impact hits, 2 strength 10 hits. So he should be able to lawnmower things up quite nicely, really.
Yeah.
So I'm a big fan of Stumpy. Love the model. Was happy with the paint job I did on him, and I'm quite keen to get him on the table. Shall we see what people are saying?
Yeah. Do you want to?
I'll jump in. Yeah.
Sure.
So, guys, stop writing and start talking to us about our final category, which will be army lists. So, Josh Coles. I think we didn't have this. Josh Coles, Azog's Hunters list looks a lot more in line with the films. Feels a lot more like they do. Could be deadly on the charge. They aren't great fighters. Can go down fast. Yep. Larry says with Orcris he's got a reasonable chance against Azog. Yep, that's great. I like how they balance that. And yeah, here we go. Josh is agreeing with my stuff. I think this is before I said it. He says a lot more reason to say they're wild crying. A question earlier with potential book characters you'd like to see getting models. I'll have to see Rivendell Brothers. Yeah, someone said Aldan before. They're popular.
Yeah.
Larry says it buffs Thorin 2 if he has Orcris. I assume it's still hand and a half. What buffs Thorin 2? Something sort of... Oh, Burley. He's talking about Burley. He's talking about Ori. Yeah, that's a great shout. So Ori buffs Thorin's ability to go two-handed. I only checked the ones that were only two-handed. So there might be someone else. Like it was obviously buffed Dwalin, but Dwalin wasn't at the disadvantage. Was my point. The 5 I mentioned were the ones that could only go two-handed. So the same with Thorin there. He's not he doesn't have to have the disadvantage.
Yeah, Orcris is hand and a half still. Yeah.
Josh Coles, considering he's your banner now, he's great value. This is Thorin. He was on foot 165. Now he's cheaper on foot. Seen a lot of people still saying they wouldn't take the elk. Oh no, he means Thranduil. Sorry, but it's definitely better than it was. Also, the massive base gives you that banner. Yeah, that's good. Larry says I do miss the extra attack on foot thing. This is about Thranduil, as I like how it represents the way he gets dismounted, but it's still really killy. And Josh thinks he'd still take Thranduil on foot rather than the elk, purely to cram in as many numbers as possible. Sam says, at the pearly gates, a man covered in tiny rabbit paw prints is asked how he died. Surprisingly doesn't want to talk about it. What? Oh, this is someone who got run down by his sleigh, I suppose. At the pearly gates, a man covered in tiny rabbit paw prints is asked how he died. Surprisingly doesn't want to talk about it. Last year at Seven Stones, we fought an Anduril wielding Sebastian. Who killed about 4 of my elves? You love to see it. Joe Holzman, I've built and intend to build I've built 2 and intend to build a 3rd at this point. It's horrific, but I'm also mental. And Sam says, draw the line at poo on his face. All right, Mr. Fancy Pants. Josh Coles, understand changing the Hobbit book, making the Elven Glaives better. Yeah, Elven Glaives very good now. The extra dice to win the fight or wound is a great addition. My one game of the new edition was pretty devastating. He said it's an underrated. He didn't say understand change. It was type of underrated change. Yeah, the Mirkwood Elf Glaives are brilliant now, and really, really good at encouraging you to take them as opposed to the other options. I think it's a question for you, Michael. Top 5 doctors. Did you mention a doctor you like?
Oh, well, I mentioned Sylvester McCoy. Top 5, I would have to go Tom Baker first. He wasn't quite my first doctor, but he was the one throughout my formative years, if you like. So Tom Baker would be the first. John Pertwee, who was the 3rd doctor, would be my second. I like Peter Davison. He would probably be my 3rd. So that's around my youth, those 3 doctors. Then probably it would be the resurrected versions. David Tennant is definitely there. So he'd probably be 4th. And I'd probably say, oh, come on, who was the first one? Christopher Eccleston.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that'd be my 5. Pertwee, Baker, Davison, Tennant, and Eccleston.
Very cool. I'd put Dr. Grant in there, I think. I think I'd have to. Sam says, bold, Mighty Hero threshold reduced to 8 kills. Release the shortened hound. Yeah, quite. No more sausage dog. Joe Holzman, as someone who's played a decent amount of Lake Town, I really like the change to Dubious Council. Not because it's a buff or a nerf, but now it's really interesting. Yeah, I agree. It's a better rule. Also because it's a little bit of a gamble. I'm not enough of a top table player for that to be a problem to me. And Joe says, there was a young lady from Mirkwood. Sounds like the opening line of a dirty limerick coming from Damien. Maybe it is. Sean, Catherine did mention she saw Michael was co-hosting, and even she was happier at the thought. This is good, Michael.
Oh dear, you're awful, you lot.
Richard Clammer, Theoden on foot with plain armour is another shout at oldest profile without a model. Oh, that's a good one. It's not in this book though. But I think neither's a Numenor captain, to be fair. Not sure when the Numenor captain started existence, and also whether it's an uninterrupted period. I'm pretty confident we'll get a Numenor captain in the first ever book. We have a captain of Gondor, and that's at the time when and that is it's probably the same conversion, isn't it? Is that the same model?
Yeah, I think it might be.
And that is when that is the same profile, because that is when the warriors are men of Gondor.
Yeah.
So I think if we'll allow it, that would predate Theoden by a year.
A good shout there from Richard.
Absolutely, yeah, it's a great shout. Rory Campbell says, this is tremendous. I don't know what he means. Oh, it's the Scottish happy birthday song. Rory's happy with his song. Oh, please. And Sam Voge says, well. Josh Coles, it went from Scottish to Nosferatu. Andrew Morris, do a thumbs up, down, make a heart, or do a peace sign. They should all do different things. I don't know how to do it though. That's what I was looking at. I couldn't see the option to reactions. Josh Coles, yeah, I like this. I went a bit early with the Azog's Hunters chat before saying what I liked about the good stuff. Sorry guys, it's fine. Steiner Carlson, thank you for the stream, gents. Have to duck out for a bit. Sam says, I like the bonuses on charge. Approach discourages defensive play and make most play models go aggressive. Yep. Just goals. I really like Gundabad Orcs at Fight 4 now. They suffered last edition for being outfought, and you couldn't hoard out with either the heroes or monsters being so expensive. In the films, they do smash Iron Hills dwarves to bits, throwing them all over the place, and now they're on the level. Yeah, I agree with that, actually. As a Gundabad fan, obviously, but I think Fight 4 for those, they feel like the Uruk-hai of the Hobbit era, I think. So better. I like that you have 2 attack Hunter Orcs and Fight 4 Gundabad Orcs. I think that's cool. So Stromming Fish has a conspiracy theory that all of Gundabad is getting a refresh. The Finecast stuff at least. Ooh, that's exciting.
Well, that's not a bad shout, I suppose, to some extent, isn't it?
Maybe.
I mean, how long do they keep doing the Finecast stuff for?
I mean, you can see them getting rid of it, right? And metal. I think you can see them replacing things with plastic versions of them. So who knows?
Yeah.
Sam says Azog's always been the hero killer. Bolg with 200 burly and ancient enemies against elves and dwarfs makes him perfect for mopping up the enemy. Joe's run Gundabad quite a few times, only taken Bolg a handful of times. He's never performed for me. I don't think I've ever managed more than about 3 kills with him. I've got Mighty Hero, I think, twice with him, like at tournament games. And it's great. It's also Mighty Hero's a rule I really don't like. I think it's fine on Aragorn, but anything that gives you free might in the end game is bad for the game, I think, because it removes all the joy and the drama of that heroic move, that priority roll off when you've got no might left. I'm fine with Aragorn having it because he's Aragorn, but the less Mighty Hero in the game, the better. And I've always been alright with it for Bolg because he just doesn't get the impact of it. You know, if you do get it, you've probably got a turn left or something, for example. So I think it's fine if you have to earn it. Josh Coles would love someone to be right. If they redid their troops, that would be stunning. The Forge-Realm monsters and Azog I think he's talking about the comment about the refresh. The Forge-Realm monsters and Azog are great, and the new Bolg coming out, they just need better troops. I actually think the troops, I think they look good. I know a lot of people don't like the material, but I think the Gundabad orcs look good once you've done them. And Joe Holzman says he doesn't need any more buffs. This about Azog. I agree with that. I'm not saying he needs to be better. I just think it's weird that he doesn't have the buff that everything else in his list has. Sam says, just last night I played against Bolg and he got Mighty Hero going. Tom Turtle, I do like the Hunter Orc sculpts. They've never quite clicked in my head as what they're supposed to represent from the films. I just don't really see it. I think they look really like the promo image that was released really early, which is very, very telling. There's an image of them walking. I think it's by the river during the barrel case. There's just a big image of about 3 Hunter Orcs standing still, and they look exactly like the sculpts. And then in the film, we get CGI Hunter Orcs at the end, and they don't look like those. And I think we can understand that. Sam Huddy says probably Azog, is just vulnerable to magic. So Storming Fish, I think they'll make a plastic Azog and sell Azog Bolg in one box, like Wolf Targ Haleth Hammer. Sam says, I'd love that. Maybe? I'm not convinced they'd put them in the same box. Josh Coles, they either need to give us the option to get the Forge World armoured one or release a plastic one. Yeah, because you can't buy the armoured one with a flail at the moment, right? Yeah, plastic Azog's gotta be, right? He must be high up the list of plastic choices, I reckon. Sam says the loss of the original Bolg to become Keeper was a massive loss. Yeah, he looked perfect to me. I'd argue you could make him still work as Azog's son by saying he's wearing the scalp and beard of an executed dwarf. That is what he's wearing. That's what his beard is. His beard is the beard of a dwarf, and all his loincloth is the skin and face of dwarfs and stuff. He's a very, very creepy design. Keeper of Dungeons, of course, only has 0 fate because he dies. Just like the Master of Lake Town with 2 feet. Josh Coles, that would be an instant buy if they did that as a 2-pack. The look of the Keeper was great in the film. Love that model as well. Yeah, Golb for life. I've got the 1/6 Golb statue in the lounge on the top of a cabinet. That thing's awesome. Joe Holzman, I sort of expect a plastic Azog with an alternative torso on the foot one for armoured arm, and like they're doing with Hera. Yeah, I'd love that.
Yeah.
And he says, I'm a tiny bit frightened of the catapult troll.
Frightened in what way? Frightened of the model on the tabletop, or frightened of having to do it, bake it, build it, paint it?
I think just down below, a few comments here says, I developed a little bit of a troll obsession this year. I know I've hidden it well. And I'm worried about how much it will set me back and how much it will set me back for an army of them. An army of troll. What is it? Is it a... It's a hero, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's is he an independent hero?
A unit type hero, infantry.
Yeah, he's an independent hero, so you can't be a leader. So you need. I presume I'm not too up on the army list building, but could we do? What's the cheapest way? Could we do a Gundabad Orc captain as your leader, and then Gundabad catapult troll stick? 5 of them would leave you What's the cheapest way you could do it at round points? You need 3. So 3 of them does it, doesn't it? 3 of them gets you 600 with a Gundabad captain.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, it's got to be that sort of.
Yeah, Gundabad captain, 3 catapult trolls, 600 points. Boom. Get it done, Joe. Oh no, is it a siege engine? Do you still have to have a hero of fortitude or something? Is he a hero of fortitude? I don't know. There used to be a thing where you had to have a hero of fortitude for every siege engine, right? That'd be disappointing.
I'd have to go back and check. I can't remember.
3 Gundabad captains, 3 troll. Somming fish. So someone in my group was arguing if you kill a model with goblins, you get your monster strike against spear support. No. Don't think so. They're additional strikes, aren't they? They're not the strikes of the monster. Sam says, wouldn't worry, they're cowards. My first 3 games it ran before getting into combat. What an idiot. Sam asked Joe how attached he is to his kidneys to buy a troll. So strong fish. If someone brings a catapult troll to one of the events, it'll be pinned in its own deployment zone. Yeah. Sam then says, just because... Oh, what's this? Joe Holzman, fairly attached, mostly by ligaments and stuff. Oh, that's how he's attached to his kidneys. Cheeky going for both of them. Cheeky, it's when I snuck them in. He goes, cheeky going for both of them. Sam says, just because he's got no eyes or arms or legs doesn't mean he can't fight well. Out of context, that's an interesting statement. Joe Holzman, top for me is Smith. Oh, we're on doctors. 5th would be Pertwee. 2nd to 4th in no order would be Tom Baker, Tennant, and Capaldi. Jack Brown, do it physically to make the reactions. Your camera... No! now I just feel like he's trolling me. Is it...
Well, yes. No.
I can't make it work, but... I don't know, man.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Something's come up.
Yes. Was that this?
Yeah.
Was that that? Was that me doing it to that?
It didn't do it then.
It didn't, did it?
Did you have to do it slightly sideways, so it's got the rather than straight on? It sounds like if that was it, it was very fiddly.
I don't know, man. He's obviously right. It is obviously picking up when people do it.
Yeah, there you go. Done it. Just done it again.
So that's my camera on here.
Yeah, it appeared again. Yeah.
Cool. Wonderful. Richard Clammer, but the captain of Gondor is replaced by the captain of men in the 2 towers, and that profile becomes pictures as a ministerial captain of Return of the King. So I'd argue not to continuous profile.
Whoa.
All right, if you need it. Joe Holzman, it's countered by the massive effort to get to it for bulk. Yes, that's exactly what I think. No need for a captain for each. No, okay, no. Oh, sorry, no. You need a captain for each one. Hero fortitude for each engine. Yeah, so 3. Josh Coles, I think that's all for tonight. Should probably be asleep already. Early start tomorrow. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Can't wait for the next one. Andrew Morris, I love the look of Rangers and Mirkwood, especially having barrels out. Oh, they're on army list. It's happening. It's happening. So our last section. Let's get through this, and then we'll jump into Facebook. Michael, top 5 army lists.
Top 5 army list. Well, I found this easier.
I know.
Than trying to find sort of good profiles, evil profiles, and this is where I think the fun is in. And this, I think, is where Jay and the team have done really well to come up with these lists and come up with interesting special rules that capture a moment in primarily the films, but not just the films. So my first one, we'll go for the one I really took to, and I've already mentioned this. Is the Erebor Reclaimed.
Okay, that was my 6th that I dropped. So excellent work.
So the early signs of the meta, and it is far too early to establish anything for certain. And obviously people are trying out different combinations, but it felt to me like monsters are certainly going to become more of a thing. And therefore you're going to need something that's going to be able to deal with them.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
So the two things I was thinking of, is obviously heroes with that strike ability, and even that's not a given now that strike's only obviously 1 to 3.
Yeah.
But I was thinking in terms of missile weapons, and if you're doing that, you really want your strength 4. So you're talking crossbows.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
So where my head was at was the Iron Hill with the crossbows. They've obviously got good defense as well, the troops, to hang in there. So that was why I sort of Erebor Reclaimed. It had the fact that Thorin had the potential for the free heroic combat if he charged. But the thing that caught my eye, and you sort of touched upon this earlier, the fact that any infantry hero can declare the heroic march, even if they don't have it in their list.
Yeah.
And if they do, they can still charge after participating in the heroic march. So of course, dwarves traditionally with their 5-inch move sometimes struggle against those with 6+ inches.
Yeah.
But this now means that they can be a threat, and sometimes they can lurk themselves slightly out of range. And then if they get the priority charge in sort of scenario. So the whole combination meant I thought this was an army worth trying. So that's why I painted up the 3 champions of Erebor, finishing up some gaps in the Iron Hills, and I'm going to give that a spin at Scouring at the end of April.
Very cool. You have to let us know how it goes. As I said, that isn't in my top 5, but it was in there for the champions of Erebor specifically, where I would get the bonus rule of getting to reroll natural ones when making strikes, because that you can do if it's all hero. So I went down the three good profiles to represent champions of Erebor as opposed to the armor list in the end. But I love those guys so much. So I'm excited to see. I think the champions of Erebor could be very, very good on the table now.
Yeah.
So with honourable mentions to champions of Erebor and Thorin's company, let's go for a fairly obvious one, I think, based on what we talked about. I picked the Army Gundabad. I'm genuinely excited to use this again, to dig it all out. I want to paint up my Forge World Azog with the armour. The Gundabad Trolls got me kind of tempted, and I've got a Warband of Mercenaries. So, like, Army Gundabad is kind of like... I would like to do it. I like... anyone who's been on this for a while knows exactly how I felt about the Signal Tower. And everyone bringing along its free mountain. So I'm pleased that the Signal Tower has gone from the game, but is still in the game. The rules are still in the game, but the physical model's gone, which I think is the correct way forward. You know, I think it's like I think they tried to do something very cool in There and Back Again, and I think it was abused by people, and they were never going to make a model out of it. And they've done a very sensible thing of here. Do you actually need this massive thing with 7 orcs and a stupid free mountain on the table, or should we just make it an army buff? So I like that. The special rules are fine, but just I'm in this new edition. I'm quite excited to test out my Gundabad. I think I've got 3 800-point armies. One for Gundabad and one for Gundabad, one for Isengard, and one I'll save because it's one of my other choices, that I want to use at Teams and I want to use at Ardacon. So it's like I've got 2 800-point events and 3 armies, and I'm trying to work out what they are. And one of them will be armies at Gundabad, loads of monsters. I'm not particularly excited about Ents, I'm not particularly excited about Eagles, but where I really want to play with some fun monsters with the cool new monsters rules is in the army Gundabad, with Stumpy as a war beast and with ogres and with Gundabad trolls. Gundabad trolls had a little tasty bonus now as well. You can get the Scythe Gauntlet Troll up to 4 attacks. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, Army Gundabad for me.
Oh, yes. I mean, that does look fun.
It is fun. It's always been a fun army.
Yeah. Okay. So my number 2, I went for, and you'll probably like this one, the Rangers
Oh, nice.
of Mirkwood.
Lovely.
And I think the thing that appealed to me is the fact that it was a combination of the elves and the dwarves, who obviously at this point distrusted each other.
Yeah.
And you've got that reflected in some of the special rules. But the idea of having them in the same army. I know in the old edition you could have done because they were I think they were Yellow Alliance, if I remember rightly. So I like the idea that they've actually put something together that captures this moment when they were both sort of forced to fight together against the greatest threat of the spiders. And again, that's reflected in the fact you've got the hatred of spiders special rules, so it sort of captures that. So I just thought that this looked really cool, and I wanted to have an excuse to do something with Tariel at some point. And I do like the Ranger sculpts that they did. I think they were quite dynamic. So again, this is something that is now sort of moved a bit more up the list of things to tackle, the long list of things.
Legolas gets knife fighters in it as well, so he's even better.
Mm.
You know what's fascinating about this? Like this, I should have this. It's not on my list, but I love Mirkwood, I love Tariel, I love Legolas, and I love Thorin's company. This is everything for me. But just like last edition, I just wonder about if it's a negative play experience. Like I never used Rangers and Mirkwood in the last edition because it's like a bit like what I was saying about Black Riders against Ents. You either choose to lose the game by charging in, or you stand at the back and shoot the hell out of your enemy.
But I think, but this gives you options of putting together a combination that's got enough shooting power, but without being overwhelming, but still got enough fighting stuff. Yeah. So it gives you that ability to forge something that's in that middle ground that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, maybe you could, if you're replacing, say, 6 Mirkwood Rangers with Thorin, then you have 6 less shots, but you're still shooting at your enemy. They wander into you, and then surprise, I've got a Thorin, and it's it might actually be better, but it might feel like a more enjoyable army to play against. But yeah, I'd like that. It's a cool list. I'll stay in Mirkwood while we're here for mine. Just turn back a page, and I went for Halls of Thranduil. So this is one of the other ones that I was debating for kind of Ardacon or teams. It's 800 points. It is where it gets good, I think. Not to say it's not good beneath that, but it allows you to take the 3 named ones, like Thranduil, Legolas, and Tariel, and 3 big war bands. It's probably about 700, 800. And I've got this army. I've got, I think I've got 10 Rangers, 24 Elves, 10 Palace Guard, 2 Knights, and I've got all the heroes done. And this is, I've only mentioned Tariel so far in my kind of picks from this book, but I'm excited to get my Mirkwood Elves back on the table. Was it Josh that mentioned the glow up to Glaives? Glaives are now amazing. Yes. That's great. Thranduil's still got his +1 to wound, and Thranduil, presumably, who's your leader, treat him as a banner. So they've lost their banner, but they've got a new way of getting the banner effect. And I just think they're very good, and they're a cool army, and they're an army that I already have, and so I think a lot of their rules have changed, and I think they're going to play in a slightly different way now, and I'm quite excited to get them on the table.
I think that the other thing, the picture that they had at the bottom of those pages, 100 and 101, was Thranduil on foot, rather than, and I'd have thought it'd been great to have seen him on the elk.
Yeah, that's a fair point. There also, do you not think I don't know. I might be being paranoid. I'm not as certain about this as I was about. It seems like an odd thing to say, but you see the 3 Mirkwood Elf archers at the back. That one on the rock looks like he's been photoshopped onto me. I might not be right on that one. But
I can see where you're coming from. Yes, it's yeah.
there's something slightly odd. If you look at the elf next to him as well, it's almost, I don't know.
Yeah. No, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Not sure. I wouldn't be certain. Sometimes things that aren't Photoshop look Photoshop when you're looking for it.
Yeah.
But I see it.
Overlooked sometimes.
I guess it's because he's got his palace. They've gone for that. I think because he's surrounded by his palace guard. They've gone for like the Destination of Smaug Thranduil in Mirkwood rather than the armoured Thranduil at the Battle of Five Armies.
Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah, no, I think you're probably right. Yeah.
Imagine, is he not in? We have a Battle of Five Armies, right? Oh, but it's got no picture. I thought he might be in that one, but he's not. Cool. Yeah, so that's mine.
Okie doke. So my next one then, number 3. I'm going to go to the dark side. And I'm going to go to Goblin Town.
I too have got Goblin Town.
And I thought this looked. So when I looked at this, like I said, I've already sort of mentioned the scribe itself and the different dynamic made me interested. But it was the big thing is the Goblin King's songs.
Yeah.
I just thought it was such a great idea. The fact you've got the different combinations. Again, it's that tactical flexibility of which one do you use when, knowing you can't do them one after another. You've got to do something else. And I just thought it added so much something more interesting to this army. It's not just a question of having a massive horde and moving forward. It gave you something else to have a bit of a think about.
Mm-hmm.
So I just for that alone, the songs element to it, I thought that's something I need to I really ought to think about getting out. And like I say, I've got one that's probably sufficiently painted enough. I maybe just need a few more goblins here and there, but sufficiently painted enough to put it on the tabletop and give it a spin.
I completely agree. It was one of my choices. I didn't have the profile, and the reason for it was I think there's been a lot of changes that I like to this list, so I put it as the army list overall. I don't have it. I've got it all on sprue. 72 goblins. I've threatened to try and batch paint it in one with contrast one day, but it is not this day.
Even without contrast, you can get. I think you can get a reasonably decent paint job without huge amounts of effort on them.
But yeah, it's definitely something I love. But I've never enjoyed playing. As long as they've been in the game, they've always been oppressive to me, and I think they've got some buffs. But I think overall, some of the most oppressive elements of it have been dialed down. Gollum is a big deal. Gollum, you can't team Gollum up with the Goblin King anymore. With the ring. So that's a really big improvement in player experience. I also like that they've got this new. I think this is a good thing, that the new way of getting VPs. So Grinner and the Goblin King, if they kill a hero, they can take him prisoner. And you can go prisoner at the end. You get a VP for each. So not huge, but you can get. I think that's quite fun. Get a bonus couple of VPs available. And then there were some nice changes. So we've obviously talked about the Goblin Scribe, which made again the new goblins coming on feel slightly less oppressive now because we don't have those. I also noticed that is it this version? I didn't actually check, but I know he used to be able to do it. Could Grinner still swap with the Goblin King?
No, not with the Goblin King, but he can swap with someone else. It's got to be the same size base.
He could in the last version.
Yes, so that caused problems with it with the base.
Well, it was just a horrible move as well. So he's now lost that. So I think that makes sense. You can't basically teleport the Goblin King around now.
Yeah.
And I also picked up. Just curious. He's now called Goblin Jailer in his name. It's not to say he wasn't a jailer, but they've added it to this title, and they've added it to the fluff. He's the jailer, a position that gives him a relative amount of power over the goblins. And,
I noticed that, yeah.
I wonder if it's just to kind of fluff up that VP rule in the army list.
Yeah.
Don't really know, but it was just curious. But yeah, so I like them, and the fact you can't add more models to the army now, I think is a good thing, and I think they've
Yeah.
got some fun. I think they've got some fun rules. So yeah, but yeah,
So
I too like
it-
Goblin now.
Even though you might hold out, you still got, because you're not going to get any more. You still just got to have to think about how many do you sacrifice. You know, you still got to. There's still a bit of thinking required. It's not just throw everything forward.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. So then that was one of mine. So it's actually back to you.
Oh, back to me. Okay. Well, do you want to go next, or in case I pick another one of yours? Or,
All right.
all right.
Well, yeah. So my fourth then, I will go for the assault on Ravenhill.
No, that I haven't got that one. So yeah.
Mainly, I just think it's got a load of my favourite heroes in it. So I like, again, the Thorin's Company, got Bilbo, got Legolas, got Tario, all pretty cool. They could chuck Orcrist amongst each other. Can you go up to 3 attacks? And we get Megaless, don't we? Yeah, so we get fight 7 Legolas and 3 attacks. And Tariel gets rerolls to make his strikes. So we get a buff on Tariel. Thorin gets a buff. Bilbo gets a buff. So it's just models that I like and heroes that I like, all getting buffed together in a single warband, which I thought was pretty cool. I do think it's a shame that they've lost the goats from the game, but it is what it is. But yeah, I just liked the idea of being able to do this, because am I right in thinking we haven't had this, right, in the last edition?
I don't remember there being something like this.
There wasn't a Legion because we didn't have a Hobbit Legions book. So
No.
all you would have had, just trying to think out loud here, correct me if I'm wrong, but would have been like a Green Alliance. Am I getting that right?
I'd have to check the alliance matrix.
But it would have been, that's how you would have done this, right? An
Yeah,
alliance between Thranduil's Halls and Champions of Erebor, I'm guessing. So I actually think this is the first time we've actually had a kind of legendary Legion, as we would have known it, army list for the assault on Ravenhill. So I think it's a cool thing. People have taken it to like 7 Stones quite a lot, so it's something that people want to do. But it's nice to have it. It's nice to have now a version of it where they can get all those buffs.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I go for my number 4?
Yep.
So my number 4 was just turning the page in Goblin Town, and it's the 3 trolls.
And Michael Haskell, ding ding, you have found my number 5.
Oh, so again, it was because I quite like the 3 trolls in the way they did them in the film.
Yeah.
I
think they're Harry's favourite. He really likes them.
Yeah, I think they're a bit different from the book, but not massively so.
Yeah, I think they're very similar.
And I just thought, by coming up with these special rules, this combination of possibilities to allow you to flex playing them at different points levels, I thought was just a great idea.
Yeah.
It still might mean they're not overly competitive, but in terms of giving them a tryout and having a bit of fun, I just thought it works so well in terms of the different combinations. I've not sat down and thought yet about which of these special rules are sort of slam dunks and which ones are the sort of slightly lower, lesser ones that you pick if you had to go higher points. But just the principle of having different permutations to build at different points levels and field the trolls, I thought was just great.
Yeah, I mean, I have it as well, and I'll counter some of what you said by saying I wouldn't worry about them not being competitive. I actually think the fear is that they're too competitive, like particularly at lower points values. They're very, very good, and that almost, for all the reasons I've talked about, that almost puts me off them a bit, because I got the 3 trolls and I've got them assembled and I've got them green stuffed, and again they've been very close to me doing it, and I love the trolls. Seeing a theme here, loves me some Unexpected Journey. I think they're great. Fighting Thorin's Company, all for that. Wanted to do them for ages, and I think this as a piece of games design is brilliant. So simple when you think about it, but then so transformative. 3 trolls, 400 points, and if you want to use them at anything bigger, you got ally them with Goblin Town. That's been the last few years, right?
Yeah.
Now it's like, yeah, now you can use them at any points level, and it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. They are doing. I think they're doing pretty well, particularly at low points values when people don't have to vote them. But I think like the first 4 are relatively obvious. You go like full bellies, so that's Might Will Fate. You go the campfire one, Nothing Like a Warm Fire. That becomes that gets you your VP banners. You go for Dominant Presence, which makes them to automatically hold objectives, and then you probably go for the Can't Be Trapped one or the Heroic Strike one, because they're both very, very good defensive stuff. So I'm pretty sure those 5 are the first 5 you take, and then it becomes the others. So arguably, possibly, in my opinion, they might be at their absolute strongest at 650, and then you're not going to have a lot of things that can deal with 3 of them. But I think they almost might be. I don't want them to be that good, because I want them to be fun and fluffy. So maybe the most fun will be there to take them to Throne of Skulls and have them at 1,000 points when you've got all the buffs, but your opponent's got lots of ways of countering them.
So I did make the 3 trials quite early on, soon after the Escape from Goblin Town set came out. The one thing I didn't do, and I always look back and wish I had done that, is do the proper green stuffing on the joins. Same with the Goblin King, so you can see the joins, and I don't know why I didn't at the time. I just didn't, and yes, it's one of the things I think I should have done. But there we go.
Fun fact: I'll give a friend a shout out. Let's put this down. Told you I'm ready to go. So on that, it's funny you mentioned specifically that. As I've said on many a hobby vlog, I'm not very good at green stuffing. It's not a strength of mine. But for exactly the reasons you said, I was like, you've got to green stuff these, because they're all flesh. And so I sent this to Dave Fredericks. I said to him I think he was doing a photo shoot for the mag a couple of years ago, and I was like, mate, can you green stuff my trolls? Because it's these ones, isn't it? They've got the lines around the hands.
Oh, the hands as well. Yeah, that's right.
And I was like, can you just, do you mind? I know it sounds like lazy, but you'll do such a better job on this than I ever will. So I was very lucky that Dave Fredericks has done my green stuffing with kind of sculpting in some like texture and stuff onto him. But yeah. So those are my 3, and like as I say, they are green stuffed, they're assembled, they are ready to go. I'm very, very keen to get them done. I love them, and I've even got some. I've got some Matt Davis gloomy. Are they gloomy forest bases?
Yeah.
Those ones. So I've got those ready to go for them. But yeah, I'm very excited about the trolls, and they're quite, compared to like the catapult troll, they're quite small, right? These are significantly smaller hobbying job, which I think is really important. But yeah,
and you've got the campfire still somewhere, haven't you?
Yeah. It's a sunfire somewhere being the opera. No, do you know what? I've painted the campfire. I've used that in SBG. I haven't painted the mutton, but I've painted the fire. We've used it. Yeah. So yeah, I agree. Trolls, yay! I'm a big yay for the trolls. I know some people are like, oh, they're too good, but I like them. I'm glad they're in the game.
Yeah. We're just hope they're not too oppressive. Caveat.
I believe you have one left.
Have you got one left?
It was trolls.
Oh right, okay. So my last one, number 5, was Desolator of the North.
Oh, there he is. What a great way to end. Talk about the Hobbit supplement. That was a big boy.
The I know we only got to see a tiny bit of Smaug in the Unexpected Journey, but while the second film had drawbacks, it was the way they did Smaug. I just thought it was spot on.
Yeah.
For me, in terms of and obviously we've got those sort of the drawings that Tolkien did himself, the festoon the cover of the Hobbit in many instances, and I just thought it was such a good Smaug, and obviously Benedict Cumberbatch did a great voice as well.
Yeah.
But I loved it, and when they announced that they were going to have a Smaug model. Which I think then was it one of their biggest ever models or something ridiculous back in?
I think they said it was the biggest ever dragon they'd released.
Oh, dragon, was that what it was? What was the back end of 2014, wasn't it? I think.
Yes.
December 2014,
Yeah,
and I actually remember going to the GW Chester late at night, queuing up to get in and do the order straight after midnight, as it were, because I really wanted one of those. I did what it was, 300 or something stupid that was part of the initial release.
Yeah.
And I had a great 18 months. I was working away from home a lot during that period. There was only sort of bits of weekends and holidays I could spend time on it. But I managed to do my Smaug, and I was really pleased. I mean, it's not the greatest Smaug. There's so many better ones out there. But I do have a painted Smaug, and now I really think he needs to see some tabletop action. And I think the thing that I really
where is your painted Smaug?
He's still in the GW Chester store where he's been since August 2016.
In the window, right? I've seen him. I've been to see him now. Yeah, it's amazing.
But it's some of the new special rules, and in particular, again, this is what I mentioned earlier about Jay and the team going back into the material and trying to sort of lean into it a little bit more. And it was, in particular, his lust for gold. It's the treasure orientation, the treasure. What's what I'm drinking? What's what I'm trying to think of here? It's obsession with it. The rules have come up with so things like the stash of gold. I will not part with a single coin. Special rule they've given Smaug, and the lust for gold. The fact that he can be misdirected, as it were, on the tabletop, trying to chase treasure, chase things. And I just thought those special rules can give a game experience with Smaug a bit more fun than perhaps others might not have done in days of yore. So I thought, I just thought it's a great model for a full stop. And I think some of the special rules are just going to make it still be difficult, but just to make it a little bit more fun to play.
I think that's the thing. What's interesting is all the army list rules are about match play, right? So he basically now wins hold ground. Yeah, he has the central objective as long as he's alive, but then it's the scenario one which is clever, that he has to charge a model with an objective marker, and in every game there will be 3 models with objective markers because of his other rule. And so what this means is Smaug in match play cannot now run away from you and shoot fire constantly. Like you are forced to engage the opponent, which you'll probably still win, but it makes the game more enjoyable for your opponent. And I actually think for a lot of match plays, worth these VPs, I reckon, are going to go to his opponent more than they go to him. So if anything, it makes him more likely to lose match play games. But I think the experience against him will be better because of those rules.
I must admit, there's a bit of me that'd be curious, and I'd love to sit down with the team and just talk about when they sat down from a new edition perspective and said, okay, we need to do something with Smaug. What ideas were kicked around to try and make the gaming experience better, and how did they end up where they ended up, as it were, and how much play testing and what other ideas did they think about, and dispense with for whatever reason. I'd love to know more about that designer journey to get to where we've got to. But where we've got to, I think, but certainly for Smaug, I think it looks like a lot more interesting, a lot more fun.
As well, like he's also got better recon. He's dominant 20. So I think that makes him a pretty good contender at recon, right? Like, think about how many enemy models he can probably kill.
Yeah.
And they run 10 past him, 15 past him. He can then fly off the edge and get 20.
Yeah. As long as you do your maths right, kill just enough so there's less than 20.
Yeah.
And then Scarper, if you can. But that's the point. Can he Scarper, or will he be lured away?
Yeah. You could, yeah, but the thing is, you can lure him away for effectively 3 turns, and he's probably going to kill the model with the objectives, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, you could put your 3 poor gold guys down one side, couldn't you?
Yeah.
And then send everyone else down the other side or something. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, it's just going to make it much more interesting.
Yeah, I agree.
In terms of the scenario you've got and how you want to play it.
I've never had a problem with him. I think he's good to have in the game. I like it, and I've seen a lot of top table players bring really horrible armies to ruin people's weekends, and then get undone because they play Smaug. And it's like I'm cool with that.
I've only ever played Smaug once, and it was quite early on. And I think it was it was Steve's Scouring of Cheshire, but it was before it was at Element Games. It was when it was on in a community centre somewhere.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
I want to say beginning of 2018 or something like that. But it was Sam McGuinness. He was a lovely chap anyway. We had a smashing game. It was my dwarves playing recon, so I was going to win. But we had a smashing game. We made a game of it. And
I've played Smaug.
yeah.
I played Sam Smaug. I played him at Throwing Skulls with my Erebor and Dale army. It was beautiful. I loved it. I think I've played him 4 times at a tournament, Smaug, and I've enjoyed all 4 of them. I really like him.
Yeah, but I think now with these special rules, it's going to make it even better.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I think people who don't like playing against him still won't, but it will just make it more. It better is the word. It just improves it. Slight nudges to the side. And that is the end of our feelings on the Hobbit book. Do we have any overall feelings for you, Michael, for this book?
I'm pleased I ended up being guest host on this occasion, because it did make me sit down and more comprehensively go through the book than I perhaps would have done otherwise.
You requested this one, didn't you, as memory serves? I think you put.
Well, I think it was because I knew I was going to go Erebor Reclaim.
Mm.
I thought that would be the hook. But I think because I've not always had as much love for The Hobbit, and I thought this would make me have a deeper appraisal and a deeper appreciation of what the possibilities are, and I think it has done that. I mean, there's still some elements, there's still some aesthetics that don't tick my boxes, but I think there's a lot in here that given more time, I'd love to spend, love to explore. And time's the thing we all have not enough of to do what we'd like to do.
Quite. Yeah, I felt like going back into it, I was pleasantly surprised by how many of these I did want to play with. I've been feeling more Lord of the Ringsy recently. And then properly going through it, I was like, oh, I do want to try Halls of Thranduil, I do want to try the Trolls, I do want to try Gundabad, I do want to try Assault on Ravenhill. And so, I'm all conflicted now about what's kind of next for me for armies. But I definitely think some Hobbit armies will be coming to tournaments with me. I suspect my Ardacon army would be Halls of Thranduil or Gundabad. I think.
Because presumably, because the Hobbit was a lot more self-contained in a way. So when we get the Armies of Middle-earth book, there's not that much more that was.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
World.
I think they're largely Lord of the Rings. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to get things like the Spider Army, like some sort of Dark Denizens army. People think that's kind of Hobbit. It's Mirkwood based, that sort of stuff. There might be a couple others, but yeah, I expect most of the. I mean, we've seen them, haven't we? We've seen the list of them now, so we should know.
Yeah, we haven't we? Yes, yeah.
But I suspect it's very, very much Lord of the Rings focused.
Mm.
Luke.
We go. You've got Army of Erebor and Defenders of Erebor.
That's Lord of the Rings, though, isn't it? That's War of the Ring
Yes,
era.
isn't it? Yes.
Dale. Hobbit era models, I guess.
I think all the evil ones.
Beornings, I suppose. That's Hobbit, isn't it?
Well, I always
no,
thought Beornings
no,
aren't.
no,
But is that meant to be when Lord of the Rings was on? You know, because it's got
I
Grimson's
think
on.
it's a bit, yeah. It's a bit like the Eagles. It can be either, I think.
Yeah, straddles. Yeah. I mean, the question mark was, you know, what is Dragons of the North, isn't it? So that's. Yeah. So
I think
there isn't going to be much that's going to add. I think to what we've got.
Yeah. There we go. Shall we run through the chat and then jump into Facebook?
Shall I jump into the chat this time?
Sure. We were Josh Coles, early start. I feel like we read that. Andrew Morris. I love the look of Rangers Mirkwood having barrels out of Bond now. I presume he means the box there. Joe Holzman says 1,000 points, 4 Gundabad captains, 4 catapult trolls, a warbat and a berserker.
That was interesting.
Sam says Throne of Skulls army writes itself. Joe Holzman. Anyway, I think that's me done for the night. We'll catch up tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Night, mate. Old School Chris C. Are they not war beasts, not siege engines? No, I don't think the catapult trolls are war beasts. Richard Clammer. 3 tolls is the chop for sure, but it's also very strong. Might be OP. Dale's very good with its moving situations. Yeah, Dale are very good. Sam says, don't forget your Toblerone box for Gundabad. That's stirring something that I know what that means and I can't picture it and it's annoying me. Richard, not banner, I mean +1 to wound. Not sure what that is. Cool. And Sam says, just remembered a story from our local CJ. He bought a Radion sleigh on eBay several years ago and the seller, for whatever reason, decided to post it in an envelope. And what he received, he described as being like the sleigh, like how pork scratchings are, like pig is like a pig in the world's worst jigsaw puzzle. Terrible business. We had a Smaug or two at our non-GT event. Turns out that Ents ruin him. Natural 6 to hit with thrown rock. Yeah, absolutely. Wounds on 4 due to being strength 10 that causes 10 wounds immediately. Toblerone box of banner effects for Gundabad. He's replying to us right now, and I still don't get it. Do you get that Toblerone box of banner effects for Gundabad?
It's not doing the signal tower or something, is it?
Yeah, it must be the signal tower, but I don't. Why do you need a Toblerone box? Sam, explain yourself, quick. He's still out there.
Did someone do a signal tower in some sort of competitive way you couldn't get to or something? I
feel like I've had this conversation, like we've talked about it, and I've just forgotten about it basically. What's a banner effect? Is it that there's a free mountain? You see, this is what I made. This is what I mean. He's done something. I just can't picture it. I just can't picture it.
The one I made that you wet yourself over.
Yeah, sorry, mate. If you got a picture of it, put it in the whip thread. And we've caught up on the chat. Shall we dance into the whip thread and see what these fine folks have been up to?
Yes, I think time is marching on.
Absolutely. So we can change this to this. We can change this to this.
So do you think you've cracked now the ability to move in and out of the pictures in the thread without having to go to the top all the time?
I do not, but I did manage it last time through a combination of mad skills and dumb luck, and so I'm hoping that the combination once more works this time. It should be there. I have moved over to it. I want to wait and see if it. Yep, it is there on the interwebs, so we can have a lovely look through and see what people are up for, and give someone a dice on this fine Friday evening. Armies of the Hobbit. Okay, let's see what we got. So we are kicking off, I believe, with Frederick Schultz. Does that make sense to you? Got a nice selection of BSIME supplies. Also dug up the only sprue of Hobbit era stuff I own. My SBG Santa Hunter Orcs. You love to see it. Are you out there, Michael?
Yeah.
All right, wonderful. And then we've got some comments. His first ever Hunter Orc assembled. Pro tip for converters who want to make the most of their flaming brands. Putting them on an old metal minis to create more uniform aesthetic. Kit bashing cut up brands and spare two-hander bits works well if you then fill in the rest with green stuff. You don't have to match the sculpting style 100% to make it work, and you end up with double the amount of flaming brands. Is he saying that he's only using half the brand? Is that right?
I'm not sure. It could be. I'm reading it again. Pushing them on all recommended to create more. Cut up brands. Yes, I think he is, isn't he?
Very cool.
Yeah, because if you look at the picture that came with it, I think. Yeah.
Very cool idea, man. Some nice whips. Lovely. Thanks for the tip. So that was Frederick. We then have Ricky Colebrook is working on some Goblin Town Warriors. Oh, there they are. Turning their backs on us. Looking good, mate. Looks like he's finished 4 on that night. He's also put a recipe up there for anyone who wants to copy it. So it's prime with Ricarth and then metal, bones, hair mechanicus. So thin down brown wash all over, dry brush Ricarth flesh, then dry brush pallid witch flesh, and simply relay the browns to yellow the eyes. Yeah. Cool, man. Good work. Thanks for the tips. Gabe is in. I'm going to get some work done on the skin of this big lad.
Oh, lovely.
Why is it orange?
I'm guessing it. That's an undercoat.
Yeah. I've never seen orange primer before. Pretty cool. This must be something. He's a great painter. This must be some sort of clever colour theory type thing.
There'll be method in Gabe's madness.
For sure.
The glorious.
Orange spray. Amazing scenes. Lovely troll that. Jens Elmos working on a ballista. That's an Iron Hills ballista. He gets in. Thank you for your sweets.
Yes. Amen. Lovely.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Alright, next up. It's working, Michael, by the way. It's only bloody working. Rory Campbell, my only sprue of Hobbit models. Is that gold? Has that been sprayed gold, or is that like from? Oh, is that from the board game? Do they come on gold plastic?
Yeah, that is gold plastic, isn't it? That must be from the board game.
Base coat's down on Bomber. What a model that is! Love it. Doing some Rohan traitors in the background, and he's got decent progress tonight on traitorous Rohan and Bomber. You love to see it. Very cool. Michael Dublé is in. Working through my Thorin's company that I got from my SBG Secret Santa. That's super cool.
Yeah, second Secret Santa mention.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Julian Hammond, this is where I left Legolas last time. Yeah, my Legolas is he's had some work done on his base. I've already made some progress in between streams, but hope to complete him tonight to get the basing done. And here is the complete version. Oh, what a model! What a paint job!
Is that your favourite Legolas pose, isn't it?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, he's up there. I think there's two I like. I think it's that one or Defenders Rohan, but I think and Breaking the Fellowship. Those are my three favourites, but I think it's this one. That one's the most. I think just iconically, definitively Legolas. I just think it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Painted him twice as well. That version. Lovely work on the hair from Julian there. Just great, great. Love it. Next up we have Scott Newman working on some Mercury spiders. A Thorin King under mountain. We've got two pictures here. So we got there's a Thorin conversion and some very gribbly looking spiders. I think we've got some third party ones there.
Oh yeah, they do look a bit. They're going to look a bit scary.
They kind of look like that. They look a bit like a cross between a spider and those sort of that weird centipede thing that Bilbo goes postal on. Sam Huddy, I got this guy painted up for a certain doubles tournament in May. Spoilers. Finishing my arm with said event, saved attaching him to his base to slip in tonight. Nice work. See, he's on. He said it was in his doubles tournament, right? He's on wooden slats there, Michael. So we reckon, dare we dream, there's a kind of Pits of Isengard display board coming? I reckon that would be my vote for that.
Yeah, could be.
Tom Smith is in, but he's not been talking to us. That's rude. A couple of options here. My army project for the year. My army project for the year is Halls of Thranduil. Good army project. And I'm taking the Mirkwood Rangers out for their first event tomorrow, but I still have a load of Mirkwood Elves and Palace Guard on the sprue to get built, so that might be a job for today. However, Bomber is sitting there primed in the middle. Second Bomber. And he's the last I need to paint for a full Thorin's company, so maybe I'll have a bash at that. Absolutely. You see the beginnings of a new Mirkwood army, and here is his update. This is as far as I get tonight. Bomber half painted and a Palace Guard to serve as the paint scheme tester. Good work, my friend.
Yeah, looking good.
Looking lovely. I really, as much as I like the army, I really struggled painting the Palace Guard and the Mirkwood Elves. I just didn't enjoy it. Couldn't work out the right colours. It was tough.
So is that because you couldn't get the right colours that it wasn't enjoyable, or was there something else about it?
They're like, if you paint them properly, they're hard it's wood. The armour is wood with gold trim, so that's like inlaid brown. You know, the inlay is a different colour to the trim, which on fine cast models I think isn't always the most distinct. And I didn't do that actually. I just painted them gold in the end. So I think it was before I'd got that book that showed it was wood and metal, or maybe I didn't care. And I don't really like painting gold, so just for me, wasn't a great experience. Tom Turtle is in. We're having a go at both to see which one sticks. More excited by Bar. Oh goodness. Drawn to the sentimentality of finishing Bolg off as the last thing I started before a long hiatus before the game in 2014 to 2020. Well, a new skull comes out. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, hopefully you gave Bolg some love. Andrew Morris, unfortunately working on my Aearnor to match my Curdon for my Faunus. That is beautiful. That purple is gorgeous.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, no dice for you. Mr. Legolas, this is Zach Zarkowski. Mr. Legolas streams to decide to finish his rock on tonight's instead. Here he goes with rock done, or another vote for that model. Jack.
Oh, look at those.
Is that on cows? Get bashing some Grimhawk Hammer Erebor conversions, so he's going to get in. Lovely big tub of chocolate. What were you saying? Look at those for. What were you?
It was the Grimhammers.
The conversions.
I've just accidentally closed my page, so I'm going to go back again.
Yeah, very cool. You want it, man? Sorry. Next up, we have Morgan Morris, Bayorn, and Radagast for me tonight. Lovely stuff. We have Frederick Schultz with a meme. Does Michael Asquith understand this low fire key meme? Your simping for the halflings has given you brain rot. And tell me, fam, when did Saruman the Dank abandon straight fire for cringe?
I'd have to say no, Frederick.
Frederick's not getting in off the back of that, although of course he's already in. He's already in. Alexi Honkasalo. Oh, goodness. Continuing mounting Legolas from the Legolas stream, I also tried to get some Crebain built up. Woo! Which I started during the War of the Rohirrim stream. And so here we go. I'm calling Legolas good enough, only base has to do. Crebain was a nightmare to build. Let's try doing another 17, mate. Alexi. Oh, Salo. Richard Clammer is in. Late with my nachos tonight, so it's eating into my painting time. Got Legolas to start with, some base coats and some Budweiser and a magazine for entertaining. High quality magazine there. I love an issue of Warhammer. Richard Clammer.
You haven't seen his next comment.
I'm bored of Legolas now. Always prefer Gimli. That is dreadful. Goblin Green. Oh, wow, he's got. Is that? Those are the worst Citadel paints ever. That's a screw top. They were awful. I can't believe you've still got one of those functioning. They were fabulously awful, famously so. Jack Brown.
I felt like because I didn't. It was this huge period of not being involved or not buying stuff from GW. I missed out on some of the early paint.
Yeah.
When I started, it was the flip top ones.
Yeah, that was ones that came after those. Tried to improve on it. Well, did improve on it. Jack Brown. Oh, they look good. Love the scene with the trolls in the books and like the idea of malleable by special rules army list. So starting on these. Also, it can be a 600-point bingo army. I suppose it can. It's got an update. Yes, less yellow than this picture makes them look. To back and add them some lichen on body to cover some lines too. Well, that's a bit of I always think that's risky putting texture on your on models like that, but give it a go. Good luck. We have Sam Huddy. Catapult Cold Troll comparison pics. Here he is filling out his base. And here's a Troll Brute on that size base. I mean, yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's huge difference.
Yep. Oh, those big.
Oh.
He's a big boy. That's a really, I mean, to be fair to Sam, that's really useful.
Yes.
You can have a wow react for that.
But the fact that Sam is it 160 or something base?
I think it's 130 round. It might be 160.
The Sam had one there to measure against. No, 160. Gundabad catapult for 160.
It's a big boy. Josh Crosby dusted off some iron heels I started a long time ago before COVID. Also a Mercury Ranger I converted for the conversion stream. And just messing around with the new Haradrim colour scheme for some weird reason. Oh, interesting. Lovely stuff. In goes 8 dice Crosby.
The man of the moment.
And everyone around him in the draw shrank back in fear. Josh Coles. Just finished another Mirkwood Archer. Started making some progress on the next few before I convert some knight dismounts without shields. Hopefully next week. I've got 2 of those. And now I have to have 2 of those because you need them. Lovely stuff, lovely stuff, lovely stuff. Chris Cooper, have been painting Bilbo tonight for my Mirkwood themed Thorin's company.
Oh, first Bilbo of the evening, I think, isn't it?
I think you might be right.
The eponymous hero.
Absolutely. Looking good, looking good, looking good. We're sculpting some stuff on his back, I believe. What he's doing there? Didn't say anything about it, but I think so. James has been painting up. Oh, James is working on Smaug.
Excellent.
I think I just have James here. So I don't have... I'm going to put James underneath Chris Cooper and we'll chase Chris up if we need him. And then Elijah has been working on the Legolas he started last week and has been really patiently building up the colours, looking at source material and learning how to paint faces by looking up tutorials. Hard work as patience has really paid off for him so far. He's still got a lot to do, but enjoying painting his first SBG model, age 12, having not painted any models before. That is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
How nice is this that people are just hanging out together and like painting together and starting the next generation and stuff. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Stephen Ryan. So much gold. Scouring prep. No, like gold elves do not get you in the draw, my friend. I just like painting metallics. Thank goodness I've got you guys to keep me coming in. Oh, babe.
But they're the Rivendell ones, though, aren't they?
Yeah, he's not on the list. Oh, Michael Haskell.
They are in the book.
Of course they are. And you have just preempted, like headed off some nerd outrage, I suspect, in the comments. Stephen, you are in and you're in the right place. I can only apologise. Goodness, we've got Michael here. Joe Holzman came to play a Legolas and some slightly squashed pop dots for me. I don't know, what's a pop dot?
Well, I'm going to ask the same question. What's a pop dot?
I don't know what a pop dot is. I don't believe I've ever pop dotted. But you can come in, Joe. They look like almost small donuts. And Frederick Shaw says, you're elite. Blame Damien for scheduling on a night I already had plans for. And Joe Holzman says, managed to get some base coats and shading down on the undergarments for retiring for the night. Well done, sir.
And we can't have a BSIME moment without Larry.
Doing some late night rimming. He's away, he's taken his models with him specifically to do some rimming, and I just think full props to him.
Yeah.
Frederick says, is that the rimming party we were promised? And he says, only ended up... Larry says, only ended up me doing the rimming in the end. Sam Hardy, been out this evening, so only jumping into the stream now. Dusting off this fair lady and we'll apply a tuft or two. You'll love to see it.
Did you get Sam Earnshaw in between Larry's comments?
No.
Just scroll up slightly from where you were.
Oh, yeah, I thought they were all his comments that have popped down. Absolutely right. Sam Earnshaw. Legolas is the best I can do for modern Hobbit films. Bael's my only non-Lord of the Rings model. That's fine, mate. So Sam Earnshaw is going in before Sam Page. Well spotted, Michael.
Oh.
So let's try this again. Sam Earnshaw, Larry Miller, Sam Page, who we've got, and here is his update. Appropriately themed winter tufts applied. Very cool, man. Very cool. Well done. Then we have Andrew Morris. Basically where I got to. See, that's just an update. He's obviously not getting in because it's very Lord of the Rings film.
They look good though. I do like a purple, I have to say.
They do look really nice. Chris Creeper, sad about the signal tower hate. James Griffin has a beautiful one that's been reduced to display board duty. Yeah, it's not. I've made my fears on it clear. It's not anyone nice who turns up with it to play it for fun. It's the way people have gamed it in the past. I would still bring it. I'd bring that along. Stick it in the corner of the table.
Yeah, it can still be used as terrain pieces.
Yeah. Sean Clark is painting sassy Gandalf with iron brew pastels and a billions wafer.
Oh, I haven't tried those yet. I do need to do. I do love me a gold bar.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't tried the new wafer version yet.
Finished. Oh, look at that. That is lovely. Love that model.
Oh, sure.
Great work, dude.
It's a bit of a dab hand with the paintbrush.
Isn't he? And Sam has found it. I must have Gundabad merchandise for all your signal needs. Oh, I remember it. That was it. You turn it over to show which one you're on.
Oh, brilliant.
That's the one.
The fact Sam kept it as well.
I'm not sure he's kept it. I think that's the video he had on his
Get the
phone.
video clip.
Yeah. I might be doing him a disservice. I don't know. Lovely stuff. And I believe finally we have Josh Crosby, eager to have some feedback from Damien on my new Haradrim theme and scheme. Why do you want feedback from me, dude? I think they're gorgeous. I continue to adore your Haradrim models. Nice to see a purple in there. And I think that's your blue Thunderhawk blue recipe, isn't it, that you've used before? Michael, what do you think?
That's gorgeous.
Incredible conversion. He's got a great way of converting models and making it look like they're not conversions.
Yeah, he's got an eye for being able to see what works and then to execute accordingly.
Absolutely. And I'm going to refresh, but I believe that's it.
Anything in the emails?
I've yet to check. There were 68, so there's 2 more. But let's just see if they're at the bottom. Nope, there must be comments on other things, which is good to know. Let's go to... Do you want to jump in the comments if there's any in there while I'm doing this?
Yeah. Okay, so... So, so I think the last one we had was Sam's two-parter about posting Radagast Slay. And Sam said we had a Smaug or 2 at our not GT event. Oh, that's right, we had that one, yep. How's that? Yeah. Oh, that's right, yep. So, Frederick said, yeah, put Toblerone box of banner effects on a mug is what it means. And yeah, and Ricky's saying, didn't someone make a signal tower from Toblerone box? Richard Clammer, I typed Wind Lance banner, but it's +1 wound effect that is brutal with the date Wind Lance, or with the Dale Wind Lance. Jack Brown, put the effects on each side and rotate it to show which you have to play. Yep, that was, yeah. Frederick, I made extra flaring brands for my metal models. Yeah. Works surprisingly well and helps blend the metal and plastic mini aesthetics. Sam says, post a tabular box in the width thread. Yep. Lower your expectations now. And then Sam goes, I used a troll catapult at our league opener, so I had to order one in as I had put him on an 80mm base. And then Sam says, oh no, I kept it. You don't throw away brilliance like that. So he's kept the Toblerone box.
Love to see it.
And that's it. I think we're there.
Good work.
So we are moving inexorably
Wow.
to the denouement.
28 entries.
Ooh.
Well done, everyone. Well done. Let's add a row below.
We got no cutters, no fisher.
No, we're missing 2 of the big 4. It is madness. What are they doing? What do you think they've just given up, rage quit the sport after Crosby's recent dominance?
Storming ahead, yes. What can we do?
In the face of such reckless dice.
Well, you've got to be in it to win it.
Exactly. I mean, at least Holzman is trying to keep him honest. The theme was Armies of the Hobbit. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Are you ready? I'll swap over to Dicam. All right, here we go. So, we've still got 20 folks with us on this early Saturday morning. So we're going to need a D10. I've got a group of 10 and then 2 groups of 9. D10's always amusing for our long-standing viewers. Takes us back to the simpler times when we tried to work out if we would just add 1 to everything, because our dice of course goes 0 to 9, but we won't be adding 1, we will be using the 0 as a 10. So let's get our finalists, shall we? Remember, we are playing for this black Battle Streams Middle Earth dice that only rolls. Oh yeah, big fit 6s.
Come good after all.
So our first group is Frederick Schultz, Ricky Colebrook, Gabe Abbott, Jens Elmos, Rory Campbell, Michael Dublé, Julian Hammer, Scott Newman, Sam Huddy and Tom Smith. Are we ready?
Let it go.
It's an 8. That's Scott Newman. Scott Newman has made it into the final. Storms in.
Does he have a dice? Is he?
I will check the dice once we have our 3 finalists. I'll check what's at risk. Next up we have Tom Turtle, Zach Zalakowski, Kalle Pahonen, Morgan Morris, Alexei Hankasalo, Richard Clammer, Jack Brown. There's Josh Crosby, and there's Josh Coles. 8 dice Crosby is in here. 8 dice Crosby is on, appropriately enough, an 8. And we are re-rolling the 10. And the world relaxes. It's Morgan Morris. 1, 2, 3, 4. Morgan Morris has stormed into the final. And so our final group, we have Chris Cooper, and then Chris's sort of friends James and Elijah, Stephen Ryan, Joe Holzman. Is Joe a current 5 dice Holzman? Or is he a 6 dice Holzman? He's a 5 dice Holzman. 6 dice colours. So yeah, Chris Cooper, James, Elijah, Stephen Ryan, Joe Holzman, Larry Mears, Sam Earnshaw, Sam Page, Sean Clark. There's some big BSIME names in there. And again, we're re-rolling the 0. Over to you, Michael.
Go for it.
It's a 2. It's James. So this is Chris Cooper's friend James, I believe. I think friends. I'm not sure. I don't have a surname, but it's Chris's friend. So I'm pretty sure that Mystery James doesn't have a dice. We have some James that have dice, but I don't think it's this James. Scott Newman, I'm pretty sure he's got dice. Scott Newman has 2 dice.
Mm.
And Morgan Morris, I think Morgan's got a dice. Morgan does not have a dice.
So 2 newbies.
So Scott
one
Newman
two.
on 2 dice is the player to beat. A chance for 2 people to get their first dice. Scott Newman, he could become one of 3 people to win 3 dice. He won one on stream 96, so he has won one relatively recently. He's got good form at the moment. But yeah, there we go. Those are our 3 finalists. Well done to everyone who got involved. Thank you. It's a delight as ever.
So Chris has just clarified that James's surname is Griffin.
James Griffin. Okay, I'll put that in. James Griffin. All right. Cool. Thanks, Chris. So we have Scott Newman on 1, Morgan Morris on 2, and James Griffin on 3. As ever, it will be the first to 3. And as ever, your fates will be decided by our guest host, Michael Haskell. Over to you, Michael. May the best dicer win.
And roll.
It's Griffin! It's a strong start from New Griffin. Do you think old school Chris C's there? Do you think they're still together? Are they watching? Is 12-year-old Elijah screaming at the screen, do you think?
Well, I think since Chris's last comment was about 2 minutes ago, yes, I think they're there. So roll again.
All right. Can Newman use his form? Newman's on 1, remember. Morgan Morris on 2, Griffin on 3.
And go.
Oh no! No way! No way! No way! Could it be a clean sweep for Griffin? Surely. Oh, he couldn't triple it, could he? Could he, Michael?
And go.
Oh, he's done it! He has done it! James Griffin, previously just James, has. I can't remember our last triple like that. He has destroyed the competition, and James Griffin.
I mean, he was doing Smaug, wasn't he?
He was playing Smaug, yeah, I believe. Yeah, he was, because I want to say Elijah was doing Legolas. So yeah, he was working on Smaug. What an amazing model to win Armies of the Hobbit week. And you have won this, or I say this, a black dice that will look quite a lot like this, that only rolls. And we're back.
Back to 4.
Outstanding scenes. Boom. There we go. Let's fill in those notes. We need a new row in the dice winners tally.
Okay, so just while you're doing that, so Frederick says, "Are we actually getting to 6 hours this stream?" No. Yes, maybe, possibly. Josh Crosby said that that's a 1 in Australia. Yes, you're 6 earlier. Then Sam says Newman arrives for the weigh-in. Morris steps up. Teams have to pull the 2 contenders apart as a scuffle breaks out. Then Chris says it's James Griffin. He's currently sans die. Griffin steps into the ring, says Sam. Does he know what he's in for? Chris says complete newcomer to the finals. Sam, ding, ding, ding. I must say it would feel appropriate for a Smaug to win a die on Hobbit week, says Chris.
Absolutely.
Frederick says Chris is James Abekadice. And then Sam said it's an early slap from the dark horse, Griffin. Chris says Elijah's in bed.
I'd be devastated to have missed this. Is James Elijah's dad? I don't know. Not sure we've made those connections yet, but let us know, Chris. That would make some sort of sense to me, I guess.
So Sam says Griffin is living up to his namesake. He's tearing them up. Chris says I'm now home. And then Ricky says, "Congratulations, Griffin." Sam says, "What have we witnessed? The rise of a monster. Should Crosby be scared?" Congrats, James. And then Joshua says, "Respect to the cutthroat win." I
It was
love
powerful.
the.
It was a powerful performance.
That's a great role for heroic roll off with smile, to be fair, says Chris. And Sean says, "I think counterattack are ignoring you because of this horrendous PR." Frederick, that die was cursed by Steve Crow. 1-1-1-1. And here we go. Chris clarified, James is Elijah's dad.
Oh, how lovely! Amazing. Well, hopefully they'll be delighted to wake up and have a dice in the family griffin.
A success chalked up.
I think that needs the word house, doesn't it? A dice in the family griffin house. Not, you don't want a dice in the family griffin. Amazing scenes, and that concludes the business of the stream. Michael, am I right in thinking this is only your second stream?
It is, yes.
I was just looking at the records and I couldn't believe you did 103. So that's 11 streams ago.
I know.
Which is that must have been ages ago.
It feels like it was a while ago, but there have been some fantastic guest hosts, so you've got plenty of choice.
Kind. It was it just doesn't feel like that long since you've done it to me. It was 103 was the 4th of October. That is mad.
Yeah, that's 5 months.
5 months since Michael's hosted. That's crazy.
That's nearly 6, isn't it?
That's absolute madness.
Time flies.
Yeah. But it has, Michael. It has been a delight. Any final thoughts from you on Armies of the Hobbit, or anything else you wanted to shout out or say or promote or anything like that?
I don't think so. I think I've had a really good time. I think I said earlier, taking a deeper dive into the book, and it's probably something I don't do and ought to do more often when we get these new tomes from GW. So it's been a lovely experience, and it's always just great to be on stream, having a chat with you, interacting with the nerds. It's just great fun.
It's been lovely, and it's been great to give the final book of our current the final book of our first release of the new edition, I suppose you'd say. A really
Wave one.
Yeah. And I thought we'd sort of end with, it's not the end of the new edition, but it's the end of our coverage of the launch of the new edition, and I thought we should celebrate.
Whoa!
Oh yeah! New bag.
No expense spared.
Fresh batch. Different shop to the last ones. Fresh open. I'm telling you, if this is a dud, I'm gonna rage quit.
It'll be something to do with the technique.
Yeah, but you say that. With all due respect, Michael, my technique at Party Poppers has been absolutely flawless for 41 years, and then went completely south for 24 Party Poppers. So we have a new fresh batch. I thought it'd be a nice way to celebrate the launch of MESBG.
I am vaguely jealous now because you're going to get that nice little whiff.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
You ready? Feel free to count me in.
3, 2, 1, pull.
There you go.
Yay! Oh, that was good.
Oh, that is good.
Even with jealousy here.
I should have. I mean, I didn't have them when I sent you a care package, but if I had, I would have fired one up. Oh, that is good. That is good. Good stuff. Outstanding. And there we go. Stream 114 has concluded. We have cheers for another great stream, guys. Michael's a natural. Old school Chris Soup. Dice in the family griffin would be what happens if Elijah's little sister got holes of it. Nom nom nom. Ricky drinks paints. Fantastic streams always. Love looking in. Looking forward to the next one. And big thank you. Misfire in 3, 2, 1. Spoke too soon. Indeed. And were we to look ahead.
Samo, you have little face.
Poof. This is what's next. Yeah, well, that's a bit glare, isn't it? Okay, go on. Do. That way? It needs to be that way. There we go.
Yeah, cover the light.
Issue. I'm just going to take this off. Don't need it on, as if I'm painting. Issue 77 of Battle Games of Middle Earth. That will be next. And whilst we're not 100% locked in, but I believe it will be 2 weeks today. That's what we're aiming for. So Friday in 2 weeks' time. And this came with an Easterling captain. And it's the first time we've had an Easterling model with the magazine. I think it's the only time we get an Easterling model with the magazine. And so we're not having Easterling Captain Week. We're having Easterling Week. Our only Easterling Week. Easterlings have been eligible, obviously, through kind of, Return of the King specials, Two Tower specials, that sort of stuff. But this is going to be a dedicated Easterling Week for the next one. And I believe, if I'm getting my dates right, we couldn't get it spot on. But if we do it when we think we're going to do it, I believe it will fall 1 week before Easter Sunday. And that's kind of perfect, right? That's pretty cool. So yeah, any model, I think we'll say any model with the Easterling keyword, and then someone will go, what about Kamal? And I'll say, does he have the Easterling keyword? And you'll say, yes. And I'll go, then yes. And I think that's I think that's it, right? Does that sound good?
I think that's nice and fairly clear and clean.
Any Easterling love for you, Michael?
I've got some Easterlings. I do, again, unlike you, I quite like painting gold. I do like the gold colour. So doing Easterlings, it does appeal to me. I've got the Dragon Emperor part assembled. I've done the sub-assembly with him, but then he never went any further. So
it's Dragon Emperor love. That'd be cool.
Mm.
I've seen Chris C says I'll be painting mine as the Easterling bunny. I mean, that is crying out for our double entry award, don't you think? Anyone who converts a sort of Easterling rabbit to be the Easterling bunny, I think it's 2 entries. I think for sure. But yeah. That'll be what we're doing. Richard Clamercy's not got a profile anymore, Damien. Well, we'll look at the last one, and Kamal is allowed. All right, just whatever. I can't. It's 2 a.m. I can't quibble the pedantry of it. Like Kamal will be fine. You're allowed to use Kamal. And we'll just assume if Armies Middle Earth isn't out, that all the models in the Easterling range have the Easterling keyword. Yeah? I think that's what we'll have to do. But that's it. All that remains from my point of view is to say a massive thank you to Michael for stepping in once more. It's great to have you, my friend. You've been awesome. It's been a pleasure.
Been wonderful.
Oh, and Sean Clark says, first time and last time we get an Easterling week. So any Easterling makes sense. Just like the only conversion week where only the sprue was on theme. It's like the Fate Point debacle again. So any Easterling makes sense. Just like the only conversion week. I don't understand if that's good or bad. And then Sam says, shh, double entry Crosby will hear you. Well, it deserves it. You can fight double entry Crosby by having a double entry of your own.
Yeah.
I do think Easterlings are very much in Crosby's wheelhouse, I reckon. So I think you'd have a go at those. But yeah, that's us. Thank you as ever for joining us. I hope this sets up your weekend very nicely. Thanks to the 19 crazy people who are still watching along. We love you all very much. If you're new, make sure you click on there. If you made it this far, click subscribe, tell your friends about it. And if you want to join our super cool Patreon club, then all the details are down below. But beyond that, we will see you very soon here on Battle Streams of Middle Earth. Ta-ra for now.